Chapter 300. A palace flying in the sky, seeing that there were about 100 people. Elder Ding nodded in satisfaction and waved his hand. The rest of you can leave. Don't stay here and be an eyesore. Disciple, you're on your own. Before Shinta Yuanba left, he stuffed a small porcelain bottle into Ning Chi's hand. Ning Chi opened it and saw more than 10 earth upper-grade rejuvenation elixirs. According to the prices here, one would cost at least 5 lower spiritual crystals. Not long later, there were only 100 people left outside the mission hall. Ning Chi was familiar with many of them. Basically, everyone he knew was here. Originally, Duan Yingjun wasn't chosen, but when he saw that Ning Chi was chosen, he took the initiative to stand up and even winked at Ning Chi for a while. Ning Chi deliberately didn't look at him, so he gave up. For this mission, there will be an elder in green robe leading you. Do not be rude to her, understand? Elder Ding said coldly. Understood. Just as he finished speaking, everyone felt their vision blur, and a beauty appeared. Ning Chi could almost hear Duan Yingjun swallowing his saliva. What a young elder in green robe! Who is she? Why have I never heard of such a person in the cloud rising sect in my 10 years in the outer sect? So beautiful. If only she could be my wife. Elder in green robe is at least a dozun. I'm going to die. I feel like I'm in love. Duan Yingjun's heart was pounding. Only Ning Chi had an awkward smile on his face. This woman was none other than Meng Qingling. She was not the elder in green robe that Elder Ding mentioned, but the lamp elder who was in charge of the dry bones forbidden ground. For a Do Shang to personally lead the team, this mission would not be simple. Meng Qingling saw Ning Chi immediately and smiled. She then said to the crowd, I am Meng Qingling. You can call me Elder Meng. Yes, Elder Meng. Different from the dejected look just now, all the male disciples raised their heads and chests as they responded loudly. Their aura had multiplied. The female disciples curled their lips in disdain, silently cursing in their hearts that men were all creatures with the lower half of their bodies. When they saw a beautiful woman, they would be filled with passion. Previously they were dejected, but in the blink of an eye it was as if they were on steroids. Meng Qingling nodded her head in satisfaction. With a wave of her hand, a small boat flew out from her sleeves and expanded with the wind. Everyone's originally calm expression became more and more shocked. It was different from the battleship that Shinta Yuanba had used to bring them to the Cloud Rising sect. This ship was dozens of times bigger, and on it was a jade palace. This is a flying palace. Could it be a heaven-grade battleship? Duan Yingjun was dumbfounded. Even someone as arrogant as Hua Wushang had a frozen expression on his face. A green-clothed elder actually has such a Do weapon. I'm afraid that her identity is not an ordinary green-clothed elder. Duan Tunying frowned as he thought to himself. Like Ning Chi, he had already discovered that this mission should be much more terrifying than he had imagined. After that, everyone flew onto the warship. The deck was a huge garden. If one did not walk to the edge of the ship, they would not even realize that it was a battleship. You can only stay on the deck. You are not allowed to enter the cabin. Meng Qingling smiled faintly. Everyone quickly nodded their heads. No one was so daring as to enter the cabin of a green-clothed elder. This is not a cabin at all. It's even bigger than some small towns. It's a flying town. Duan Yingjun thought to himself. You are an exception. If you want to come in and take a look, do as you please. Meng Qingling pointed at Ning Chi and turned to leave. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Everyone could not help but look at Ning Chi. Their faces were filled with shock. How did he get involved with the green-clothed elder? Hua Wushang roared in his heart. At the same time he was terrified. If Ning Chi had such a relationship, as Ning Chi's enemy, he would not be able to stay in the Cloud Rising sect for long. Brother Ning actually knows this green-clothed elder? Situ Yi and his brothers looked at each other in shock. Looks like he's the same as Hua Wushang. It's just that one has a deacon elder backing him up, while the other has a green, clothed elder. The Miaoli man looked at Ning Chi with a green glow in his eyes. It was the look of a wolf looking at its prey. Of course, he did not see Ning Chi as prey, but, Brother Ning, please take care of me for this mission. The Miaoli man cupped his hands together and tried to curry favor. A Peak King of Dou was so humble in front of a 6-star King of Dou. It was obvious that he was trying to curry favor with Ning Chi. With the Miaoli man taking the lead, many people came forward to curry favor with Ning Chi. They also tried to find out the relationship between Ning Chi and Meng Qingling. Tai Bing and the other older disciples looked on coldly from the side. There were a few Peak King of Dou standing beside her. They were all outer disciples who had the highest chance of becoming inner disciples. This new disciple is a little interesting. If he really has a relationship with Elder Meng, why doesn't he become an inner disciple directly? Maybe Elder Meng wants to train him? No, if that's the case, Elder Meng wouldn't have said those unnecessary words just now and let us guess. It doesn't matter. We should be paying attention to Hua Wushang, Sita-Yi, and the Miaoli man. They should be participating in this year's grand competition and fighting with us for that spot. Hearing this, Tai Bing's mouth revealed a mocking smile. Then we don't need to pay attention to Hua Wushang. From what I know, he was defeated by Ning Chi. As soon as he said that, the others were shocked. How is that possible? Ning Chi is only a 6-star King of Dou. The Peak King of Dou purposely glanced at Ning Chi, who was surrounded by the crowd, to confirm his cultivation. Whether you believe it or not, I feel that we should pay more attention to him in this grand competition. However, only those who survive the mission have the right to think about these things. Tai Bing finished speaking and directly walked towards the bow of the ship. Boss, how do you know Elder Meng? Is there a secret between you two that cannot be told? Duan Yingjun pushed aside a few people in front of him and squeezed in front of Ning Chi. He was ecstatic as he asked, All right. Everyone, please step aside. If you have time, you should think about how to survive the next mission. Ning Chi did not know whether to laugh or cry as he waved his hand. Brother Ning's words are very reasonable. The Miaoli man nodded and then glared at the people around him. Didn't you hear? Move away. He then smiled at Ning Chi, trying to please him. Brother Ning, I will follow you for this mission. There is strength in numbers, and looking at the posture of the older disciples, it is obvious that they want to join forces to snatch the resources from us. Brother Miao is right. Brother Ning, why don't we form a team and share honor and disgrace together? Chapter 301. Chapter 301. The arrival of the Fong clan build a team? Ning Chi thought about it and rejected with a smile. There's no need for a team. If you guys are in danger, I will still help. Situ-Yi was slightly startled and smiled generously. Since Brother Ning is unwilling, I will not force you. My boss, you haven't answered my question. Why don't you take me to the cabin for a stroll? Duan Yingjun said with an exaggerated expression. Go by yourself. Ning Chi curled his lips and found a place to sit. Everyone followed suit and sat where they were, waiting for their destination to arrive. The speed of the battleship was very fast, and it took only a few hours to reach its destination. Ning Chi looked down from the edge of the ship. He felt that the terrain was somewhat familiar. The more he looked, the more he felt that something was wrong. He took out a map. Damn, it really is the place that Lu Yuanhao drew. Could it be that they found the forbidden area that Lu Yuanhao had mistakenly entered when I showed those old monsters a random look? Ning Chi guessed in his heart. If that was the case, he was a little happy. He did not care about the spirit crystals. If he could find the fruit that Lu Yuanhao had eaten, it could greatly increase his life. That was the key. The warship slowly stopped in midair. Meng Qingling appeared in front of everyone and said, Everyone go down. We will have to walk for the rest of the journey. Yes. Everyone landed on the ground. Meng Qingling kept the worship and led them to the place where the dragon graveyard was found. At this time, the old monsters had sent their trusted aides and a large group of disciples to this place. The old monsters knew that they looked terrifying, so they did not show themselves and hid in the dark. Elder Meng, the leaders of the various factions, knew Meng Qingling's background. Therefore, they hurriedly greeted her when they saw her personally leading the group. The outer disciples of the Cloud Rising sect were surprised. The other party was also a Dozun, but they were so respectful to Elder Meng. Looks like my guess was right. Elder Meng's identity is indeed extraordinary. Someone said in his heart. Yes, everyone is here, right? Meng Qingling nodded and said, Everyone's here. All right, let's begin. Meng Qingling smiled and brought everyone to the front of the blue barrier. Dragon. A sliver of shock flashed through Hua Wushang's eyes, but he immediately concealed it. He glanced at the others and found that most of them had doubtful expressions, which calmed him down a little. I didn't expect this mission to be related to the Dragon Clan. It seems to be a very important place. Is it a forbidden area or a dragon graveyard? No matter what, I know a little more than them. This is where my advantage lies. If you can break through to the Do Huang realm inside, Ning Qi, I'm afraid that even Elder Meng will not be able to save you. Hua Wushang laughed coldly in his heart. Situ Yi's expression also changed. Not only him, but the Miaoli people also seemed to have recognized the word dragon on the barrier. Their faces were filled with surprise. We'll draw straws to decide who goes in first. Meng Qingling stretched out her hand, and the withered branch at her feet instantly flew into her palm. The one who draws the longest will go in first. After drawing straws, everyone sadly realized that the longest branch had always been in Meng Qingling's hand and had never been taken away. I'm sorry, our Cloud Rising sect will go in first. Meng Qingling smiled and looked at Ning Qi. You will lead the team. Try to bring out as many valuable things as possible, understand? Elder Meng, I understand. Ning Qi nodded. When he was about to step into the blue barrier, a loud shout suddenly came from the sky. Stop! Who? Meng Qingling suddenly looked up, and her expression changed slightly. It's her? The group of old monsters hiding nearby heard the voice and knew that something was wrong. The Fang clan's Dosheng. Who is it? His voice sounds so young. Did the Fang clan have a new Dosheng recently? That's not surprising. After all, they're one of the top 9 clans, even though they are ranked last. Who leaked the news? The Fang clan is so fast. A beautiful woman slowly descended from the sky and stood in front of Meng Qingling. Behind her were 3 peak Dowangs, 2 men and 1 woman. The group of old monsters hiding in the dark couldn't help but be shocked when they saw the woman's appearance. It's Fang Shengnan? How did she become so young? Did she also take the beauty pill? There's going to be a good show. I heard that when Meng Qingling was only a Dowang, she had a personal grudge with Fang Shengnan. The two of them fought for thousands of years and only stopped after a few hundred years. Because everyone's lifespan is running out, there's no point in fighting anymore. Fang Shengnan frowned and looked at Meng Qingling. She laughed mockingly. Meng Qingling, I didn't expect you to also take the beauty pill. Meng Qingling glanced at Ning Qi and sneered at Fang Shengnan. Don't talk about me. Aren't you the same? Your Fang clan is really well informed. I just found this place, and you guys came the next moment. Tell me, what do you plan to do? Do you still want to use your status to suppress me? Or let's fight? The more Ning Qi listened, the more he felt something was wrong. What did she mean by you also took the beauty pill? Could it be that this woman also... He suddenly remembered that the Saint Concubine had left the White Tiger Empire for a period of time. It seemed that she had given her beauty pill to the ancestors of her clan. Meng Qingling had just glanced at him. It was clear that there was a trace of suspicion in her heart. The Fang clan? With them involved, I'm afraid the difficulty of this mission will increase by several times. Hua Wushang's face was ugly. He could feel the pressure coming from the three-peaked Do Wangs behind him. He was afraid that any one of them had the strength to crush him. I haven't seen you for so many years, and you still want to kill me. Has your temper not changed with age? Fang Shengnan laughed mockingly. Just as Meng Qingling was about to open her mouth, Fang Shengnan continued, There's no need to fight or draw lots. For this mission, the Fang clan will enter first. Why? Meng Qingling coldly said. Because the Fang clan didn't ask you to leave. If you don't believe me, you can try. With the Fang clan's strength, do you think we can't monopolize this place? Fang Shengnan sneered. I'm afraid that your Fang clan wants to use us as scapegoats. Chapter 302. Overbearing. 3 is enough. Fang Shengnan smiled and glanced at the 3 behind her. You can go in. Yes, ancestor. The 3 nodded and walked directly into the blue boundary. Without hesitation, they passed through it and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. You guys go in too. Meng Qingling looked at Ning Qi. Ning Qi frowned and also disappeared through the blue boundary. Duan Yingjun, Sita-Yi, and Hua Wushang were the last to enter. Once everyone from the Cloud Rising sect entered the boundary, the disciples who drew the second branch also began to enter. Soon, only the leaders of each faction were left. Fang Shengnan looked at the hiding place of the old monsters and smiled. Everyone has gone in. How long are you going to hide? Ha ha ha, Fang Shengnan, you really are powerful. Even my hiding technique cannot escape your eyes. An old monster laughed out loud and walked out, followed by a second and a third. It's been so long. I didn't expect you all to still be alive. Fang Shengnan sneered. Aren't you also alive? And you're getting younger. Tell me the truth. Where did you get your beauty pill? Someone teased. Why don't you ask Meng Qingling? Fang Shengnan glanced at Meng Qingling. Everyone smiled faintly when they heard this. Someone sighed and said, Now that both of your appearances have been restored to your youthful appearances, it makes me recall many things that happened back then. Yes, in the blink of an eye, 2,000 years have passed. We have become ancestors in the eyes of others, but no one knows that we are just struggling at death's door. As long as we don't have the opportunity to break through to the Dodi realm, we will eventually die. You can pray that they will be able to find treasures that can prolong their lifespan in the dragon tomb. Fang Shengnan smiled. Inside the boundary. As soon as Ning Qi entered, he felt the dragon slayer Do Qi and dragon devouring fire in his body become restless. Soon after, he was shocked by a dragon skeleton that was thousands of feet long not far away. Even the true body of the demonic Dragon King, a rank 7 giant dragon, was nothing more than a baby in front of this dragon corpse. Is this a rank 8 dragon? Or the 9th order? Big brother, second brother, I'll go collect this dragon corpse. Of the 3 people from the Fang clan who entered first, the woman revealed an excited smile. After calling out to the others, she quickly flew toward the dragon corpse. Fang Jing, don't be anxious. This dragon corpse is so huge that even your universe ring won't be able to contain it. One of the youths, who seemed to be slightly more mature, reminded. When Fang Jing heard this, she immediately reacted. She was too excited when she suddenly saw such a huge dragon corpse. That was why she did not remember that the capacity of her universe ring was limited. It could not store a complete dragon corpse. However, it is still possible to take one of its bones. When we return, we can ask the elders to refine it into a Do weapon. Fang Jing smiled. That's true. The 2 of them nodded and walked toward the dragon corpse. Wow, it's so big inside. Duan Yingjun appeared behind Ning Qi and exclaimed. The space here was indeed very large. The sky was so hazy that one could not see the sky. However, when one looked around, one could not see the end. Ha! That skeleton belongs to the dragon race. It's so huge. It must be above the 7th rank. Ning Qi, what are you waiting for? Let's strike first. As Duan Ingjun spoke, he already ran toward the skeleton. Ning Qi's goal was the fruit that could increase his life points, so he did not plan to take these bones. He did not need them at all. Little Gold ate shit, Little Purple drank medicine, and Little White Horse ate grass. If he raised a dog, he would consider taking some dragon bones to feed it. At this time, the others also appeared in the barrier. They were immediately amazed by the scene in this space. Then, most of their attention was focused on the dragon skeleton that was hundreds of feet long. F***CK, you guys are so unreasonable. Can you guys finish taking such a huge dragon corpse? I can't even take a bone. It belongs to the Fong clan. You want to take the bones, right? Aren't they all over the place? Just pick one up and bring it back. F***CK, I'll fight it out with you guys. You're courting death. Ah. Boom. Duan Ingjuan's body fell heavily on the empty ground beside Ning Qi. Some of the broken bones were smashed into powder by him. He wanted to struggle to sit up, but suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Fight it out with the Fong clan? Really brainless. Hua Wushang's eyes flashed with a hint of schadenfreude. Situ Yi frowned and looked in the direction of the 3 people from the Fong clan. He said in a low voice, I'm afraid the fight for resources this time will be very bloody. You guys have to be careful. Got it, big brother. Are you okay? Ning Qi threw an upper earth-level rejuvenation pill into Duan Ingjuan's mouth. He immediately swallowed it. After a while, he recovered and said angrily, F***CK, the Fong clan is too overbearing. Such a huge dragon skeleton. There must be at least tens of thousands of bones, right? They won't even give me one. Who asked you to be weaker than them? Ning Qi sneered. I'm so angry. Duan Ingjun stared at the 3 people from the Fong clan and cursed nonstop. Fong Jing frowned slightly and suddenly looked in the direction of Ning Qi. She shouted, What are you 2 cursing about? Forget it, it's just dragon bones. Since we're here, are we afraid that we won't get anything? Ning Qi comforted Duan Ingjun. Only then did Duan Ingjun shut his mouth. Ning Qi helped him up and carefully observed the surrounding environment. Other than the dusky sky, this place was no different from an ordinary mountain range. Ning Qi chose a path and prepared to explore first. If he could find that fruit in one go, it would be the best. Want to leave? Fong Jing leaped and landed in front of Ning Qi. Seeing this, the other 2 people from the Fong clan frowned and appeared beside Fong Jing. What did you say about the Fong clan just now? Slap yourselves 100 times, and I'll spare your lives. Fong Jing said coldly. Hua Wushang's eyes flashed with joy. Ha ha ha, with the Fong clan taking action, it saves me a lot of effort. Divine Son, do you think we should hit them when they're down? Li Dongshui asked in a low voice. No need. The 3 people from the Fong clan are enough to deal with them. Let's leave this place first and see what treasures there are. Hua Wushang said. Yes. Taking advantage of the fact that everyone's attention was on Ning Qi, they quickly left this place. The Dowongs from the other factions were also not interested in participating in this matter and left in the direction they had chosen. As for the dragon bones, they had a tacit understanding and none of them dared to have any ideas about them. They did not want to offend the 3 people from the Fong clan and get themselves into trouble. Slap yourselves 100 times? Ning Qi smiled and said, Are you sure you want me to slap myself 100 times? Seeing that Ning Qi's tone was somewhat forceful, Fong Jing's eyes revealed a trace of ridicule. A mere 6-star Dowong dares to act so recklessly. In that case, I will represent the Rising Cloud sect and teach you a lesson. Chapter 303. Dragon Souls. The power of Fong Jing's punch had already surpassed that of an ordinary peak Dowong. Even Hua Wushang was far inferior to it. Her fist was wrapped in ice-colored do qi, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. That's an ice elemental fighting qi. Situ Mingdeng frowned. Big brother, should we take action? Situ Rin asked. Situ, Yi shook his head and said, even Hua Wushang couldn't fight back against Ning Qi. This girl shouldn't have much of a problem. Before his opponent's fist arrived, Ning Qi could already feel a layer of frost encasing his skin. His lips curled into a cold smile as he struck out with his palm. Silver Dragon, slaying Do Qi, instantly surged out of his body. Following that, the aura of extreme yang condensed into 5 silver dragons. With a roar, the surrounding temperature suddenly rose. The rank of this kid's martial skill doesn't seem to be weak. However, he is still no match for Third Sister. Among the king of fighters of the Fong Sacred Palace, Third Sister can be ranked in the top 100. You and I are no match for her. Boom! A fist and a palm collided. Fang Jing's Ice Do Qi and Ning Qi's dragon, slaying Do Qi, were locked in a stalemate. For a moment, they were evenly matched. This caused the 2 members of the Fong clan to be extremely shocked. It should be known that the other party was merely a 6-star Dowang. Compared to Fang Jing, there was a difference of 4 levels. Furthermore, Fang Jing was a famous genius in the Fong Sacred Palace. She did not even care about ordinary Dohuangs. How could she be on a draw with him? Are all the peak Dowangs of the Fong clan this strong? A trace of surprise flashed across Ning Qi's eyes. This palm of his could easily defeat 1 or 2 or 3-star Dohuangs, much less a Dowang. However, if I take out the Dragon Slayer saber, I can still crush this woman. After the stalemate lasted for about a dozen breaths, both sides retreated with a tacit understanding. Fang Jing looked at Ning Qi in shock. Then she said coldly, I didn't expect someone like you to be among the outer disciples of the Cloud Rising sect. What's your name? I am Ning Qi. Ning Qi smiled. Ning Qi, I'll remember you. Big brother, second brother, let's go. Fang Jing sneered and turned to leave. The other 2 young men gave Ning Qi a deep look, then followed Fang Jing's footsteps and disappeared from their sight. Duan Yingjun hurriedly gave him a thumbs up and said, strong? Too strong. Even the Fong clan's peak Dowang is no match for you. Looks like you will definitely be promoted to an inner disciple this year. As he spoke, his face revealed a look of envy. Didn't you want the dragon bones? Go get them now. Ning Qi laughed. Hey, I'm going now. Duan Yingjun joyfully ran towards the dragon skeleton. At this moment, when the others saw that the Fong clan's Dowang had actually fought to a draw with Ning Qi, they were shocked and filled with curiosity towards Ning Qi. However, now that they had a mission to complete, everyone here was considered to be in a competitive relationship. Thus, no one came over to greet and befriend Ning Qi. Ning Qi is so strong, Situ Rin exclaimed. Big brother, you should participate in the next tournament. Situ Mingdeng smiled bitterly. I think so too. Situ, Yi said lightly. On the other side, Tai Bing and the other outer disciples stood together, forming a kind of alliance. The other top figures of the outer disciples shifted their shocked gazes from Ning Qi to Tai Bing and said, you are right. This kid is very strong. An ordinary person would not be able to cultivate such a genius. He really is related to Elder Meng. Maybe he is secretly accepted by Elder Meng as a disciple. That's possible. Then should we go and invite him to join us? Someone suggested. No need, Tai Bing said lightly. Even Situ Yi and the others who are on good terms with him invited him. He did not agree, let alone us. Don't be fooled by this guy's cheerful appearance. I'm afraid he is very arrogant in his heart. There's no need for us to go and be snubbed. Our top priority is to first explore this place and see what we can bring back. Big sister's words make sense. Then let's go. Not long after, the bustling entrance to the spirit formation turned into a pile of bones. The dragon skeleton had also been cleaned up by someone after Ning Qi and Fang Jing fought to a draw. Ning Qi and Duan Ingjun did not go far when they suddenly saw a black shadow flying over from the horizon. When the black shadow approached, Duan Ingjun's face revealed a look of horror. Dragon Clan. In the Dragon Continent, except for Ning Qi who had the Dragon Slayer system, everyone had a trace of innate fear of the Dragon Clan. After all, the Dragon Clan had ruled the continent for tens of thousands of years. This is a dragon soul. Ning Qi's face revealed a trace of surprise. The flying dragon did not have a physical body, it was only a shadow, but it seemed to have a mind of its own. After staring coldly at the two for a moment, it let out a silent roar and attacked the two. Oh my, this dragon soul is probably a peak rank 6 existence. Feeling the oppressive aura from the dragon soul, Duan Ingjun hurriedly struck out a few palms. No wonder the Dragon Slayer combat energy and Dragon Devouring Fire are so restless. So this is my natural leveling ground. Ning Qi laughed maniacally in his heart. With a flick of his finger, a Dragon Devouring Fire shot directly at the dragon soul. A trace of fear appeared in its eyes, and it turned to flee while wagging its tail. However, it was too late. The Dragon Devouring Fire came into contact with its body and engulfed it in an instant. Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing a rank 6 boss dragon soul. 10,000 experience points obtained. The experience points are so low. Ning Qi frowned slightly. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining 500 Dragon Slayer coins. So that's how it is. Ning Qi's face revealed a look of ecstasy. It did not matter if the experience points were low, but the dragon soul actually dropped Dragon Slayer coins. With the Dragon Devouring Fire's restraint on dragon souls and the Dragon Slayer combat energy, Ning Qi could even easily kill a rank 7 dragon soul. This way, he could quickly accumulate a large number of Dragon Slayer coins here. Moreover, it could also raise the ranking of the Dragon Devouring Fire on the Exceptional Fire list. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Duan Ingjun stared at this scene with his mouth agape. He asked in a daze, "Boss, what move did you just use? The rank 6 dragon soul died just like that?" He could not help but be shocked. At this moment, the others had also encountered the dragon soul. Not only were they unable to defeat it, but they were also being hunted down. Even the 3 from the Fong family were the same. This was because, although the dragon soul did not have a physical body, it was only slightly weaker than when it was alive. Some dragon souls that had existed for an extremely long time could even cultivate to be stronger than when they were alive. This move of mine is called Dragon Slayer of the World. Ning Qi smiled slightly. Not far away, there were a few fellows fighting with the dragon soul. Ning Qi smiled faintly and directly dashed over without saying anything to Duan Ingjun. "Junior brother, no, senior brother, come and help." Chapter 304. Right a lot these outer sect disciples of the Cloud Rising sect had joined the sect many years before Ning Qi. But in this moment of danger, they even called him senior brother. Of course, Ning Qi wasn't doing this to save them. He was doing it for the Dragon Slayer coins. When the dragon soul saw Ning Qi, it immediately turned around and bit at Ning Qi. It even spat out soul flames from its mouth. These flames did not burn the flesh, but the soul. Ning Qi flicked his finger, and the dragon devouring karmic fire instantly landed on its body. It struggled in the air for a few breaths before its soul dissipated. Another 500 Dragon Slayer coins. How is this possible? The few fellows who were saved stared at Ning Qi in shock. A tier 6 dragon soul was actually destroyed just like that? Ning Qi ignored them and rushed towards the next dragon soul. After they appeared in the dragon graveyard, more and more dragon souls seemed to have smelled the scent of humans and came out of the graveyard. Oh my god, so fierce! Duan Ingjun had just arrived when he saw that Ning Qi had killed another rank 6 dragon soul. Shocked, he said to the senior disciples, "Do you see that? You're discriminating against us new disciples. Now, who saved you? Remember to give Ning Qi a big gift when you return to the sect." I'm his little brother, so you can find me when the time comes. Yes, yes. Junior brother, your name is Duan Ingjun, right? We'll remember it. These few older disciples replied in fear and trepidation after having escaped from death. Actually, their cultivations were not weak. All of them were 4- or 5-star doangs. They could pinch Duan Ingjun to death with one hand. However, Duan Ingjun had been following behind Ning Chi ever since he had entered the sect. He had long been treated by them as Ning Chi's top lackey. Hence, the stronger Ning Chi was, the higher Duan Ingjun's position in their hearts. Good that you know. Duan Ingjun felt great and immediately rushed toward Ning Chi. At this moment, Tai Bing and the others were surrounded by 3 rank 6 dragon souls. Situ Yi and the others were not much better off. The originally scattered people gradually gathered together to deal with the dragon souls. The situation of the other forces was more or less the same. Eldest senior sister, let's leave this damned place. These dragon souls are endless. It's not something we can handle. A few disciples who had dodged the dragon soul's sure-kill attack shouted in fear. Leave. A trace of unwillingness flashed in Tai Bing's eyes as he heavily struck the dragon soul in front of him. The dragon's soul dissipated for about a breath's worth of time before condensing again. This time, it was clearly much more transparent than before. A stage 6 dragon soul would require tens of sword strikes to kill. The competition for cultivation in the Cloud Rising sect was too fierce. Since they had already come to this forbidden area, Tai Bing would definitely not be willing to return empty-handed. She yelled, "Attack one dragon soul with all your might. If we leave empty-handed, the elder won't let us go." Yes, hearing this, the disciples gritted their teeth and roared as they charged toward the dragon soul. As Situ Yi and the others ran, they fought back from time to time. Several of the new disciples who followed him had already died in the mouth of the dragon soul. They gradually moved closer to Tai Bing and the others. Big brother, these dragon souls don't have a physical body. They're even harder to deal with than when they were alive. Situ Ren's chest was hit by the dragon soul's tail, and he fell heavily beside Situ Yi. Situ Yi reacted quickly and stabbed his sword out, grabbing Situ Ren, who had fallen to the ground the moment the dragon's soul dissipated. A trace of fear flashed in Situ Ren's eyes as he already had the intention to retreat. Second brother, these dragon souls aren't too difficult to deal with. Have you guys realized that the intelligence of the dragon clan is definitely not lower than ours? However, these stage 6 dragon souls only know how to charge around recklessly. They don't even try to dodge our attacks. As long as we cooperate well, we can still kill them. Situ Ming said, "Set up the sword formation." Situ Yi's eyes lit up as he roared. In an instant, 7 or 8 brothers of the Situ clan immediately joined forces to set up a sword formation. As expected, an extremely ordinary sword formation was not able to be broken by the dragon souls. They continued to charge around recklessly and were directly killed by Situ Yi and the others using the sword formation. Ha ha ha, it's working. Mother **her, kill all these bastards. Situ Rin was ecstatic. Unlike them, Fong Jing and the other 2 seemed to be very relaxed. The dragon souls that came were all killed by the 3 of them. Suddenly, Fong Jing's eyes lit up as she pointed to the front and said, "Look, that's the sacrificial altar. The dragon clan's sacrificial altar. It's the place where the elders of the dragon clan worship the ancestral dragon when the dragon clan is buried. There must be ancient elixirs and ancient fighting weapons as offerings. If we're lucky, we might even be able to find some ancient spiritual herbs. Let's hurry over there." The 2 of them looked in the direction that Fong Jing was pointing and saw that there was a huge flat ground halfway up the mountain. On the flat ground, there was an ancient sacrificial altar. On both sides of the sacrificial altar were statues of the dragon clan, both of them looking up at the sky and roaring. At this moment, a dragon's soul suddenly crawled out of the sacrificial altar. After letting out a silent roar, it soared into the sky and flew toward the three of them. The dragon souls came from the sacrificial altar. As long as we destroy the sacrificial altar, they should die, right? Let's go. The three of them immediately quickened their pace. As they approached the sacrificial altar, more and more rank 6 dragon souls appeared on the sacrificial altar. From 1 dragon soul at a time, 2 dragon souls at a time, then 3 dragon souls, and finally 7 or 8 dragon souls appeared at a time. Soon, the three of them were surrounded by more than 10 rank 6 dragon souls. If there were only 3 or 4 dragon souls, they could still deal with them easily. However, there were more than 10 dragon souls, which greatly increased the pressure on them. Soon, wounds appeared on Feng Jing's body. The rest of the forces also discovered the dragon's sacrificial altar as they fought and ran. It's the dragon's sacrificial altar. Destroy it quickly. Otherwise, we'll all die here. Even the 3 from the Feng family can't hold on any longer. Everyone, although we don't know each other, now that we're in the same place, we should work together against these dragon souls. Destroy the sacrificial altar together, and we should be able to get rid of the danger here. Someone suggested loudly. This suggestion was approved by most of the people. More than 1,000 king of fighters formed the shape of a sharp sword and attacked the sacrificial altar continuously. Divine Sun, these dragon souls have been lured away by them. Let's take the opportunity to get to the sacrificial altar and take the treasure first. In the dark, Li Dongshui and the others hid after killing a few dragon souls with Hua Wushang. At this moment, they were watching the others fight with the dragon souls. Hua Wushang nodded and said, "Go and lure the dragon souls away. I'll go to the sacrificial altar." Li Dongshui was slightly stunned, and a chill flashed in his heart. Seeing Hua Wushang looking at him with spirited eyes, he smiled and said, "This kind of work is naturally done by me. Please wait a moment, young master." Chapter 305. Leave this place to me. In the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Ning Qi had already harvested more than 12 dragon souls. His Dragon Slayer coins had increased by 6 to 7,000. He felt like a scavenger who had suddenly fallen into a cave full of gold and gems. Duan Yingjun panted as he followed behind Ning Qi. He had not attacked once and had only followed Ning Qi here and there. He had already expended a lot of energy. Ning Qi noticed the commotion in front of him. Is that the dragon's altar? Did the dragon's souls fly out from there? His heart skipped a beat when he realized that the crowd seemed to be intentionally destroying the altar. Aren't they King cutting off my path to riches? Ning Qi dashed toward the altar without hesitation. Duan Yingjun, who had just caught his breath, hurriedly followed. He was smart enough to know that staying with Ning Qi was the safest option. Ah! A woman shrieked in fear when she saw the dragon's souls charging toward her. She was at the back of the group and thought that this was the safest place. However, the strong cultivators were all at the front of the group. If the dragon souls attacked from the back, they would suffer heavy casualties because they could not handle a 6th-rank dragon soul. Just when she thought that she was going to die, she closed her eyes in fear and did not even know how to resist. A moment later, why am I not dead? She slowly opened her eyes and saw that the dragon's soul had disappeared. In front of her stood a young man with a faint smile on his face. She recognized Ning Qi, and Ning Qi recognized her. At the city gate of Rising Cloud City, he had mocked her for not even wearing a pair of pants and said that he was a new outer disciple of the Rising Cloud sect like her. "Senior brother, thank you for saving me." The woman was touched. "Be careful." Ning Qi smiled and dashed toward the next dragon soul. It did not take long for another 12 dragon souls to die in his hands. At this time, someone had already noticed Ning Qi's strange behavior. Why was it strange? While the others were dodging the dragon souls, he took the initiative to face them head-on. Moreover, not a single dragon soul could withstand a single attack from him. Finally, someone discovered the profundity within. Dragon devouring fire! Impossible. He has the dragon race's nemesis, the mystical fire. Did he enter the dragon graveyard by mistake? No wonder he could kill dragon's soul so easily. That must be an outer disciple of the cloud rising sect. Yes. Big brother, look. Situ Mingdang pointed in Ningqi's direction and saw 7 or 8 dragon souls surrounding Ningqi, but they were all easily killed by Ningqi. There was a relaxed smile on his face, and as if he was taking a leisurely stroll in a field, he walked towards the crowd. The crowd had spent the time it took to brew a cup of tea, but Ningqi had only spent a few dozen breaths. This guy is definitely Elder Ming's disciple. Otherwise, how could a 6-star Do Wang be this strong? A peak Do Wang beside Tai Bing enviously said, "Yeah, I think he's almost the same as those freaks in the inner sect who only know how to cultivate. This kid can only be befriended, not offended. That's not right. I heard that his master is Elder Shintu. If he is Elder Ming's disciple, how could he have another deacon elder as his master?" That's true. Everyone looked at Ning Qi in shock. Ning Qi walked to Situ Yi's side and said with a faint smile, "Brother Situ, leave these dragon souls to me. Why don't you take this opportunity to search other places? Brother Ning, let's destroy the dragon tribe's altar together, and these dragon souls will disappear." Situ Yi said, "You're wrong. How do you know that destroying the dragon tribe's altar will not cause a change in this world? We can still deal with these dragon souls, but if the world changes, you and I will be crushed into pieces." Ning Qi smiled. Hearing this, everyone's faces revealed a trace of contemplation. Nearby, Fong Jing and the other 2 suddenly looked at Ning Qi. "Third sister, what he said makes sense. The dragon tribe has many tricks up their sleeves. If we destroy the altar, it will likely attract even more powerful existences. But these dragon souls are endless," Fong Jing said after killing the dragon soul in front of her. "I just saw that the kid has the dragon devouring fire. Although this heavenly flame is not ranked high, it is the bane of the dragon tribe, especially the dragon souls. One touch of it will almost certainly kill them. Let him block these dragon souls, and we will have one less strong competitor." That makes sense. The 3 of them looked at each other and suddenly unleashed an extremely powerful attack, forcing the dragon souls around them to retreat. They immediately turned around and ran. At this moment, Ning Qi was standing at the front of the group, and all of the dragon souls roared and pounced at Ning Qi. "Brother Ning, be careful." Situ Yi's face showed a trace of worry. However, Ning Qi smiled, and instead of retreating, he directly went toward the group of dragon souls and said, "Brother Situ, go do what you should do. Leave this place to me. By the way, help me take care of Fatty Duan." Duan Ingjun had just run to Ning Qi's side when he heard this, and immediately said discontentedly, "My name is Duan Ingjun, not Fatty Duan." "Brother Duan, follow us closely." Situ Yi nodded at him and said. Ning Qi looked at the dragon souls flying toward him, as if they were strings of dragon slayer coins floating in front of him. He laughed wildly, and a dozen dragon devouring fire shot directly at them. Everyone was extremely shocked. Although they knew that Ning Qi had the advantage of the dragon devouring fire, it was too terrifying to kill a dozen rank 6 dragon souls at once. Fortunately, the dragon devouring fire did not have such a strong effect on humans. Otherwise, who would be Ning Qi's opponent? Seeing that Ning Qi had attracted the attention of all the dragon souls, everyone dispersed and quietly ran toward the altar. Fong Jing and the others were the first to arrive at the altar. However, they discovered that someone had already taken advantage of the gap between the appearance of the dragon souls and looted everything on the altar. At this moment, the altar was completely empty. Hua Wushang saw Fong Jing and the other 2 and was shocked and turned to run. "Take him down!" Fong Jing roared, and the 3 chased after Hua Wushang. "Big brother," Hua Wushang got all the things first. What should we do? Situ Ran looked at Hua Wushang's fleeing back and asked in a low voice. Although he is very annoying, he is still an outer sect disciple of the Cloud Rising sect, just like us. We should help him and force him to hand over the things. When the time comes, we can split them evenly. If he doesn't hand them over and leaves the barrier, the things will be taken by Elder Meng. It will not do him any good. Situ, Yi said, but the 3 from the Fong clan are too strong. Situ, Mingdeng frowned. Situ, Yi looked at Tai Bing and the others, who were following closely behind, and smiled. Don't we still have them? What happened? Tai Bing rushed to Situ Yi's side. The altar was plundered by Hua Wushang, and now the 3 from the Fong clan are chasing him. Situ Yi said, Chase. Chapter 306. 1. 10. 15. 15. Ning Qi muttered as he used the devouring dragon fire to kill the dragon souls. The rank 6 dragon souls became more and more afraid as they fought. Finally, they turned around and fled back into the altar. Ning Qi was stunned for a moment before he hurriedly chased after them. After killing a few more lone dragon souls, the rest of the dragon souls returned to the altar. At this moment, the altar began to shake. This movement attracted everyone's attention. They stared at the altar with fear on their faces. What happened? Could it be that that fellow killed too much and caused a change in the world? Should we escape? No, we have to at least capture that outer disciple of the Cloud Rising sect. Otherwise, how are we going to explain this to the old ancestor? At this moment, a pitch-black giant dragon crawled out of the altar. It was different from the previous dragon souls. The scales on its body were densely packed and looked extremely distinct. It looked exactly like a living dragon. This giant dragon's body was incomparably huge. Just its head and neck alone were over 100 feet long. On its head, there were 2 sharp curved horns burning with black flames. It stared coldly at Ning Qi and growled. "Ant, who allowed you to step into the dragon graveyard? How dare you kill over 100 dragon souls of the dark demon dragon king? This is unforgivable." Its voice was very loud, deafening like a clap of thunder. As it spoke, its entire body had already escaped from the altar. It was a huge dragon over 1,000 feet long. It covered the sky and was extremely shocking. Just this physical body alone was enough to cause an ordinary Do Zun to be helpless. Dark Demon Dragon King. Rank 7 Boss Dragon Soul. Ning Qi's face revealed a cautious expression after he checked its attributes. A rank 7 boss and a Dragon King, its strength was probably similar to an ordinary Do Zun. Hua Wushang, who had been frantically escaping, revealed an expression of joy when he discovered this situation. He used all his strength to escape toward the exit. This dragon soul was not easy to deal with. Its appearance shocked the 3 people from the Fong clan who were chasing Hua Wushang. They were stunned for a moment, giving Hua Wushang time to catch his breath. "Ning Qi, I'm going out with the treasure. You can die here." Hua Wushang laughed in his heart. With Ning Qi blocking the dragon soul, he would reap the greatest benefits. It was simply too satisfying. I shouldn't have listened to Ning Qi. If I had destroyed this altar earlier, I would have been fine. A Peak Do Wang beside Tai Bing frowned and said, "Bullshit. Do you think that the dragon won't show up when you destroy the altar? Too naive." Duan Ingjun scolded loudly. If Ning Qi hadn't killed so many dragon souls, he wouldn't have come here. Duan Tianying said coldly. "Sky Eagle, that's where you're wrong. Without Ning Qi blocking the dragon soul, how could you guys be so relaxed right now?" When Duan Ingjun faced Duan Tianying, there was always a trace of habitual fear in his heart. After all, when he was in the divine dragon manor, he was bullied by Duan Tianying. "Aren't you Ning Qi's dog? Now that he's in danger, why aren't you going to save him? I'm leaving now. Duan Tianying sneered and said to Duan Hualien and Duan Feifei, "Let's go." Seeing that the three of them were leaving, the other outer disciples hesitated for a moment and directly ran towards the exit without saying goodbye to Tai Bing. "Let's go. This dragon soul isn't something we can provoke." Tai Bing sighed and also turned to leave. Not long after, only Duan Ingjun, Situ Yi, and the others were left. "Big brother, let's go. With our strength, we can't fight against this dragon." Situ Ming said, "Guys, Ning Qi is still there. We should go and help him." Duan Ingjun said, "Brother Duan, it's not that we don't want to help, but look at the power of that dragon. Can we beat it? A wise man submits to circumstances. Hurry up and call Ning Qi to escape." Situ Rin shook his head and said, Situ. He hesitated for a moment, then cupped his hands at Duan Ingjun and quickly fled towards the exit. Ning Qi calmly looked at the dark demon dragon king and said with a faint smile, "Unforgivable? How are you going to punish me?" A trace of mockery flashed in the dark demon dragon king's eyes. "And your companions have already escaped. Aren't you afraid at all?" Ning Qi turned to look. Indeed, other than Duan Ingjun, there was no one else in the distance. This group of fellows really ran fast. However, this dragon was so calm. Clearly, things weren't that simple. He signaled Duan Ingjun not to get close and then smiled at the dark demon dragon king. "Whether I'm afraid or not, you still want to kill me. Why should I be afraid? The exit is probably sealed now. Otherwise, given the vengeful nature of the dragon race, would they let them leave? Ha ha ha, you humans are really smart." The dark demon dragon king laughed loudly. Perhaps because it hadn't spoken to anyone for too long, it wasn't in a hurry to kill Ning Qi. On the other side, Hua Wushang was the first to run to the boundary. A trace of wild joy appeared on his face. As long as he stepped out of this place, he would be safe. He thought of the treasures in his universe ring. Back then, he had been anxious and hadn't checked them carefully. In any case, they were definitely very valuable. According to the rules of the Cloud Rising sect, he only needed to hand over 70%. With the remaining 30%, he would be able to break through to Emperor Do in no time. Thinking of this, Hua Wushang laughed loudly and rushed toward the boundary. Then, with a bang, he crashed into the boundary. Because he was unprepared and didn't have any Do Qi to protect his body, his nose and face swelled up. He fell heavily to the ground, blood flowing from his nose. His heart skipped a beat. He immediately got up and tried to walk out of the boundary again. In the end, he sadly discovered that there was a mysterious power on the boundary that was blocking him. He couldn't get out at all. "You keep running." A cold voice sounded behind him. Hua Wushang turned around in a daze and saw Fang Jing smiling coldly at him. "Is there a problem with the boundary?" Fang Jing's big brother and second brother hurriedly ran to the boundary to check and found that they couldn't get out either. "The three of you, the most important thing now is to find a way to leave this place." Hua Wushang laughed dryly and said, "Haha, you're Hua Wushang, right? The divine son of the 5-poison divine sect? Hand over your universe ring to me, and I will spare your life. Otherwise, if you let me out, I will definitely bring people to your 5-poison divine sect. The sect leader, Hua Yu, is only a 1-star Dozun, right?" Fang Jing laughed coldly. I am now a disciple of the Cloud Rising sect. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you are a disciple of the Fang family. Do you think I don't know that there are hundreds of thousands of disciples in the Fang sacred palace? You are merely a peak Dowang, and you want to threaten my mother? What a joke! Hua Wushang's expression changed slightly as he said, coldly, Fang Jing was just about to attack when Situ Yi, Tai Bing, and the others arrived. Chapter 307. Can't get out, Hua Wushang hand over the items and split them evenly. Otherwise we won't interfere. An outer disciple of the Cloud Rising sect said loudly, "Yes, still thinking of taking it for yourself. How shameless." Hua Wushang's expression became uglier and uglier. He wanted to tear these people to pieces. However, he had no choice but to smile and say, I don't want to hog it all for myself. When the time comes, Elder Meng will definitely reward everyone generously. Hua Wushang isn't going out, but he's being blocked by 3 people from the Fong family. Could it be? Tai Bing frowned and looked at Fong Jing. Can't we get out? We can't get out. Fong Jing nodded and smiled coldly. Otherwise, he wouldn't be like this. Then she glanced at Hua Wushang. Why can't we get out? The people of Miao Li were shocked and quickly walked to the front of the barrier to check. There's a mysterious force on it. Let's all work together and see if we can forcefully open the barrier. Otherwise, if the dragon kills Ning Qi and comes after us, we'll all die here. The people of Miao Li turned around and said, We can give it a try. Situ nodded. Peak King Do stepped forward. We'll attack first. The people of Miao Li shouted. Each of the 10+ factions had 3 to 4 Peak Dowongs. There was a total of 40 to 50 people added into the mix. Everyone stood together and unleashed their strongest martial skills at the same time under Fong Jing's command. There were palm techniques, fist techniques, sword techniques, and knife techniques. Other than the normal purple-colored douqi, there were also various kinds of different colored douqi. Dozens of different martial techniques gathered together and smashed toward the blue-colored barrier. This strength would likely cause even a Peak Do Huang to die with hatred. Boom! When the smoke dissipated, there was no change to the barrier. We don't have enough people. 9-star King Do, come out too. The people of Miao Li said. Fong Jing glanced at him and said coldly, no need. Everyone come out. She was much more influential than the people of Miao Li. After all, she was a disciple of the Fong family. Therefore, everyone stepped forward. Thousands of King Do attacked at full force. Even an ordinary 1-star Do Zong would be seriously injured, if not dead. The attack landed on the blue barrier, but it didn't even cause a ripple. Fong Jing's expression changed slightly. She turned to look in the direction of the altar and said indifferently, I'm afraid that giant dragon is the key to us leaving this place. If it doesn't die, no one will be able to leave. It's so strong. If we go over, we won't even be able to take a bite out of it. How do we kill it? I don't think even the elder deacon is his match. An outer sect disciple from the cloud, rising, sect frowned. Ning Qi is still there. Why don't we go and see what's going on? Situ Run hesitated for a moment before saying, I'm afraid he's already dead. Hua Wushang sneered. He could naturally tell that the power of the enormous black dragon was something that even Shintu Yuanba, a 6-star Dozong, could not compare to. It was likely that it had the strength of a 9-star or a Peak Dozong. Killing a slightly stronger 6-star Do Wang would not even take a breath's time. That's not right. If he's dead, the dragons should be here by now. Situ Mingding's eyes lit up. Are you saying that Ning Qi is not dead yet? Someone asked doubtfully. It's very likely. In any case, we can't leave this place now. Whether we live or die, we will have to face it eventually. Instead of waiting for death here, we might as well take the initiative to go and see what's going on. Situ Mingding said, Then let's go. Situ nodded and took the lead to walk back after saying that. In that case, we really can't get out. Then Hua Wushang must be very disappointed, right? The corner of Ning Qi's mouth curled into a smile. And for you to still be able to talk so cheerfully in front of me at this moment, it seems like your identity isn't simple either. You already have the qualifications to become an expert. It's a pity that you've met me. However, if you were to open your mouth and beg me, I might be merciful and let you off. The dark demon dragon king's vicious eyes flickered with a cunning look. It was clearly playing with Ning Qi like a cat teasing a mouse. After it was done, it would attack and kill Ning Qi. How could Ning Qi not know what it was thinking? He smiled slightly and said, All right, then I will beg you. just when the dark demon dragon king thought that Ning Chi was really going to open his mouth and beg for mercy. Ning Chi suddenly leaped up and took the initiative to attack. 18 dragon subduing palms. 5 tigers breaking the gate saber, devouring dragon hellfire. Ning Chi held a saber in his right hand and summoned all the deviant flames in his body to attack the dark demon dragon king. How dare you! The dark demon dragon king was instantly enraged. The ant that it was prepared to tease to death actually took the initiative to attack. This was clearly looking down on it. With a twist of its body, its huge tail whizzed through the air and smashed into Ning Chi at lightning speed. At the same time, Ning Chi's palm technique, saber technique, and devouring dragon hellfire all landed on its tail. Then Ning Chi violently spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Situ-yi and the others happened to walk back and see this scene. Hua Wushang was at the back of the group. When he saw Ning Chi being sent flying with a single blow, his face revealed a gloating expression. But at this moment, the majority of the people felt that they were in the same boat. "Boss, are you all right?" Duan Ingjun jumped in fright and hurriedly ran towards Ning Chi. At the same time, he also noticed that Situ-yi and the others had returned. He had some doubts in his heart, but he was worried about Ning Chi and did not think too much about it for now. I'm fine." Ning Chi waved his hand and stood up on his own. This attack had taken away more than 53,000 HP. From the looks of it, he could only withstand 3 attacks from the Dark Demon Dragon King. He took out an Earth-high-grade rejuvenation pill and swallowed it, instantly restoring his HP to full. What? He took a blow from a Tier 7 dragon head-on and actually survived. Heavens, is this really a king of fighters? Someone looked at this scene in shock. Hua Wushang's expression was extremely ugly. He still didn't die. This damn thing's life is really tough. The way Fong Jing looked at Ning Chi changed slightly. Suddenly, she was a little curious about him. Devouring dragon hellfire. "Aunt, how did you get this kind of deviant flame?" The dark demon dragon king felt an intense pain from its tail. It was the pain of its soul being burned. It was 100 times more intense than when it had a physical body. Ning Chi looked at the dark demon dragon king coldly, praying in his heart that the devouring dragon hellfire would take effect. Unfortunately, the dark demon dragon king's rank was too high. The devouring dragon hellfire could not kill it instantly. The tail that came into contact with the devouring dragon hellfire was cut off by itself, dissipating between heaven and earth. Then the severed part of the tail regenerated, exactly the same as the one that had just been cut off. Moreover, the 18 subduing dragon palms and the dragon slayer saber did not seem to cause any damage to it. The tenebrous demon dragon king stared coldly at Ning Chi. Only the erupting black flames on its horns could show just how furious it was. It doesn't feel good, does it? Does it hurt? Speaking of which, this devouring dragon hellfire was obtained from your dragon graveyard. It's just the right thing to use to kill a thing like you who still wants to commit sins even after death. Chapter 308. Chapter 308. Activating bronze summoning voucher. Hee hee ha 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 ha. The dark, demonic dragon king's laughter grew louder and louder. Those with lower cultivation were even forced to take a few steps back by the terrifying sound wave. It's angry. Everyone was frightened. None of you can leave today. I'll kill him first. Then I'll deal with you all. The dark, demonic dragon king laughed maniacally and flapped its wings toward Ning Chi. Despite its huge body, it reached Ning Chi in an instant. Its abyss-like mouth opened wide and bit at Ning Chi. Everyone subconsciously retreated several hundred zhang away. Some of the more cowardly ones even fled toward the exit. Ning Chi instantly covered his entire body with devouring dragon karmic fire. "Bite me," Ning Chi sneered. The tenebrous demon dragon king abruptly stopped in its tracks. In the next moment, its gigantic tail smashed towards Ningqi. Ningqi was sent flying several hundred zhang away like a golf ball. Then the tenebrous demon dragon king's figure gradually faded away. To everyone's horror, the tenebrous demon dragon king had appeared behind Ningqi at an indescribable speed and struck him with its tail again. "It's toying with Ningqi," Situ Yi said with a frown. "Everyone, let's attack together. I don't believe that this dead dragon can stop so many of us kings of combat." Duan Ingjun roared and charged toward the dark, demonic dragon king. In the end, he awkwardly discovered that no one responded to his call. "Do you really think it'll let us go after killing Ningqi? If we don't attack now, are we going to wait for it to kill us one by one?" Duan Ingjun said angrily. "I'll go with you." Suddenly, a woman stood up. Her cultivation was low, but Duan Ingjun had some impression of her. She was also an outer disciple of the Cloud Rising sect. Ningqi had just saved her life. All right, Duan Ingjun was moved. Then, the two of them charged toward the dark, demonic dragon king as if they were facing death with equanimity. "Let's go," Situ Yi said indifferently. "Die with your eggs facing the sky." Situ Rin sneered. "We of the Situ clan are not cowards," Situ Mingdeng said with a smile. "Either it dies or we die." The remaining brothers of the Situ clan responded one after another. Under Situ Yi's lead, they bravely charged towards the tenebrous demon dragon king. So be it. A Cloud Rising sect, outer sect, disciple side and followed closely behind. With them taking the lead, more and more people joined the group. However, there were more people who were afraid of death. They still hoped that they would get lucky and did not dare to take the initiative to attack the tenebrous demon dragon king. Within the Cloud Rising sect, only Tai Bing and Situ Yi, two peak Dowangs, made a move. Miao, Li Run, Hua Wushang, and 3 other peak Dowangs stood where they were. Their expressions changed a few times, but they still did not move. So powerful. Ningqi was beaten to the point that he didn't even have the strength to fight back. If he hadn't taken one high-grade Earth Step Spring return pill after another, he would have lost his life long ago. However, the tenebrous demonic dragon king didn't have it easy either. Every time it attacked Ningqi, a chunk of its tail would vanish. "Charge! Go to hell!" At this moment, Duan Ingjun crazily flew over and slashed at the tenebrous demonic dragon king. Ningqi discovered that there were more than 200 Dowangs behind him. There were outer sect disciples of the Cloud Rising sect and Dowangs from other factions. At this moment, a trace of madness appeared on their faces. Ants, the tenebrous demonic dragon king, turned its head to look. The corner of its mouth curled into a mocking smile as it ignored their attacks and continued to attack Ningqi. However, with just this glance, Ningqi found an opportunity. A bronze summoning voucher appeared in his hand. At the same time, the attacks of Duan Ingjun and the others rained down on the tenebrous demonic dragon king. Unfortunately, it had no effect at all. It merely flapped its wings, and everyone was swatted to the ground like mosquitoes. Some Dowangs with only 1 or 2 stars of cultivation were seriously injured. Duan Ingjun, for example, fainted immediately after landing on the ground. Situ Yi, Tai Bing, and the others did not have it easy either. They vomited large mouthfuls of blood and felt a mysterious force invading their bodies, causing them to lose control of their doqi. Everyone had lost the ability to fight. "They're finished," Duan Tening muttered to himself as he watched the scene in a daze. Duan Hualien and Duan Feifei stood behind Duan Taning, their faces filled with terror. Duan Hualien said in a low voice, "I don't want to die yet. I have yet to take revenge. I once swore that once I became an inner sect disciple of the Cloud Rising sect, I would definitely return to the Marquis's mansion to fetch my mother and kill that heartless person. I don't want to die." When she raised her head, her face was already covered in tears. I am the divine son of the 5 poisons, divine sect. Sooner or later, I will take over the 5 poisons divine sect and become a Dozun. How can I die here? Hua Wushang looked at the tenebrous, demonic Dragon King with a stern look in his eyes. Li Dongshui, who had helped him block the attacks of the 3 from the Fang family, had appeared behind Hua Wushang. There was a crazed look in his eyes as he looked at Hua Wushang gloatingly. He laughed wildly in his heart. Ha ha ha! To think that this day would come for you. So what if you are a divine son? You will still die here with me. Third sister, what should we do? Fang Jing's 2 brothers looked at her in horror. I hope that it will return to the altar after it has eaten its fill. I'm guessing that it won't be able to come out of the altar for long. Otherwise, it would have appeared from the beginning. Why would it wait until Ning Qi slaughtered so many rank 6 dragon souls? Fang Jing said with an ugly expression. Everyone hoped that they would be lucky. None of them planned to be like Situ Yi and the others, like moths to a flame. This was human nature. The tenebrous, demonic Dragon King laughed and looked at Ning Qi mockingly. Look at them. How ignorant and fearless. They dare to take the initiative to attack the great, tenebrous, demonic Dragon King. Ning Qi smiled. Before you kill me, I have a question for you. Ha ha ha, speak. I'm too happy today. The tenebrous, demonic Dragon King laughed. Do you still have descendants in Dongxian? He's also a demonic dragon. He calls himself the demonic Dragon King. Ning Qi smiled. What? Shock flashed in the tenebrous, demonic Dragon King's eyes. You don't have to answer. I understand. When I get out, I will kill him and let him accompany you. Don't worry. Ning Qi smiled faintly and said in his heart, Activate the bronze summoning voucher. There must be an expert. Ning Qi prayed in his heart. The bronze summoning voucher in his hand suddenly exploded with a blinding light. Even the tenebrous, demonic Dragon King was shocked and subconsciously took a step back. What happened? Everyone looked at Ning Qi in shock. Chapter 309. Flying Dagger. Every grid on the wheel was a small category from low to high, with the highest being a Dou Emperor. In the blink of an eye, the needle stopped on a small category. Subsequently, a figure gradually condensed in front of Ning Qi. Could it be that the ancestor has come to save us? Everyone thought excitedly when they saw this scene. Who is it? I clearly closed the entrance. Why would an expert still come here? The tenebrous demon Dragon King sensed an aura that was not weaker than it was, perhaps even stronger. Not long after, an extremely handsome young man with shoulder-length hair appeared in front of Ning Qi. He wore a white robe and stood in the air with his hands behind his back. Sir, what can I do for you? He asked indifferently. Li Tanhua, please kill this evil dragon before me. Ning Qi said. He was a little unconfident. Oh. The young man nodded. His eyes suddenly turned to the tenebrous demon Dragon King with a sharp gaze. He suddenly raised his hand, and a 3-inch-long flying dagger flew toward the tenebrous demon Dragon King with a speed as fast as lightning. The tenebrous demon Dragon King could not react in time and was pierced from head to tail by the flying dagger. Ha ha ha! This kind of attack can't hurt me at all. The tenebrous demon Dragon King looked down at its body, then raised its head and laughed maniacally. Its eyes were full of mockery as it looked at Ning Qi and Li Tanhua. Is that so? The young man smiled faintly. Suddenly, a golden ray of light shot out from the tenebrous demon Dragon King's body. Then 2, 3, and soon, countless golden rays shot out from its body. How can this be? The tenebrous demon Dragon King revealed a trace of fear in its eyes as it looked at the young man with a face of disbelief. Ha ha ha, that's what you get. Ning Qi hurriedly threw a dragon-devouring hellfire at the tenebrous demon Dragon King before it completely dissipated. This dragon-devouring karmic fire was the straw that broke the camel's back. The tenebrous demon dragon king held miserably and exploded with a boom. The fragments of the dragon's soul turned into specks of light that dissipated into the air. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the Tier 7 boss dragon soul, tenebrous demon dragon king. 50,000 experience points obtained. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully leveling up. The host is now a 7-star Dowang. Ningqi's body was shrouded in a layer of white light. He felt that the Do Qi in his body had once again increased by 70 to 80%, and his whole body was filled with power. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5,000 Dragon Slayer coins. Ding! Congratulations to host for swallowing Dragon Karmic Fire and advancing to 73rd place on the Exceptional Flame list. Ding! Since the host has killed the main soul of this dragon graveyard, the full view of this dragon graveyard will be revealed soon. Ningqi was overjoyed by the 5 consecutive system notifications, especially the last one. Was the full picture about to be released? It was very likely that the space they were seeing now was only a small part of it, and the fruit that Lu Yuanhao mentioned was in the unopened part. Ningqi examined his own attributes. Host Ningqi. Level 7-star Do Wang experience 0/1200000. Cultivation method. Dragon Elephant Prajna Art Level 4. 16500/1000000 Martial Arts Technique. 18 Dragons Subduing Palms. Level 5. 1356/1000000. The 4th layer of the top grade. 5 Tigers Breaking the Gate Blade. 7700/1000000. Health points 113450. Alchemy. 4th tier Alchemist Proficiency 145000/1000000. Dragon Slayer coins 103460. Ningqi was extremely satisfied with his gains this time. Not only had he broken through, but the power of the Dragon Karmic Fire had also increased. Most importantly, his Dragon Slayer coins had exceeded 100,000 for the first time. Li Tanhua, thank you. Ningqi cupped his hands at Li Xuanhuan. He really did not expect that a small flying dagger would be so powerful in his hands. It could even kill the Dark Demon Dragon King in an instant, as expected of a Dozun. Li Xuanhuan smiled slightly. The next moment he turned into a white light and disappeared into the air. Ningqi sighed. If he could summon him permanently and have him follow by his side, he would definitely be a great killing weapon. The Dark Demon Dragon King was killed by that person in an instant? Who is he? Why did he appear in such a way and leave in such a way? Hua Wushang stared blankly at Ningqi. Everyone, including Tai Bing and Situi, who had witnessed this scene, were unable to express their feelings at this moment. Tianning, he actually knows that kind of existence. We better not provoke him in the future. Duan Hualien said with surprise and joy. Although Duan Tianning was relieved, he did not feel happy for some reason. Ningqi dying at the hands of the Dark Demon Dragon King was the ending he wanted to see, right? Great. The Dark Demon Dragon King is dead. We can leave this place. Quick, go see if the boundary is open. Someone shouted. Hua Wushang reacted and was the first to rush out. Fang Jing, who had wanted to ask Ningqi about Li Xuanhuan's background, immediately chased after Hua Wushang when she saw the scene. Don't let Hua Wushang escape. Miao Li yelled and followed closely behind. Not long after, other than those Dowangs who had attacked the Dark Demon Dragon King with Duaning Jun and were seriously injured by the wings, everyone left like a tide. They did not even greet Ningqi, nor did they dare to look at him. They seemed to feel guilty and a little guilty. Brother Situ, senior sister Taibing, everyone, are you all right? Ningqi walked to Duan Ingjuan's side, pried open his thick lips, and threw an upper earth-level rejuvenation pill into it. Then he looked at everyone and asked, Ahem, Brother Ning, I'm fine. I just need to catch my breath. Situ, he coughed twice and said with a smile. Tai Bing shook her head calmly. I'm fine too. Duan Ingjun slowly woke up at this time. He glanced around vigilantly and did not see the dark demon dragon king. He asked curiously, what happened? Are we all dead? You're the dead one. Situ Rin laughed and scolded. Ah, where's that dragon? Duan Ingjun was puzzled. He was killed by someone. Speaking of which, Brother Ning, who was that expert just now? Situ, he asked Ning Chi. That's my distant cousin. He should be passing by. Ning Chi smiled slightly. Hearing this, everyone was immediately in awe. Could it be that Ning Chi is also related to one of the 9 great clans? Hearing Ning Chi say that it was his cousin, Situ Mingdang secretly guessed in his heart. In the end, he felt that his guess was very reasonable. Right at this moment, a loud rumbling sound came from afar. The mountain that the altar was built on was slowly sinking down. When the smoke dissipated, everyone was shocked to discover that there was another world behind the mountain. Compared to the land they were standing on, it could be considered as a paradise. Could it be that this is where the real sacrifice is? Tai Bing said in shock. Chapter 310. Hua Wushang, let's go take a look. Ning Chi smiled. Perhaps it was because they had all been seriously injured by the dark demon dragon king, so they had developed a camaraderie. Whoever had extra healing pills would be given to each other. When their injuries were almost healed, they got up and walked towards the forest. On the other side, after Hua Wushang saw the barrier, his face revealed a look of joy. However, he was also a little afraid of crashing into it, like last time, so he slowed down. Die for me! Fan Jing suddenly appeared behind him and hit Hua Wushang's back with her palm. Hua Wushang's whole body was hit by her palm and flew into the barrier. He did not hit a wall as expected. Instead, he smoothly passed through the barrier and returned outside. Damn it! Just a little bit more. Fang Jing's face showed a trace of anger. A group of old monsters surrounded the barrier, suddenly seeing Hua Wushang. Their faces revealed a trace of joy. Meng Qingling stepped forward and said, What's the situation inside? Is someone chasing you? Hua Wushang spat out a mouthful of blood. His face showed a trace of a bitter smile as he said, It's 3 people from the Fang family chasing me. Elder Meng, you have to help me. Meng Qingling glanced at Fang Xingnan and sneered. Since you have already come out, no one will dare to make a move. What's the situation inside? Quickly tell me. At this time, Fang Jing and the others also came out of the barrier. She coldly glanced at Hua Wushang and then stood behind Fang Xingnan. She whispered, Elder, this disciple did not handle the matter well. Please punish me. Fang Xingnan saw the expressions of the 3 and knew that there was no harvest this time. However, according to the usual practice, she still searched the 3's interspatial rings. Sure enough, apart from a few dragon bones, there was nothing else. The others also came out of the barrier one after another. The old monsters looked at their family's disciples expectantly. When they found out that they did not even get a hair, their faces turned ugly as if they had eaten shit. Who took the things inside? Fang Shangnan said coldly. At this moment, everyone had already stood behind their own ancestor once again, and there was a clear distinction between them. After hearing Fang Xingnan's words, countless eyes immediately fell on Hua Wushang. Meng Qingling's lips curled into a smile. What did you get from inside? Hua Wushang proudly swept his gaze over the crowd, then said to Meng Qingling, reporting to Elder Meng, I've snatched back all the items on the altar, but I didn't have the time to look at them. I hope Elder Meng can take a look. Then he took out the interspatial ring and poured out the items one by one. There were swords, spears, small porcelain bottles, and some armors. There should be about 70 to 80 of them. Ancient dough weapons and ancient medicinal pills. Is there a beauty-suppressing pill inside? Other than Meng Qingling and Fang Xingnan, this was what the old monsters valued the most. Meng Qingling opened one of the bottles, and her expression changed slightly. It was empty. Then she opened the second bottle, and it was still empty. "There's nothing in here. See for yourself," Meng Qingling said. A trace of disbelief flashed in Hua Wushang's eyes. He personally checked them, and indeed, after looking through all 20 bottles, there wasn't a single medicinal pill. "Fortunately, I still have these ancient fighting weapons. I should be able to exchange them for quite a lot of spirit crystals." Hua Wushang rejoiced. Fang Xingnan's lips curled into a mocking smile. "The bottles are empty. These fighting weapons, are they also fake? How can the dragon graveyard fighting weapons be fake?" Hua Wushang coldly snorted in his heart. Then he looked at Meng Qingling expectantly, waiting for her to appraise these ancient fighting weapons. Meng Qingling reached out her hand, and a blade steadily fell into her hand. Her palm emitted a trace of battle qi, and as soon as it entered the blade, it turned into powder. Hua Wushang was stunned. He had a bad premonition in his heart. He quickly picked up one himself and tested it. As long as the battle qi entered his body, it turned into powder. This phenomenon was very normal. When a fighting weapon was not properly maintained and washed over time, it would not be able to withstand the infusion of battle qi. This kind of fighting weapon was no different from trash. Ha ha ha! It seems that he picked up a pile of trash. Fang Jing could not help but let out a mocking laugh. Her big brother and second brother laughed in agreement. They looked at Hua Wushang with a trace of pity in their eyes. He had been chased several times because of these weapons. He had almost been seriously injured. In the end, he found out that these were only trash. They were not even comparable to ordinary weapons. When all the ancient fighting weapons had turned into powder, Meng Qingling's face showed a trace of anger. It did not matter that she did not gain anything, but Fang Xingnan's mocking expression made her extremely angry. It seems that this trip was a waste. An old monster sighed faintly. Meng Qingling swept her gaze over all the cloud-rising sect disciples and frowned. "There are still some people who have not come out. Are they dead or—" Everyone's face showed a trace of embarrassment. Could it be that they were timid, so they ran first, and those people were brave, so they fearlessly attacked the tenebrous demon dragon king, and in the end were seriously injured? "Speak, what is going on?" Meng Qingling coldly looked at Hua Wushang. Hua Wushang was still immersed in grief, but when Meng Qingling looked at him, he felt a chill run down his spine. He hurriedly reacted and rolled his eyes, saying, "It's like this, Elder Meng. We encountered a rank 7 dragon soul in this dragon graveyard. Those who have not come out yet must have been injured by it." "A rank 7 dragon soul? Then how did you come out?" Fang Xingnan coldly asked. "You have no right to ask the disciples of my cloud-rising sect." Meng Qingling glanced at Fang Xingnan, then said to Hua Wushang, "Continue." Hua Wushang said in a low voice, "Later on, we discovered that the barrier was sealed by this dragon soul, and we couldn't get out. Then we planned to fight with the rank 7 dragon soul, but an expert suddenly appeared and killed the rank 7 dragon soul." "What? Who could kill a rank 7 dragon soul?" The old monsters all showed expressions of shock. They had already tested it out. Existences above the Dowang level could not enter the dragon graveyard. Then, who could kill a rank 7 dragon soul that was equivalent to a Dozong? We do not know either. He suddenly appeared and then disappeared, but there is one person who knows. Elder, you can ask him. Hua Wushang said. "Who?" "It is Ning Qi." Hua Wushang whispered. "Him." Meng Qingling frowned slightly. "We have to get to the bottom of this. If there really is a Dozong who can enter the dragon graveyard, then it is normal for an outer disciple of your cloud rising sect to obtain this trash. I'm afraid that the good stuff has already been taken by him." One of the old monsters laughed coldly. "But how did he enter? We are all here. Forget about a Dozong. Even a Doshen cannot hide from our eyes. Perhaps there is another entrance. That makes sense. Let's wait for them to come out and ask them. Chapter 3:11. Chapter 3:11 Dragon Soul Fruit. What a rich spiritual chi. As soon as they entered the forest, a satisfied look appeared on their faces. Standing in the middle of the spiritual chi, they felt as though their pores had opened up. Aya, isn't that pigeon blood grass? A guy pointed to a place not far away and exclaimed. There was a patch of grass there, but the color of the grass was the same as pigeon blood. This was a necessary spiritual grass for refining chi-gathering pills. Ning Chi had a large pile of it in his space bag. The spiritual grass that he had bought from the Hongdan Pavilion had not been refined into pills yet. Tai Bing appeared beside the pigeon blood grass in a flash and plucked one. It is indeed pigeon blood grass. It looks like it is at least 30 years old. A 30-year-old pigeon blood grass is worth 5 lower spiritual crystals. There are at least tens of thousands of them here. Sidu Rin said in shock. At this moment, the look in everyone's eyes changed. Many of them were tempted. Ning Chi smiled. I suggest we split it equally. Equally. Someone frowned. However, when he saw the faint smile on Ning Chi's face, his heart skipped a beat. He immediately said, I agree. He had seen how powerful Ning Chi was. Although he was only a 6-star Dowang, it was likely that no one present was a match for Ning Chi. They had been seriously injured by the dark demon dragon king with a single slap. Yet Ning Chi had endured so many attacks as though nothing had happened. Even Fang Jing could only fight him to a draw. If they wanted to snatch the pigeon blood grass, even Tai Bing, Sita Yi, and the rest would not be able to beat the Cloud Rising sect. We can split it equally. There are so many pigeon blood grass, and there are only about 200 of us. Each of us should be able to get at least 1,000 or 2,000 of them. That is already a few thousand lower spiritual crystals. Even if we hand over 70% of the pigeon blood grass, we would still get quite a lot. Normally, we would only be able to earn that many spiritual crystals after a few months. Furthermore, there should be more spiritual crystals ahead of us. Sita Ming Deng said loudly. That makes sense. I agree to split it equally. Tai Bing's lips curled into a smile. She glanced at Ning Chi and said, Then you can split it. It will be more fair this way. I think everyone will believe you. Yes, Senior Ning can split it. The outer disciples of the Cloud Rising sect all agreed. Although the others were reluctant, they could not say anything at this time. Me. Forget it. How about this? I will appoint Duan Ingjun to split it equally with all of you. He is a 1-star Dowang and will not dare to play tricks in front of all of you. What do you think? Ning Chi laughed and pushed Fatty Duan out. Duan Ingjun's face was blank for a moment before he became ecstatic. This was a chance for him to make a name for himself. After distributing this batch of dove blood grass, there would be a few hundred Dowangs who would recognize him. All right. Everyone nodded. They were indeed afraid of Ning Chi taking advantage of his superior strength and unfair treatment. If Duan Ingjun was here, at least they were not afraid of Duan Ingjun messing around. Very quickly, the dove blood grass was all distributed. Ning Chi also got 1,000 or 2,000, but he didn't want them and gave them all to Duan Ingjun. Such a generous act made everyone even more curious about Ning Chi's background. Then, along the way, they found many more spiritual grasses. Although they were not extremely rare, they were worth some spiritual crystals because of the large quantity. When they passed by an ordinary tree, Ning Chi's footsteps paused slightly. There were about 10 fruits hanging on the tree. They were very ordinary, very green, and did not seem to be ripe yet. However, the appearance of these fruits was very similar to what Lu Yuanhao had described. Thinking of this, Ning Chi plucked one and took a bite. Then, a warm current spread from his stomach to his whole body, making Ning Chi feel warm all over. Just this bite had increased his health points by 700 to 800. Yes, this is the fruit. Ning Qi was overjoyed and quickly swallowed the entire fruit. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming the dragon soul fruit. Your health points have increased by 8,000. The system notification rang out. So this fruit is called the dragon soul fruit. Ning Qi sighed. Someone noticed Ning Qi's strange behavior. They immediately looked at the green fruit and then let out a sigh of relief. It was just a very ordinary fruit, and there was no trace of spiritual qi on it. Look, scarlet fruit. Duan Yingjun suddenly pointed at a huge rock and shouted in surprise. On that huge rock, there was a small tree. The small tree was full of red fruits that were the size of a little finger. Spiritual qi surrounded the tree. This time, everyone's attention was focused on it. No one cared about Ning Qi, who was eating the ordinary fruits one after another under the tree. When Ning Qi finished eating the last dragon soul fruit, his health points had increased to 213,450. His health points had increased by a total of 100,000. Suddenly, Ning Qi remembered something that he had not paid attention to for a long time. System, how many years do I have left to live? At that time, he had overdrafted his life force in exchange for the strength of a dou zhe with the system. He only had a few years left to live and could only keep advancing in exchange for more life. 10 years. The system replied concisely, I'm already a 7-star King Dou, and I only have 10 years left? That's too much. If I become a Dou Emperor Dou in the future, will I only be able to live for 100 or 200 years? Damn it. Ning Qi cursed in his heart. However, no matter how he cursed, the system did not make a sound. It showed great self-restraint. Boss, there are not enough red fruits to go around. Duan Yingjun suddenly shouted at Ning Qi. Ning Qi walked over and saw that although there were a lot of red fruits, there were only about 100 of them. It was not enough for each person. These red fruits seemed to be 30 years old. If they were not used for alchemy, just eating them could increase one's cultivation by about 5 years. It was very likely that because of this, one could break through a small level. If it was used for alchemy, its value would be even higher. Many alchemy pills that had the effect of breaking through bottlenecks needed the red fruit as a catalyst. How about this? We'll split it according to the factions. Ning Qi said. Situ Mingdang glanced behind him. There were about 13 outer sect, disciples from the Cloud Rising sect. Apart from the Cloud Rising sect, there were 5 or 6 other factions. However, their numbers were much more than the Cloud Rising sects. If they were divided according to the factions, it would be beneficial to the Cloud Rising sect's outer sect disciples. I agree. Situ Yi smiled. I agree too. Tai Bing smiled. It's not fair. A Peak Do Wang stepped forward. He frowned and said, There are 30 to 50 people from our ancient gold sacred sect remaining here. If we were to divide them according to our strength, each of us would not even get 1 pill. However, each of your Rising Cloud sect would get at least 2 pills. This is not fair to us. How is it not fair? If Boss's distant cousin did not kill the Dark Demon Dragon King, would you have so many spiritual herbs on hand? I think it's unfair to us. Chapter 312. So it's him. Fatty, he's right. Our Rising Cloud sect had more than 100 people, but only a dozen of you stayed. The Golden Ancient Holy Sect, on the other hand, left 30 to 50 people. Just based on this, we can't mistreat them. Ning Qi smiled faintly and stopped Duan Yingjun from continuing to argue with that guy. Brother Ning, since you can understand this, it means that you're a reasonable person. I only hope for a fair distribution. The peak-level king Realm Dowang from the Golden Ancient Holy Sect looked at Ning Qi with a much gentler gaze. How about this? I won't take the vermilion fruit. A 30-year-old vermilion fruit is worth around 500 to 700 lower spiritual crystals. Those of you who are willing to take the vermilion fruit can come to me. Those who are willing to take the vermilion fruit We'll split it according to the number of people. If there's not enough, I'll make up for it." Ningqi smiled. Then he waved his hand in front of him, and countless middle spiritual crystals appeared. There were at least a few thousand of them. These are middle spiritual crystals? There's probably 3,000 to 4,000 in there, right? This is equivalent to hundreds of thousands of lower spiritual crystals. My God, he's so rich. Even the deacons and elders are probably not as rich as him. I think I'll just take the spiritual crystals. Someone made a decision and came in front of Ningqi. Ningqi generously threw 10 middle spiritual crystals to him. This was equivalent to 1,000 lower spiritual crystals, which was far more than the value of a vermilion fruit. He was pleasantly surprised. "Senior brother, round it up." Ningqi smiled. Everyone looked at each other. In the next moment, almost half of the people rushed towards Ningqi. "We want the spiritual crystals, too." In the end, after the remaining half of the people split the vermilion fruit, there were dozens more. "Big brother, I say, where did Brother Ning come from? He's so generous. Even the disciples of the 9 top families can't compare." Situ Rin looked at the middle spiritual crystals in his hand and said to Situ E, "If you want to know, ask Brother Ning yourself." Situ E faintly smiled and put away the scarlet fruit. The reason why he chose the scarlet fruit was because he was prepared to ask someone to refine a type of pill. When the time came, he was afraid that even if he took the spirit crystals and went to the market, he would not be able to buy a 30-year-old scarlet fruit. Those who received the vermilion fruits were all smiles, and those who received the spirit crystals were also very happy. They all complimented Ningqi, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. There was no sense of urgency like when they were doing quests. Next, they swept through the forest until they were sure that there were no extra spirit herbs. Then, they chatted enthusiastically as they flew toward the boundary. "We've reached the barrier. They're not here, which means we can go out," Duan Ingjun said happily. "Brother Ning, you go first." Situ E smiled at Ningqi. Everyone looked up at Ningqi with smiles on their faces. "Yes, you should go first. Then I won't stand on ceremony." Ningqi smiled and directly passed through the barrier, returning to the vast forest once again. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless eyes looked at Ningqi. "Your life aura seems to have become stronger." Meng Qingling looked at Ningqi with a trace of doubt in her eyes. Then the others came out one by one. Ningqi laughed dryly. He couldn't say that he had secretly eaten more than 10 dragon's soul fruits. If he did that, he would be eaten alive by them. So he said, "Because I have advanced." "Yes, 7-star King Realm." Meng Qingling nodded. "Since everyone has come out, let's disperse. This is really a wasted trip. I thought I could find the beauty-suppressing pill. In the end, there's not even a hair." An old demon sighed. It's not that we didn't find anything," a disciple behind him said in a low voice. "Oh, what did you guys find?" The old demon looked at him with surprise. "Just some spirit herbs such as pigeon bloodgrass, vermilion fruit, and so on. How is it possible? There is nothing in it." Hua Wushang's face revealed a trace of disbelief when he heard the words. "These things are better than nothing. Hand over 70% and keep 30% for yourselves." After the old demon checked his interspatial ring, he shook his head and said. Then Situ E and the others took out the spirit herbs from the interspatial ring one by one. There are more than 1,000 stalks of pigeon bloodgrass, then the remaining 30%. Hiss, there's so many spirit herbs. Why, when we left, there was nothing in there. How could this be? The disciples who came out first looked at Situ E and the others with jealousy. Meng Qingling smiled slightly and revealed a mocking expression. She looked at Fang Xingnan and said, "In any case, my cloud rising sect has finally gained something this time. It's a pity that your Fang clan didn't get anything." Fang Xingnan's expression turned ugly. Fang Jing and the other 2 behind her lowered their heads and clenched their fists. They were somewhat embarrassed. It's time to talk about the Dark Demon Dragon King. How did the person who killed it enter the dragon graveyard? Fang Xingnan glanced at Ning Qi and sneered. Yes, he probably took everything inside. Didn't your Cloud Rising sect disciples say that this matter has something to do with him? An old demon pointed at Ning Qi and said, Are you talking about Li Tanhua? Oh, he's a distant cousin of mine. He accidentally passed by here, but I can guarantee that he didn't take anything because other than these spirit herbs, everything else in the dragon graveyard has been taken by him. Ning Qi smiled. Accidentally passed by here? Humph, I don't believe it. I don't believe it either. Meng Qingling, take a look. Do you want to do it yourself, or do you want me to do it? You've lived for so many years. Did you live like a dog? Or do you suspect that a 6-star king of fighters, now a 7-star king of fighters, is playing tricks in front of us? I remember that you found this place first, and then sent a message to me. Meng Qingling sneered. It's just a dragon graveyard. The strongest dragon soul inside is only a rank 7 dragon soul. Even if there's anything inside, it's not worth our attention. I'll just take this as a waste of time. I'll be leaving first. As for you guys, you should go back and think about who you should use the quota on. The old demons originally wanted to continue, but when they heard the words quota, they all shut their mouths and watched as Meng Qingling released the incomparably huge warship, the Sky Fortress. It carried Ning Qi and the others directly in the direction of the Cloud Rising sect. Fang Xingnan's eyes revealed a look of contemplation. Suddenly, she raised her head and looked at the warship that was about to disappear into the horizon. So it's him! The corner of Fang Xingnan's mouth curled into a faint smile. She glanced at the old demons, then led Fang Jing and the other 2 into the sky and left. On the warship, You come with me. Meng Qingling pointed at Ning Qi, then turned around and walked toward the palace-like cabin. Everyone looked at Ning Qi, their eyes slightly ambiguous. Boss, Elder Meng is calling for you. Why aren't you going? Chapter 313. Upgrade. He followed Meng Qingling to a large hall. Meng Qingling's back was facing Ning Qi. After a while, she slowly turned around and looked at Ning Qi with a smile that wasn't a smile. She said, The beauty pill that Fang Shengnen ate, was it made by you? Elder Meng, where did this come from? This disciple doesn't know Fang Xingnan. Ning Qi was puzzled. A pill that has been lost for tens of thousands of years suddenly appeared, and now there are 2 of them. Tell me, should I believe you or not? Meng Qingling sneered. This disciple is telling the truth. Ning Qi would not admit it, even if he was beaten to death. Meng Qingling stared at him for the time it took to drink a cup of tea. Just when Ning Qi thought that she was going to take out some evidence, she suddenly said, If that's the case, then there's nothing else. You can leave. Yes, this disciple will leave. Ning Qi let out a sigh of relief and turned to leave. Wait. Ning Qi's figure paused and turned around with a trace of doubt in his eyes. If there are more beauty pills in the future, remember to sell them to me. Meng Qingling smiled. This disciple will obey. Ning Qi nodded. Not long after, the battleship returned to the Cloud Rising sect. After Ning Qi and the others were released, Meng Qingling flashed and disappeared in front of everyone. Boss, the harvest this time is not bad. I want to go to the Hidden Treasure Pavilion again. Do you want to go with me? Duan Ingjun said. Go ahead, I still have something else to do. Ning Qi smiled. Duan Ingjun nodded, then ran in front of Situ Yi and the others, inviting them to form a team to go to the Treasure Pavilion. Those outer sect disciples who did not go to do the mission all looked at Duan Taning and the others who had just returned to the sect with envy. These people counted the number of people and found that the death rate of this mission was not high. This made them feel a little regretful. However, Duan Taning and the others looked at Duan Ingjun and the others with incomparable jealousy. They did not get anything from this mission, especially Hua Wushang, who took a pile of trash and was looked at with ridicule on the way back. His heart was about to explode. As soon as they landed, they immediately disappeared from everyone's sight. Junior, what did you guys get this time? Please inform senior brother. A 6-star Do Wang walked to Duan Tianing's side and softly spoke. Duan Tianing shook his head with an ugly expression. I didn't get anything. It's fine if you don't want to say it. The corner of the 6-star Do Wang's mouth revealed a mocking smile as he turned around and left. Duan Tianing could not help but clench his fists tightly. He looked at Duan Ingjun, who was chatting cheerfully with Situ Yi and the others, and walking towards the treasure pavilion. His face revealed a look of jealousy. Senior brother, let's go and accept a few more missions, Duan Hualien suggested. Yes, Duan Tianning nodded. Junior sister, are you going? Duan Hualien looked at Duan Feifei. Duan Feifei shook her head. Maybe next time. After returning to the courtyard, Shinta Yuanba was slightly startled when he saw Ning Qi, a 7-star Do Wang. Ning Qi smiled and said yes. Not bad. This kind of advancement speed is even faster than those inner sect disciples. Looks like it will not be a problem for you to break through to the Do Huang class. Shinta Yuanba nodded in satisfaction. The disciple that he spent 200 middle spiritual crystals to exchange for did not disappoint him. Soon, it will be the day of the outer sect competition. However, you have to be careful of the green-robed elder who will be hosting the competition. He was Hua, Xi's teacher when she was still an outer sect disciple. Shinta Yuanba reminded. Isn't that Hua Wushang's teacher? Ning Qi said in surprise. He did not expect Hua Xi to have such a teacher in the sect. Yes, but he should not dare to target you too obviously. Perhaps there will be no problem, but you should be more vigilant. Don't go out during this period of time, in case you get plotted against. Shinta Yuanba nodded. Teacher, I plan to walk around the nearby mountain range to train and raise my fighting strength. Whether Hua Wushang is scheming or fighting head-on, I will not be afraid of him. Ning Qi said. If there's anything, just crush it. Shinta Yuanba threw a jade token to Ning Qi. Ning Qi felt a trace of Do Qi from it. It was a little forceful to call this jade token a Do Qi weapon. Thank you, teacher. The outer sect of the Cloud Rising sect was formed by 18 mountain ranges. It was not smaller than the Sky Wind Forest. The demonic beasts that occupied it were not low-level. There were basically no demonic beasts below rank 4. Most of them were rank 4, 5, or 6. Ning Qi had killed around 30 rank 4 demonic beasts along the way. He would only meet one rank 5 demonic beast. His experience was slowly rising. From day to night, he had gained around 500,000 experience. Conservatively speaking, he would be able to level up in 3 days. If there were no accidents, he would be able to advance to the peak of the King Realm in 10 days. Time flew. 3 days had passed. Ning Qi had also risen from a 7-star King Realm to an 8-star King Realm. The demonic beasts nearby had either died or escaped. Ning Qi searched for an entire morning. Other than 2 or 3 small cats, he did not see a single rank 5 demonic beast. Just like this, he walked further and further away. He was almost out of the range of the 18 mountain ranges. Roar! Kill it! Senior, I can't do it. This King Kong demon elephant is a mutated demonic beast. It has the power of a rank 6. We have 7 king realm warriors. I don't believe we can't kill it. Form the divine dragon, sword formation. Kill. Ning Qi pushed aside the grass in front of him curiously. He saw 7 king realm warriors fighting an elephant covered in scales not far away. The elephant was about 6 meters tall. It was like a tank. It charged forward and ignored most of the attacks that landed on it, because these attacks couldn't even break its scales. Among them One of the King realm warriors was the most miserable. Ningqi recognized him at first glance. Duan Juntian, a disciple of the divine dragon Marquis estate. However, Duan Junhong, Duan Juandi, and the rest were not here. Clear Sky Finger. Duan Juntian was forcefully swept away by the elephant's trunk. Before he was sent flying, he pointed a finger at the elephant's trunk. With a loud bang, a small piece of the scales on the elephant's trunk broke. However, Duan Juntian was sent flying and crashed into several trees before he came to a stop. The others rushed forward and attacked the King Kong demon elephant frantically. The King Kong demon elephant's eyes turned red. It entered a berserk state. In just a moment, it had sent the 6 King realm warriors flying and seriously injured them. One of the King realm warriors was about to be trampled to death by the King Kong demon elephant. He kept moving backward. His eyes passed under the King Kong demon elephant and happened to see Ningqi. With a thought, he shouted, "Who is it?" The King Kong demon elephant stopped in its tracks. It turned its head and saw Ningqi hiding behind the grass. Its red eyes stared coldly at Ningqi. In the next moment, it let out a long hiss and ran toward Ningqi. Chapter 314. The Diamond Demon Mammoth. How could it be him? Duan Juntian stared at Ningqi in shock. He could not figure out how Ningqi managed to travel from the Green Mist Sect's territory to the Cloud Rising Sect's territory. The distance between the two seemed endless. Without 7 or 8 Dowongs, they would have been devoured by the demonic beasts halfway. Ningqi's Dragon Slayer saber appeared in Duan Juntian's mind. His eyes were filled with greed as he laughed maniacally in his heart. Ha ha ha! I'm not as good as someone who's determined. Now that he's here, I'll take the opportunity to snatch his battle weapon after the Diamond Demon Mammoth kills him. Juntian, do you know him? An 8-star Dowong next to Duan Juntian asked with a frown. He had the highest cultivation base among the 7 of them. The rest were all 7-star Dowong. Duan Juntian had only made a breakthrough recently. Otherwise, he would not have been qualified to follow him on this mission. He looks like a good friend of mine, but I think I've mistaken him for someone else. Duan Juntian said calmly. At this moment, the Diamond Demon Mammoth had already leaped into the air, ready to stomp Ningqi into pieces. That's it. Duan Juntian's eyes flashed with joy. Ice Dragon Roar. Ningqi's lips curled up into a cold smile as the Dragon Slayer saber appeared in his hand. He leaped into the air and slashed down with the 5 tigers, breaking the gate saber. An ice dragon leapt out from the blade and instantly bombarded the Vajra Golem's body. Its movements were frozen in midair. At this moment, the Dragon Slayer saber chopped down on its head. There was a crisp sound of ice breaking, and the Vajra Golem was split in half from the middle, heavily smashing to the left and right. Instant kill. It was done in one go. Clean and neat. Everyone was dumbfounded by the scene. A rank 6 Diamond Demon Mammoth died just like that. Impossible. Although his cultivation base is high, he's only an 8-star Dowong. An 8-star Dowong? Duan Juntian was shocked when he realized how high Ningqi's cultivation base was. How could this be? He was only a peak Do Ling previously. How did he rise 8 levels in just a year? Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the low-grade 6th-order demonic beast King Kong Demon Elephant. The reward is 300,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, host! You've received a gambling matchmaking gift pack. Please open it within 24 hours. Otherwise, it will be invalid. Ningqi smiled as he walked toward Duan Juntian and the others. May I know how to address you? I am Duan Pingshan of the Divine Dragon Marquis Palace. That 8-star Do Wang stepped forward and cupped his hands toward Ningqi. I'm Ningqi, Cloud Rising Sect's outer court disciple. Nice to meet you, Duan Juntian. We're old acquaintances. Ningqi smiled. Duan Pingshan turned to look at Duan Juntian. Did he just say he did not know Ningqi? What was he trying to hide? Duan Juntian put on a fake smile and said, "Oh, it's really you. I thought I recognized the wrong person. After all, you were merely a peak doling a year ago. Now, your cultivation base is one level higher than mine. I'm ashamed of my inferiority to your talent." What? A year ago he was a peak doling. A year later he was an 8-star dowang. Even Duan Jingho couldn't compare to this kind of cultivation talent, right? I can't believe an outer court disciple of Cloud Rising Sect is so powerful. Duan Pingshan and the others were secretly shocked. He thought Ningqi had always been an outer court disciple of Cloud Rising Sect. He would be even more shocked if he knew Ningqi had advanced several levels after joining Cloud Rising Sect. "You're flattering me. I haven't seen you for so long. Is Miss Lung Mei doing well?" Ningqi said with a smile. Duan Juntian felt as though he had eaten a fly. He said with a grave expression, "You don't have to worry about that." Ningqi looked at him with a faint smile and cupped his hands at Duan Pingshan. "Brother Pingshan, I'll take my leave first." "Wait, Brother Ning." Duan Pingshan quickly said, "Oh, is there anything else?" Ningqi looked at him. "It's like this. Brother Ning, you're out on a mission, right? So are we. I wonder if we can form a team together? With Brother Ning and us, we'll be able to speed up the mission." Duan Pingshan smiled. "I'm going back to Cloud Rising Sect soon." Ningqi shook his head with a faint smile and refused. "I see. If we have the chance to meet again, I'll definitely drink with you." Duan Pingshan smiled in disappointment. "That's great." Ningqi nodded. After Ningqi left, Duan Pingshan looked at Duan Juntian. "Juntian, you're hiding something from us, right?" Duan Juntian glanced at Duan Pingshan as a mocking smile appeared on his face. He shook his head and said, "Why would I hide anything from you? I just didn't recognize him." "I hope so." Duan Pingshan smiled. After that, they walked toward the adamantine demon mammoth's carcass. They did not expect Ningqi to leave without asking for anything after killing it. Before they could reach the adamantine demon mammoth, the adamantine demon mammoth turned into light spots and disappeared. "What's going on?" The crowd looked at each other in confusion. Their expressions were grave. A adamantine demon mammoth's carcass could be sold for at least 3,000 lower spirit crystals. Its tusks were good materials for forging battle weapons. If they were lucky, they might even be able to forge a profound rank, prominent battle weapon. However, it had disappeared for no reason. Could it be him? Duan Pingshan looked in the direction where Ningqi had disappeared. "Activate the betting prize pack." Ningqi opened the betting prize pack as soon as he left. About 10 options appeared on the roulette wheel. Lower 6th grade demonic beast, adamantine demon mammoth. Silver dragon sword, a profound rank prominent battle weapon. Beauty suppression pill, a profound rank inferior grade medicinal pill. Rejuvenation pill, a profound rank inferior grade medicinal pill. Green wave battleship, a profound rank inferior grade medicinal pill. Daji, a puppet from the top sect, the Luban sect. Thank you for playing. Thank you for playing. Thank you for playing. Thank you for playing. There were a total of 4 thanks for participating. It could be seen that the probability of getting an item in this bet was only 6 out of 10. Among them, the silver dragon sword, the rejuvenation pill, and the green wave battleship were almost useless. As for the puppet Daji, produced by the Luban sect, Ningqi immediately thought of the legendary 9-tailed demon fox on Earth. Of course, this Daji was not the real Daji. The two could not be compared. As for its use and strength, the introduction was very vague. The needle slowly moved. After spinning a few thousand times, it gradually slowed down and finally stopped on the lower 6th grade demonic beast, adamantine demon mammoth. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining an adamantine demon mammoth. Ding! Note, the host's demonic pet space is temporarily insufficient. Please spend 1,000 Dragon Slayer coins to expand. There's another foodie. Chapter 315. Advancement mission then. Ning Chi spent 2,000 dragon slaying coins, 1,000 to expand the demonic pet space, and another 1,000 to buy a demonic pet contract. A white light condensed in front of him. Not long after, a white and tender elephant that was only as tall as Ning Chi's knee appeared in front of Ning Chi. Its body was densely covered in pale white scales. These scales looked very soft, and it should be related to its infancy. After the little elephant appeared, it was a little hesitant. Only when Ning Chi placed the demonic pet contract on its head and the two of them signed the contract did it happily run to Ning Chi's feet and rub its body. At the same time, its small elephant trunk kept poking Ning Chi's body, as if it was remembering Ning Chi's smell. Come, this is a greeting gift. Grow up quickly. Ning Chi still had more than 10,000 top-grade, yellow-grade spirit nurturing pills on him. He took out a handful of about 70 to 80 pills and fed them to the little elephant. The little elephant's eyes revealed a look of surprise, and it swallowed Ning Chi's palm in one bite. Ning Chi spent a lot of effort to pull it out of its mouth. Remember, if you swallow my hand again next time, you won't have anything to eat. Understand? Ning Chi immediately lectured it. Then he wiped the saliva on his palm on his body in disdain. As the little elephant swallowed the spirit nurturing pill, it looked at Ning Chi in fear. Then it went forward and nudged Ning Chi with its head in a fawning manner, as if it was saying, I understand. Stop scolding. It's good that you were born in this era. Back then, little Z wasn't as lucky as you. I was the one who fed it. Yes, I fed it low-grade, yellow-grade spirit nurturing pills. Now, you can eat top-grade, yellow-grade spirit nurturing pills directly. Your treatment is much better than it. Ning Chi sighed. The little elephant seemed to understand. Yes, it's time to give you a name. Originally, it was so white and tender. Ning Chi would definitely call it Little White, but this name was taken by the little white horse. It would not be good to call it Little Black with its adult skin color. After thinking for a long time, he had an idea. Right, I'll call you Little Fresh Meat. White and tender. This name suits you very well. Ning Chi's meaning was conveyed to the little elephant's mind through the demonic pet contract. It already understood that it would be called Little Fresh Meat in the future. Come, let's go level up. A few days later, Ning Chi once again rose a level and reached a 9-star Doang. This kind of speed was no different from sitting on a rocket. In just a few days, Little Fresh Meat had already metamorphosed several times. He was now taller than Ning Chi, and he could sit directly on his head. However, its scales were still white and showed no signs of turning black. In fact, it was so white that it was almost translucent, almost like white jade. The tusks protruding from its mouth were fully 3 meters long and could easily injure or kill an ordinary 5th-order demon if it rammed into them. Ning Chi sat on top of it, heading in the opposite direction toward the cloud rising sect. Tomorrow is the day of the competition. Ning Chi looked at the mountain gate in the distance, and his lips curled into a smile. After the competition, he would become an inner disciple, and then he would be qualified to go to the treasure pavilion to buy the essence blood of a 7th-rank giant dragon. At that time, with 100,000 Dragon Slayer coins, the ancient dragon egg in his spatial bag would hatch. Ning Chi was looking forward to it. The ancient dragon egg would hatch into a giant dragon. It would be naturally stronger than any demon beast, and its rank would definitely not be low. It was very likely that it would become one of his main forces in the future. I still need 70,000 to 80,000 experience points to advance to the peak of the King of Fighters. Demon Beast, where are you? Ning Chi muttered to himself, and his eyes swept around. Not far away, there was a group of 5th-rank elite bone-eating demon wolves looking at Ning Chi and Little Fresh Meat greedily. Among them, there was a majestic wolf king, a 5th-rank boss-level demon beast. Haha, it's you guys. Ning Chi laughed out loud and slapped Little Fresh Meats, but he immediately let out a long howl and charged toward the wolf pack. Soon, after the wolf pack was all dead, Ning Chi's body once again exploded with a white light. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to the peak of the King of Fighters. Ding! Please obtain the recognition of one of the 9 top families, the 100 Dawn family, and enter the top 100 of the Dragon ranking within a year. This is the advancement mission. So simple? Ning Chi was a little doubtful. He immediately checked the 100 Dawn family's information and detailed information on the Dragon ranking. Only then did he realize that the mission this time was not simple at all. Instead, it was extremely difficult. In the land of Dongxian, there were dozens of big and small ranking lists, such as the Heavenly Flame ranking, the Fighting Weapon ranking, the Cultivation Method ranking, the Martial Skill ranking, and so on. Among them, there were 5 most important ranking lists. First, the Dongxian ranking. There was a total of 30 rankings, and those ranked on top were all Dodi existences who could command an area. They were even the best among the Dodi. Currently, the top 3 of the Dongxian ranking were occupied by the various clan leaders of the Dragon clans. Among the 30 rankings, there were only about 7 or 8 from the human clan. Second, the Dongxian Heaven ranking. There were 100 of the strongest Doshungs listed on it. They were tabulated once every month, and the ranking was based on the achievements of the various Doshungs. More than half of them were from the Dragon clan. Third, the Dongxian Earth ranking. There were 500 Do Zun experts listed on it. The human clan only had about 200 people on this ranking. Fourth, the Dongxian Man ranking. There were 2,000 Do Zongs listed on it. This ranking was one of the proudest rankings of the human clan. It was shared equally with the Dragon clan, and a small portion of it was occupied by a few demonic beasts. Those who could be listed on the ranking were all geniuses. Not only did they have excellent training aptitude, but their combat talent was also very frightening. In this aspect, the human clan was naturally at a disadvantage. After all, compared to the Dragon clan, the physical body was a huge problem. An ordinary dosher would not be able to break the defense of a newborn dragon of the Dragon clan. However, a human infant was extremely fragile. It could die prematurely the moment it fell to the ground. The 5th ranking was the Dragon ranking that Ning Chi was most concerned about. This ranking only listed experts below the Dozong level. There was an upper limit and no lower limit. Even a Dosha could be listed on the Dragon ranking. For example, the newborn dragon of the clan leaders of the 3 great dragon clans would automatically be listed on the Dragon ranking by the Bai Xiao clan. This ranking placed more emphasis on one's aptitude and potential. Of course, if one were to forcefully beat others until they admitted that one was invincible as a Do Huang, the Bai Xiao clan would also consider allowing one to be listed on the Dragon ranking. There were a total of 10,000 names on the Dragon ranking. All of them were the true geniuses of the various Dragon clans, empires, and sections. Most importantly, the Bai Xiao clan had to know of one's existence. Many people, such as Ning Chi, were unable to meet this requirement. He had always kept a low profile. Looks like it's time to make some waves. At the very least, I should first enter the 10,000th rank of the Dragon ranking, Ning Chi thought to himself. Chapter 316. Small Report, Another Peak Dowang. Why is the quality of the new disciples so high? Looks like Tai Bing and the rest are in danger. Huai Wushang, Sita Yi, and Miao Li are 3 peak Dowangs. Including him, there are 4. I also heard that there is a 7-star Dowang called Ning Chi, who is extremely powerful. Earlier, he was able to fight evenly with the peak Dowang of the Fang clan. Even Hua Wushang was no match for him. If this is true, I'm afraid that the candidate to be promoted to the inner court this time will not be a peak Dowang like before. Everyone whispered as they looked at Ning Chi's back. Is he going to Elder Shinta's place? How is that possible? I heard that Elder Shinta took in a 7-star Dowang as his disciple. Other than that, he did not even look at the 3 peak Dowangs. No, look. He opened the door. Someone pointed at Ning Chi. Ning Chi opened the door, entered, and closed it again, disappearing from everyone's sight. Everyone was stunned. Since when could one barge into the managing elder's yard? Someone saw a new disciple passing by and pulled him over. Hey, who is that Peak Do Wong? The new disciple was confused. Which one? The one who just entered the yard. Oh, you mean Senior Ning? He is a 7-star Do Wong, not a Peak Do Wong. The new disciple suddenly understood. What? I saw that he was a Peak Do Wong. Are you kidding? Seeing that the other party's eyes were becoming more and more impolite, the new disciple was stunned. Then he suddenly thought of something and exclaimed, "Could it be that Senior Ning has continuously advanced?" What continuous advancement? Before Senior Ning became an outer court disciple, he was only a Peak Do Ling. In the end, that Lei Yong wanted to challenge Senior Ning because he was a 5-star Do Wong, but the new disciple revealed an expression of worship and said excitedly, but Senior Ning advanced 1 level with each step he took. He took 6 steps and directly broke through from the Peak Do Ling to a 6-star Do Wong. After that, he broke through again in the last mission and became a 7-star Do Wong. There is actually such a monster. An old disciple muttered to himself. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless eyes looked at him. Oh, you are finished. You said that senior apprentice brother Ning is a pervert. If his little brother Duan Ingjun heard it, then you would definitely be screwed. He likes to snitch on you. A new disciple said gloatingly. The old disciple's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly corrected himself. No, I mean there's actually such a person. You heard wrong. Ha ha ha, I didn't hear you wrong. Hey, you just said that Ning Chi's underling, Duan Ingjun, likes to snitch? Yes, you. The new disciple turned around and saw Duan Ingjun looking at him with a sinister smile. Senior brother Duan, it's you. The newly promoted disciple was clearly a 4-star Do Wong, yet he addressed Duan Ingjun as senior. At this moment, he smiled somewhat awkwardly. I'll remember you. Next time you say that I like to snitch, I'll tell Ning Chi. Duan Ingjun sneered. He swaggered to the front of Shinta Yuanba's courtyard, knocked on the door, and said, Boss, quickly open the door, boss. The group of old disciples and the group of new disciples looked at each other, then shook their heads and left. Wasn't this just AF * King Lackey? Everyone cursed in their hearts. Tomorrow is the competition. Why are you looking for me instead of training? Ning Chi opened the door and said impatiently, Boss, I have eaten several hundred low-grade, profound, rank Qi gathering pills during this period of time, and I am already a 2-star Do Wong. If this was in the divine Dragon Marquis mansion, I wouldn't even dare to think about it. So I specially came here today to thank you, boss. This is 5-flower pig head meat. When I sent someone to do a mission, I conveniently brought back a 5-flower pig king and used the secret method that my mother taught me since I was young to carefully cook it. With that, Duan Ingjun handed a small paper bag to Ning Chi. Ning Chi's nose twitched slightly and he said in surprise, Oh, it smells good. Of course. Duan Ingjun smiled proudly. I didn't expect you to have such skills. In the future, when you open a restaurant, you won't starve to death. Ning Chi teased and casually glanced at his attributes. He had indeed advanced to a 2-star Do Wong. Ning Chi estimated that the cultivation of everyone who had gained something in the dragon graveyard had increased. Senior Ning. At this moment, 7 or 8 girls walked to the entrance of the courtyard together. One of the girls greeted Ning Chi shyly. Oh, it's you. When Duan Ingjun saw her, he immediately remembered that she was the first to respond to him and fight to the death with the dark demon Dragon King. Thank you, Senior Ning, for saving my life at that time. This is my senior sister and also an outer disciple. The girl said shyly and hurriedly introduced the purple-clothed girl beside her. This girl was tall and had fair skin. She was also a first-class beauty. "We've met before at the entrance of Cloud Rising City." Ningqi smiled. The purple-clothed girl revealed a trace of embarrassment. At that time, they were still mocking Ningqi. They didn't expect Ningqi to be such a powerful existence. She smiled and said, "I am Ningzi. Thank you, Senior Ning, for lending a hand to my junior sister. We have no way to repay you, only with your body." Duan in June interrupted. "Shut up." Ningqi and Ning Zi said almost in unison. Duan Ingjun curled his lips and did not speak. "It's like this. A few days ago, when I passed by the mission hall, I vaguely heard Hua Wushang and Elder Hua Shiri's conversation. Senior Ning's name was mentioned. Tomorrow is the competition. Please be careful, Senior Ning." Ning Zi said, "Oh, I got it. Thank you, Junior Ning, for the reminder." Ning Qi smiled. "Then, Senior Ning, we will take our leave first." Ning Zi cupped her hands and left with the girls. Duan Ingjun laughed evilly. "Boss, I think that junior sister likes you. Can't you see that her face is always red? What I, your boss, lack the least is women." Ning Qi smiled proudly. "Che." Duan Ingjun took the opportunity when Ning Qi was not looking and curled his lips in disdain. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and looked at Ning Qi. "Boss, I heard that you are now a peak do wang?" "Oh my, it's true. What kind of elixir did you eat?" Duan Ingjun was shocked. "I am a genius. I don't need elixirs. You are different. If you don't eat more qi gathering pills, I'm afraid you won't even be able to break through to Do Huang." Ning Qi rolled his eyes and returned to the courtyard. When Shintu Yuanba returned and saw Ning Qi's cultivation, he was startled. He said in disbelief, "You are a peak do wang." "That's right. It's all thanks to Master's guidance." Chapter 317. The grand competition begins meticulous guidance. Shintu Yuanba revealed a bitter smile. After taking Ning Qi in as his disciple, he did not even have the time to teach Ning Qi. Ning Qi had already climbed from the peak of the Do Ling realm to the peak of the Do Wang realm. How long had it been? Shintu Yuanba suddenly felt that this master of his was just a bystander. "Is your cultivation method really that well prepared?" Shintu Yuanba muttered to himself. Ning Qi quickly changed the topic and said, "Master, tomorrow is the grand competition. Do you have any suggestions?" "Suggestion, if possible, I think you should participate next year." Shintu Yuanba smiled bitterly and said, "I rushed back today to tell you about this. I still have a mission that will take me a year and a half." "Oh." Ning Qi's face revealed a trace of doubt. Since he knew that he was already at the peak of the Do Wang realm, why did he still advise him to participate next year? "Yesterday, a green-clothed elder told me that something might happen in this grand competition. It might not be good for you." Shintu Yuanba sighed and said, "Is it related to Hua Shiri and his master?" Ning Qi frowned and said, "It should be." Shintu Yuanba nodded. "We'll deal with it when it comes. I don't believe that he can do anything." "Master, don't worry." Ning Qi smiled faintly and said, "I hope so." The next day, Cloud Rising Sect's outer martial arts practice field. This martial arts practice field was dozens of times larger than the competition field of the Qintang Empire. It was estimated that it could accommodate millions of people. However, only about 10,000 people came today. Among them, nearly 1,000 were the outer disciples who would participate in this competition. There were also a few thousand people who were servant disciples and deacon elders. Ning Qi found that the cultivation of the remaining small group of people were between 1-star and 3-star Do Huang, but they were not old. When some ordinary elders saw them, they were quite respectful and even tried to flatter them. When they saw the managing elders, they talked and laughed, seemingly ignoring the difference in their cultivation. The managing elders did not blame them and treated them as equals. Needless to say, these people were the inner disciples of the Cloud Rising sect. Ning Qi immediately found Hua Wushang. He was standing with Hua Shiri, and when he saw Ning Qi, his lips curled into an evil smile. Hua Wushang seems to be very confident. Boss, be careful of him tricking you, Duan Yingjun reminded. I know. Ning Qi nodded. Suddenly, a person walked over from the sky. The whole place instantly fell silent. This person was dressed in a green robe and seemed to be in his 50s or 60s. When Ning Qi wanted to check his attributes, the system prompted that the gap in their cultivation was too big and he could not see it. He should be the green-clothed elder who was hosting the grand competition this time around, an existence of the Do Zun class. Ning Qi looked over at Hua Wushang when he thought of this. Sure enough, Hua Shiri wore a smile on his face as he nodded at the green-clothed elder. The two of them looked at each other. The azure-robed elder stood in the air, looking down from above. At this moment, there was a deacon elder leading the ordinary elders, handing out jade medallions to every outer sect disciple participating in the competition. When the time came, the jade medallion would have a corresponding number on it, and people with the same number would compete in the same arena. I am the elder in charge of this competition, Nu Tao. You guys can call me Elder Nu. This time's outer sect competition is the same as before. Some of the new disciples don't know the rules, so I'll explain it to you. Number 1, you can't kill each other. Number 2, if one side surrenders and admits defeat, you can't continue to pursue and attack. Number 3, you have to listen to my arrangements. You can't act recklessly. 4th, those who break the rules will be stripped of their qualification to advance. Do you understand? Nu Tao said lightly. His voice was spread to every corner of the martial arts practice ground through the agitation of his Do Chi. Understood, Elder Nu. Everyone said in unison. Good. Next, let the competition begin. Nu Tao nodded. He did not intend to sit down and directly stood on top of everyone's heads. There were 100 arenas built in the martial arts practice ground. 200 people could compete at the same time. In this way, after 10 rounds of competition, the winner should be decided. Arenas 3 to 1, 18th to 97th arena, 36th to 89th arena. A deacon elder said in a clear voice. At this moment, the jade tokens of many outer disciples began to glow. Then, numbers appeared on them. I am 18th. Boss, I will go up first. Duan Yingjun glanced at the jade token and said goodbye to Ning Qi. He then ran towards 97th arena. After entering the arena, his opponent had also arrived. It was a 5-star Dowang. Duan Yingjun's face revealed a trace of a bitter smile. Damn it, I met an expert in the first round. Looks like I will be defeated in the first round. Senior brother, please be merciful. Ning Qi has been watching me. Duan Yingjun smiled at his opponent. His opponent glanced at Ning Qi and revealed a hesitant expression. Finally, he said to the ordinary elder beside the arena, I surrender. What? That elder was startled. Are you sure? He is only a 1-star Dowang. I am sure. This person laughed bitterly and cupped his hands towards Duan Yingjun. He then left the arena. Before he left, he specially glanced at Ning Qi. Ha ha ha, I won. Duan Yingjun was extremely happy. When he ran back to Ning Qi's side, his face was still full of satisfaction. You used my name to threaten him? Ning Qi said indifferently. Boss, this is called subduing the enemy without fighting. It is a tactic. Duan Yingjun was not ashamed. Instead, he said proudly. Not long after, the competition ended and 100 people were eliminated. Ning Qi realized that among these 100 people, there was a 9-star Dowang like Situ Rin, and his opponent was none other than Li Dongshui. Situ Rin dejectedly walked to Situ Yi's side and said in a low voice, I have lost face to this kind of person. On the other side, Li Dongshui provocatively glanced at everyone and returned to Hua Wushang's side. It's okay. There will be another chance next time. Situ E comforted him. Number 56, arena number 1. 56, boss, it's you. Duan Ingjun glanced at Ning Chi's jade tablet and reminded him. Ning Chi nodded and directly walked towards the first arena. His opponent was already standing there. Coincidentally, it was also someone he knew. Tai Bing Sr. Ning Chi smiled. Tai Bing was originally expressionless. After seeing that her opponent was Ning Chi, the corner of her mouth suddenly hung a trace of a bitter smile. Ning Jr., I did not expect that we would meet in the second round. Senior, please advise me. Ning Chi cupped his hands together. It's Tai Bing Sr. Who is that guy? He seems to be a new disciple. A Peak Do Wong. Could it be Ning Chi? It's him? Then Tai Bing Sr. is in danger. In the past, Tai Bing Sr. was always able to charge into the top 10. This time, she will probably be eliminated in the second round. Not necessarily. Ning Chi is not as strong as you say. I think it is just a rumor. Haha, you don't believe me? Just watch. Chapter 318. Top 10 Tai Bing made the first move after exchanging glances with Ning Chi. Her martial technique was a sword technique. Instant time. Her sword seemed to appear directly in front of Ning Chi as soon as it left her hand. It was so sudden, as if it had never moved before. That's Senior's famous martial technique, Xian level top grade instant time. I heard that she found it in some ancient ruins. Its power is comparable to most Earth level lower grade martial techniques. If it was me, I would definitely not be able to dodge this sword because I don't know when it will appear and where it will land. Look, Ning Chi moved. The tip of the sword stopped 1 centimeter away from Ning Chi's chest. Tai Bing's expression changed because Ning Chi had actually grabbed her sword with his bare hands. At the same time, she felt a huge force pass through her hand and the sword was in Ning Chi's hand. Senior, thank you for letting me win. Ning Chi smiled and threw the sword back into Tai Bing's hand. Taking the sword with his bare hands, too strong, Duan Ingjun exclaimed. Both of them were Peak King Do, but one of them had her Do weapon taken by the other. This was enough to show that the gap between them was more than a few levels. Tai Bing Sr. was defeated in one move. I think Ning Chi will definitely be number 1 in this grand competition. Those Situ Yi and Miao Li people are no match for Ning Chi, not to mention Hua Wushang, who has already lost to Ning Chi more than once. But luckily, the top 10 will be rewarded with spirit crystals. If it was me, I wouldn't even be willing to go on stage. The older disciples whispered to each other and expressed their thoughts on the result of this grand competition. The older disciples who were Peak King Do looked at each other and saw the worry in each other's eyes. I hope we won't meet this monster in the next round. Yeah, I'll be satisfied as long as we can enter the top 10. Tai Bing's luck is too bad. Sai, what do you guys think of this kid? Will he become our junior? I don't think he's anything special. He's just a brute force. If this batch of outer disciples are all like this, there's nothing to see. I might as well go back and cultivate. Hee, there are dozens of forces here today for inspection. Don't forget that senior sister asked us to fight for the guy who will be promoted to inner disciple this time. Our Wind Cloud Association strength is almost at the bottom. If you treat him with such an attitude, it would be strange if he would leave with you. Got it. Let's wait for him to advance first. The inner disciples discussed in low voices. Not too far away from them were other inner sect disciples, most of them in small groups of 2 or 3. There were also a few who sat alone, and all of them were looking at Ning Chi as if they were examining him. Ning Chi, I'll let you be arrogant for now. Hua Wushang looked venomously at Ning Chi's back as his lips curled into an evil smile. The following matches were very simple for Ning Chi. After he went on stage, he only used one move at most, and his opponent was already defeated. There was no opponent who could force him to use a second move. and this was before he took out the Dragon Slayer saber. In the third round, Duan Yingjun met an 8-star King of Do. After he used Ning Qi's name to threaten his opponent, he found out that this guy was already following Hua Wushang. In the end, he was beaten into a pig's head, and his original appearance was almost unrecognizable. If he had not immediately surrendered, he would have been a roasted pig's head. Mother***, you're dead. Duan Yingjun left a vicious sentence, and then ran towards Ning Qi with his teeth bared. That guy just told me on stage that Hua Wushang asked him to bring a message. What message? He said that you won't be promoted to inner disciple today. Ning Qi frowned and glanced over at Hua Wushang, only to see him chatting happily with Hua Shi. They were pointing at each other, but no one knew what they were talking about. Hurry up and eat a few healing pills. It's embarrassing to go out like this. Ning Qi frowned. I know. Without needing Ning Qi to say anything, Duan Yingjun had already found the healing pills in his Qian Kun ring. Not long after, the top 10 of the competition had appeared. Hua Wushang, Situ Yi, Miaoli, and the others had all entered the top 10. There were also some 9-star King of Do. These people's faces were filled with ecstasy. They did not intend to fight for the position, but only for the spiritual crystals of the top 10. Number 5, number 7 arena. A deacon elder said in a clear voice. Ning Qi also knew this person, Sima Lin, during the outer disciple selection. He was also one of the 10 deacon elders. Who is number 5? Oh, it's Ning Qi. Seeing Ning Qi enter the arena, everyone suddenly understood, and then they began to look for his opponent in anticipation. Who would be the first to be eliminated in the top 10? Situ Yi smiled bitterly and entered the arena. How could it be Big Brother, Sai? Below the arena, Situ Rin and Situ Mingdang and the others were unhappy. Don't worry, boss will show mercy. Duan Yingjun's swollen face had reduced a lot, and he smiled proudly. Situ Rin stared at him. Don't be so proud. You will be defeated in 3 rounds. You defeated in 1 round. Duan Yingjun glanced at Situ Rin, and his tone was calm, but there was a sense of superiority in it. It was like a noble talking to his driver. Defeated in 1 round. Situ Ren snorted and did not say anything. A 9-star King of Do had entered the top 10, but he was defeated in the first round. It could be said that he was the most embarrassing existence in this competition. Brother Ning, I see that your palm technique is extremely masculine, and my palm technique is also the same. Why not let me see it? Situ Yi smiled and said, Okay. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. He casually glanced at Situ Yi's attributes. Cloud Rising Sect Outer Disciple. Situ E rank, Peak King of Do Martial Arts. Low Earth Class Gold Qi Infusion Method Martial Arts. High Xian Class Mountain, pushing palm health points. 62,000 inches health is a bit higher than a normal King of Do, probably because of his martial arts. As for this mountain pushing palm, from the name, it seems to specialize in strength. Ning Qi had a plan in his mind. Brother, you go first. Ning Qi smiled and said, Then I won't be polite. Situ Yi nodded. In the next moment, his aura changed greatly, and spiritual energy exploded out of his body, directly condensing on his palms. Mountain pushing palm. The spiritual energy turned into a monstrous wave, and wave after wave of it rushed towards Ning Qi. Looking at this kind of power, it was indeed a bit overwhelming. 18 dragons subduing palms. Boom! The dragon roared, and 5 silver dragons directly rushed into the huge wave of spiritual energy, swaying their bodies, instantly broke through the huge wave and bombarded Situ Yi's body. Situ Yi was directly blasted out of the arena. Ning Qi won. Chapter 319. Disqualification. What a powerful palm technique. Situ Mingdang looked at Ning Qi with a hint of shock in his eyes. He naturally knew how strong the Situ family's mountain-crushing palm was. It could gather Do Qi and release it with 5 to 10 times the power. Even an ordinary Do Huang would not be a match for Situi. However, Ning Qi had broken the palm with his own palm. It could only be said that Ning Qi's palm technique was far stronger than the mountain-crushing palm, an extremely masculine aura. This palm technique is interesting. Nu Tao stood in the air and looked at Ning Qi with a strange look in his eyes. This kid is quite powerful. He can defeat an opponent of the same rank with one move. He already has the qualifications to become an inner disciple. All of us inner disciples can fight above our rank. This is not enough to become an inner disciple. Let's see the results of the competition. It won't take long. On the other side, the new outer disciples looked at Ning Qi with admiration. In their opinion, Ning Qi was already an inner disciple. Elder Shintu's 200 middle-grade spiritual crystals were worth it. Wu, who said with jealousy. Xiaobing smiled. Who asked you not to insist? Otherwise, he would be your disciple. Sai, it's useless to say this now. If I knew that his cultivation technique was so strong, I wouldn't even want 1,000 middle-grade spiritual crystals, let alone 100. I thought that it would take at least 3 to 4 years to groom him into an inner disciple. Who knows? There might be some good seedlings in the selection. Wu Hu sighed. He won again. Hua Wushang looked at Ning Qi coldly. Be proud. You will cry later. In the following matches, Hua Wushang defeated Miao Rin and advanced all the way. Finally, 8 of the top 10 had already been decided. Only the first and second place had yet to be decided. Who do you think will win, Ning Qi or Hua Wushang? Si Malin walked to Wu Hu and smiled. Hua Wushang has already lost to him twice. At that time, Ning Qi was only at the peak of the fighting spirit realm. I can't be bothered to answer your question. Wu Hu sneered. Si Malin smiled and said nothing. The final battle is about to begin. Duan Ningjun looked at the arena excitedly. Ning Qi and Hua Wushang stood far away. Ning Qi, if you surrender now, I will give you a decent ending. Hua Wushang sneered. You've lost to me, yet you still dare to boast so shamelessly. Is there something wrong with your head? Ning Qi mocked. Then let's fight. Hua Wushang didn't argue further. He just smiled coldly. Let's fight then. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Ning Qi laughed maniacally as he flew forward. The 18 dragons subduing palms, which were of the purest and most masculine nature, directly bombarded Hua Wushang's chest. Hua Wushang's expression changed slightly, and his black battle aura instantly covered his entire body. He wanted to block Ning Qi's attack, but the outcome was still determined. He let out a blood-curdling scream and fell heavily outside the arena. One move after another. The outer disciples muttered to themselves, looking at Ning Qi as if they were looking at a monster. Boss won. Ha ha ha. Duan Ningjun was overjoyed and laughed out loud. Inner disciple, it's him then. Wu Hu smiled. Si Malin smiled and said that might not be the case. What? A few of the managing elders looked at Si Malin at the same time. Si Malin, what do you mean? Wu Hu frowned and said, You'll know if you continue to watch. Si Malin smiled. On the spectator stand, a lady pointed at Ning Qi and said, Our Wind Cloud Association wants him. No matter how many spiritual crystals we offer, we have to get him to join our Wind Cloud Association. Do you understand? I reckon 1,000 middle spiritual crystals will be enough to bribe him. The other forces can't offer that price yet. We only managed to save up after going through a few dangerous missions. Ning Qi waited for a long time. Why didn't Elder Nu Tao announce the result? Could it be that they still had something up their sleeves at this time? Nu Tao descended from the sky and landed on the arena. He glanced at Hua Wushang, then at Ning Qi, and said slowly, Hua Wushang wins this year's competition. He will be promoted to an inner disciple. The crowd was in an uproar. Hua Wushang won. Didn't he lose to Ning Qi? That's not right. Could Elder Nu Tao have read the wrong name? It's possible. Wu, whose expression was extremely ugly. He looked at Si Malin and said, "So, you already knew." "I've only heard some rumors, that's all." Si Malin smiled and said, "Isn't Elder Nu going overboard by doing this?" Xia Bing said plainly, "If you have the guts, go and ask him yourself." Si Malin's lips curled into a mocking smile. The group of deacon elders looked at Nu Tao. No one dared to speak. After all, Nu Tao was an elder in green robe. He could suppress them with one finger. How could Hua Wushang win? Did he read it wrongly? Duaning Jun was dumbfounded. Situ, Yi, and the rest also felt that it was strange. However, they had a feeling that this matter wasn't as simple as reading the wrong name. Could it be? Everyone looked at Hua Wushang. Indeed, although he was lying on the ground and was seriously injured, his lips curled into a cold smile. This wasn't the reaction of a person who had lost a battle. Hee, there's going to be a good show. Duan Tianning, who was hiding in the crowd, looked at Ning Qi gloatingly. "Elder Nu, why is that?" Ning Qi looked at Nu Tao and asked expressionlessly, "I just said that we can't kill our fellow sect members. However, look at what you did. He was almost killed by you. According to the rules, I have the right to deprive you of the right to advance." Nu Tao said coldly. "Hua." She came to Hua Wushang's side and fed him a pill. Then he helped him up and looked at Ning Qi with a mocking expression. No wonder his defense didn't look as strong as before. He was waiting for me here. Ning Qi sneered in his heart and said, "Oh, so he advanced, and I failed." Nu Tao smiled coldly and didn't answer Ning Qi. He said to Hua Wushang, "Report to the inner sect tomorrow." After saying this, he rose into the air and left. "I said that you can't beat me." Hua Wushang laughed mockingly. "Deprived of the right to advance? You won't even be in the top 10? What a pity. That's ridiculous. Xia, lower your voice. If Elder Hua hears this, he'll definitely give you a hard time. He failed to advance. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter." Duan Tianning was full of smiles. Looking at Ning Qi's expression, he felt extremely happy. On the viewing platform, a group of inner sect disciples looked at each other and shook their heads. They stood up and left. "Looks like we have to recruit Hua Wushang. With his relationship with Elder Nu Tao, he'll be helpful to us." Chapter 320. Celestial Emperor Square. It's a little difficult. How can he advance with Elder Nu watching him? If there's anything between the green-robed elders, they will tell each other. They will give each other face. After all, the lamp elder is not in charge, and the patriarch is in seclusion. With Elder Nu's cultivation, he has a lot of say among the green-robed elders. Let's go. The woman sighed. She looked deeply at Ning Qi, then stood up and left. When Ning Qi returned to Duan Ningjuan's side, he looked indignant. How can this be? There must be a conspiracy. How can the outer disciple competition be treated like this? Brother Ning, if you can't advance this time, it will be the same next year. Situ, Yi comforted. That's right. So what if Hua Wushang advances first? He's just someone who lost to you. Situ Mingdang said. It's okay. You don't have to worry about me. Ning Qi smiled. When everyone saw Ning Qi's relaxed expression, as if he didn't care about the gains and losses, they immediately admired Ning Qi's attitude. After the large competition ended, a large wave of outer sect disciples once again left the sect. They all had missions outside, and the others also did what they had to do. But this time, Hua Wushang had become the dark horse to advance into the inner sect, which surprised everyone. Some of the guys who opened the bets lost a large amount of money because of this. In a small courtyard, Hua Wushang looked at the 1,000 middle spiritual crystals that Li Dongshui brought back and smiled. Divine Son, you didn't see that guy's black face. He probably saved up for the past 10 years. Li Dongshui laughed. He started the bet. Ning Chi won a clock. Won, and I won 10. Since he dared to look down on me, he has to pay the price. If I didn't know that he didn't have a lot of money, I would have bet more than 100 middle spiritual crystals. Hua Wushang sneered. Divine Son, we have to find a chance to kill this guy. Otherwise, he will still be a threat to you in the next competition. Li Dongshui suggested. Don't worry. Hua Wushang smiled confidently. Mission Hall. When Ning Chi walked in, countless eyes looked at him. Although he didn't advance, they knew that Ning Chi was much stronger than Hua Wushang. Even being disqualified could not conceal Ning Chi's strength. Therefore, their gazes were still filled with worship and admiration. They wished for nothing more than to go up and make friends with Ning Chi, but they were afraid that it would be too rude. Ning Chi walked straight to Elder Ding. What do you want? Elder Ding opened his eyes and said calmly, I wish to see Elder Meng Qingling. Ning Chi smiled. You? Elder Ding's lips curled into a mocking smile. You want to see Elder Meng? Yes. Ning Chi nodded. Don't get carried away with your fantasies. Go back and cultivate properly. I know you're not satisfied with your advancement, but there's nothing you can do about it. Elder Meng isn't someone you can meet whenever you want to. Elder Ding waved his hand. Ning Chi glanced at him indifferently and turned to leave. Elder Ding closed his eyes again and muttered to himself. After offending Nu Tao, this brat will have a hard time in the inner sect. In an extremely grand hall, Nu Tao sat at the head of the table. Hua Shiri half knelt in front of him. Master, you're right. He indeed has some relationship with Elder Meng. He just went to the mission hall to ask Elder Ding for help. He wants to see Elder Meng. As long as I'm in the sect, he won't be able to see Elder Meng. Nu Tao smiled. Master is really thoughtful. Hua Shiri flattered. As for Wushang, he'll follow me for the time being. Nu Tao said, Hurry up and thank Grand Master. Hua Shiri shouted at Hua Wushang in surprise. Hua Wushang immediately knelt down and said fawningly, Wushang thanks Grand Master. N. The mission for the ancient sky dragon's egg will expire in a few months. I can't do anything here at the Cloud Rising sect. Let's go to the 9-state empire. I don't believe that I can't find rank 7 dragon race essence blood in the market there. As for Hua Wushang, Hua Shiri, Nu Tao, you 3 will be wiped out sooner or later. Just wait. Ning Chi thought as he walked. He didn't say goodbye to Duan Ingjun and the rest and left the Cloud Rising sect. Duan Ingjun and the rest only discovered him after he disappeared for a few days. Everyone thought that Ning Chi was still feeling unwell and went out to relax. 9-state empire. Capital. Ning Chi paid a total of 100 inferior spiritual crystals to obtain a temporary identity token that allowed him to stay for 10 days. After 10 days, he had to go to the officials to get a new identity token. At that time, he would also have to pay 100 inferior spiritual crystals. It was the same for outsiders in the capital of the 9-state empire, no matter which sect's elder or sect leader you were. Unless you were an expert above the battle sage level, you could obtain an identity token that lasted from 5 to 50 years. Brother, may I know where the market is? Ning Chi asked a random passerby on the road. Although he was a passerby, he had the strength of a king of fighters. It was just that in the capital there were king of fighters everywhere, so he seemed very ordinary. Are you a foreigner who just came here? There are 4 big markets in the capital. Which one would you like to ask about? The passerby glanced at Ning Chi and realized that Ning Chi was at the peak of the king of fighters despite his young age, so his attitude was not bad. 4 big markets? May I know which market has the most goods? Ning Chi asked. Then you'll have to go to the Celestial Emperor Square opened by the royal family. The goods there are the most complete, but the prices are also higher than the other 3 markets. However, the authenticity is guaranteed, so it's not easy to buy fake goods. The passerby said. He then pointed Ning Chi in a direction and turned to leave. Celestial Emperor Square. At the entrance of the market, someone checked the identity token. After seeing that Ning Chi's identity token was temporary, he asked Ning Chi to pay 100 inferior spiritual crystals before he could enter. In this way, without doing anything, he had already spent 200 inferior spiritual crystals. An ordinary person would not have the guts to enter the capital of the 9-state empire. Ning Chi strolled around the Celestial Emperor Square a few times and finally came to the front of the most magnificent building. There was a huge plaque on the building that read, Celestial Emperor Auction House. It was very lively inside. In the main hall, there were all kinds of goods for people to choose from. Most of the people who came and went were king of fighters and grandmasters of fighters. Sir, what would you like to buy? Please feel free to take a look. We have everything here. If you need something better, you can attend the auction tonight. A young man who seemed to be in his 30s walked in front of Ning Chi and smiled. He was also a king of fighters, and like Ning Chi, he was at the peak of the king of fighters. Brother, do you have rank 7 dragon blood essence here? I want one with high purity, Ning Chi asked. Of course, we have rank 7 dragon blood essence here. However, the price is slightly higher. The young man nodded and said, Not far away, a figure passed by the entrance of the Celestial Emperor Auction House. He suddenly stopped and turned his head to look at Ning Chi. It's him. Chapter 321. Enemies never meet. How high is the price? Ning Chi had 50,000 middle spiritual crystals. Even if it was 10% higher than the other places, it was enough. I don't know about that. Tonight's auction will have the blood essence of the dragon tribe. If you are interested, you can pay 500 lower spiritual crystals to qualify. The young man smiled. I need 4 bottles of blood essence. Is that enough for tonight's auction? Ning Chi asked. For bottles, the young man was shocked. No matter how he looked at it, Ning Chi didn't look like someone who could take out such a huge sum of money. However, there were many crouching tigers and hidden dragons in the capital, so he didn't dare to make a rash decision. Thus he said, Then I'll go and ask the elders first to see how much dragon clan blood essence will be auctioned tonight. Young master, why don't you follow me first? Ning Chi nodded and followed him to the 2nd floor. The young man then entered a room, and Ning Chi waited at the door. Not long after, an old man came out with the young man. This old man's cultivation was not very high. He was a 6-star Do Huang. Sir, are you the one who wishes to purchase 4 bottles of Dragon Clan blood essence? Do you have any other requests? The old man smiled. The purity must be high enough. Some dragon's blood that doesn't have a good bloodline is useless to me. Ning Chi said, This old man just happens to have these 4 bottles of rank 7 Dragon Clan's blood essence. Their purity should meet young master's requirements. I originally planned to keep them in my hands and ask someone to refine pills. Since young master needs them, this old man will put them up for auction tonight. When the time comes, young master can buy them. The old man said, Thank you, senior. Ning Chi smiled and cupped his hands. He then paid the entrance fee of 500 lower spiritual crystals and strolled around the Celestial Emperor Lane while waiting for night to fall. Capital Inner City. Divine Dragon Marquis Palace. After passing through a few long corridors, Duan Juntian arrived at a quiet courtyard. He did not dare to enter the courtyard without permission. Instead, he stood at the entrance and said loudly, Juntian requests to see Cousin Minglong. After a while, a voice sounded, Come in. When Duan Juntian entered the courtyard, he saw a white-clad young man standing nearby with his back facing him. What business do you have with me? Duan Minglong said lightly. A hint of jealousy flashed in Duan Juntian's eyes as he looked at the figure in white. Duan Minglong, one of the 4 great heavens, pride of the divine dragon Marquis mansion. When he was 15, he was already at the peak of the Do Huang class. Currently, he was 17 and had just broken through to a 1-star Do Huang some time ago. He had entered the eyes of the Bai Xiao clan and was ranked 305th on the dragon ranking. It was said that the Fong clan, one of the 9 top clans, had the intention of recruiting him as a son-in-law. At that time, his training resources would be even greater. It's like this. I heard that cousin Minglong's blade skills are godlike. Recently, I have been looking for a suitable dough weapon. However, some of the D-class dough weapons do not even enter cousin's eyes. Just say it, don't beat around the bush. Duan Minglong said lightly. Duan Juentian's expression changed slightly. He smiled sheepishly and said, I found a treasured saber that's definitely above the earth rank. There's even an ancient ice dragon's inheritance on it. I believe this saber is very suitable for you, cousin Minglong. I wonder if you're interested? Above earth rank? Duan Minglong's expression changed slightly. He finally turned around and looked at Duan Juntian coldly. Is what you said true? Where's this saber? Above earth rank was a heaven rank dough weapon. Even in the capital of the 9 prefectures empire, heaven rank dough weapons could not be found everywhere. Normally, only those who were above the Dosheng level had the right to possess them. Occasionally, when one appeared, it would be fought over by others. Although Duan Minglong was one of the 4 great geniuses of the divine Dragon Marquis Mansion, the other 3 were not weaker than him. Other than that, the divine Dragon Marquis Mansion could barely be considered a second-rate noble in the 9 prefectures empire. It was impossible for him to obtain a heaven-rank dough weapon. However, Duan Minglong was an arrogant person. He believed that his blade skills were godlike. He did not even bother to use ordinary dough weapons. The one he used the most was an ordinary wooden saber. However, there were already more than 10 dough huangs who had been defeated by his wooden saber. All of their cultivations were higher than his. After word of mouth, almost everyone who had some knowledge knew that Duan Minglong from the divine Dragon Marquis' blade skills were godlike. This saber is in the hands of one person. Duan Juntian smiled. From Duan Minglong's expression, it seemed that he had taken the bait. Continue. It's like this. This person is currently an outer disciple of the Cloud Rising sect. His cultivation is around the peak of the King Realm. He does not have much of a background, but his dough weapon is definitely extraordinary. If cousin Minglong is interested, he can find an opportunity to kill him in the Celestial Emperor Marketplace. That saber will naturally belong to cousin Minglong. Duan Juntian said. Oh, you have a grudge against this person? Duan Minglong looked at Duan Juntian with a faint smile. This, Duan Juntian laughed dryly. Just as he was about to say something, Duan Minglong had already walked out. Duan Juntian was ecstatic. He knew that Duan Minglong was ready to make his move. Ning Qi, you're dead meat. Celestial Emperor Auction House. At night, there were even more people. Ning Qi took the sign and went to the first Earth Auction Hall. He found a seat and sat down. As the day of the auction approached, the seats were filled with people in no time. At this moment, the arrival of 2 people attracted Ning Qi's attention. Duan Juntian, enemies really do not meet. Ning Qi muttered to himself. Duan Juntian followed behind Duan Minglong and entered the auction hall. He immediately saw Ning Qi. However, his eyes only lingered on Ning Qi for a moment before he shifted his gaze away. There were 2 empty seats on the right side of Ning Qi's row, so the 2 of them quickly sat down. Since Duan Juntian did not pick a fight with Ning Qi naturally ignored him. They sat down peacefully. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, an auctioneer walked up to the stage, and the auction officially began. A bottle of yellow-grade breakthrough pills. There are a total of 12 pills. The starting price is 500 middle spiritual crystals, and the minimum bid is 100 middle spiritual crystals. Everyone, please start bidding. The auctioneer took out a bottle of pills and smiled. His voice spread to every corner of the auction hall with the help of his battle energy. 1,000 middle spiritual crystals. 1,500 middle spiritual crystals. Although the minimum bid was 100 middle spiritual crystals, The increments were much higher than the standard. In the end, the bottle of breakthrough pills was bought by someone with 2,000 middle spiritual crystals. The yellow-grade breakthrough pills could only be used on king warriors. Since so many people wanted them, it showed that the more crowded the place was, the scarcer the resources were. After that, a few more items were auctioned, but Ning Chi was not interested. Until the next item is 4 bottles of rank 7 Dragon Clan's blood essence. The purity is above 95%. It can be used to refine pills and enhance one's physique. The starting price is 5,000 middle spiritual crystals, and the minimum bid is 500 middle spiritual crystals. The auctioneer took out 4 crystal bottles and said, Ning Chi's eyes lit up and he raised his paddle. 20,000 middle spiritual crystals. Chapter 322. 3 moves. Duan Minglong smiled and said, 20,500 middle spiritual crystals. 30,000. 40,000. After Duan Minglong raised the price of the Dragon Clan's blood essence instantly rose to 40,000. Ning Chi appeared calm and said, 45,000 middle spiritual crystals. 45,500 middle spiritual crystals. 48,000 middle spiritual crystals. 48,500 middle spiritual crystals. No matter how much Ning Chi raised the price, Duan Minglong was still only 500 middle spiritual crystals higher than Ning Chi. At this moment, the others also noticed this and looked at the two of them with a faint smile. Those who were interested in the Dragon Clan's blood essence gave up. Usually, the price would be much higher than usual in such a situation. Continue to raise the price. I'm telling you, we're taking the Dragon Clan's blood essence. Duan Juntian turned to look at Ning Chi and smiled. Is that so? If you can't get it, you're all bastards. Ning Chi immediately raised his sign and said, 100,000 middle spiritual crystals. Gasp! Someone sucked in a cold breath. Which clan is this kid from? It's just 4 bottles of rank 7 Dragon Clan's blood essence. How can he raise the price so high? Does he have that many spiritual crystals? If he doesn't, I'm afraid he'll have to be a servant for the rest of his life, based on the Heavenly Emperor Auction House's rules. The group of Do Huangs looked at Ning Chi in shock. Many of them were gloating. In their opinion, Ning Chi would definitely not be able to take out so many middle spiritual crystals. Cousin Minglong, he's just bluffing. Let's not raise the price anymore. Duan Juntian said in a low voice. Duan Minglong smiled and happened to meet Ning Chi's eyes. He slowly raised his sign and said, 100,500 middle spiritual crystals. This is Duan Minglong, right? One of the 4 great sky prides of the Duan clan? No wonder he can take out so many middle spiritual crystals to compete with others. TSK. After Duan Minglong raised the price, someone finally recognized him. This indirectly showed that Duan Minglong was actually not very famous in the capital. There were many sky prides who were more powerful than him. Haha, since young master wants it so much, I'll let you have it. After all, it's not rare to see a rank 7 Dragon Clan's blood essence. Ning Chi smiled and put down his paddle. He did not intend to bid anymore. Judging from the other party's actions, they didn't come here by accident. He was afraid that his tracks had been accidentally discovered. They must have other motives for coming here. Duan Minglong's face twitched slightly. He took a deep breath and said with a smile, "Thank you." As he finished speaking, he slowly closed his eyes. Ning Chi could sense that his shoulders were trembling slightly. It was clear that he was extremely angry, but he still had to pretend to be calm. In order to embarrass Ning Chi during the auction, he handed over all the spiritual crystals he had saved to Duan Minglong. There was a total of 1,000 medium spiritual crystals in total. More importantly, he wanted to tie himself to the same worship as Duan Minglong. Only in this way would Duan Minglong give him the greatest benefits after obtaining that treasured saber. However, Duan Minglong had used 100,500 medium-grade spiritual crystals to buy 4 bottles of Dragon Clan's blood essence. It was more than double the market price. Duan Minglong's medium-grade spiritual crystals were probably going to go down the drain. After the auction ended, Ning Qi left the Heavenly Larch auction house with a smile. However, before he could walk far, Duan Minglong and Duan Juntian blocked his way. "Is there anything else?" Ning Qi smiled. "Don't you want these Dragon Clan's blood essence?" Duan Minglong took out 4 crystal bottles and waved them in front of Ning Qi. "I want them, but I have spiritual crystals. I can buy them myself. In such a big capital city, I don't believe I can't find other Dragon Clan's blood essence. Don't you think so?" Ning Qi smiled. "To be honest, with my influence in the capital city, you won't be able to buy Dragon Clan's blood essence no matter where you go. I'll keep a close eye on you." Duan Minglong smiled faintly. "Don't doubt me. Cousin Minglong can take out 100,000 medium-grade spiritual crystals today. This is proof that as long as he calls, many people will be willing to work for him." Duan Juntian smirked. "Oh, you mean that no matter where I go, you'll fight with me? Can I understand it that way?" Ning Qi smiled. "Yes." Duan Minglong nodded his head decisively. "How about this? Why are you looking for me? Let's talk about it." Ning Qi said, "I heard from Juntian that you have a powerful saber. Can I take a look at it?" Duan Minglong asked, "You're crazy. What does my saber have to do with you? Why should I show it to you?" Ning Qi asked curiously, "How dare you?" Duan Juntian was furious. Just as he was about to make a move, he was stopped by Duan Minglong. Duan Minglong looked around, and Duan Juntian realized that many people had stopped and were looking at the 3 of them curiously. If they killed someone in the capital city, even the divine Dragon Marquis would not be able to protect Duan Minglong. "How about this? I'll use these 4 bottles of Dragon Clan's blood essence to make a bet with you. If you can take 3 moves from me, I'll give you the blood essence. If you can't, your saber will belong to me in the future." Duan Minglong said, "3 moves." Ning Qi looked hesitant, but his heart was blooming with joy. He had over 200,000 health points. Forget 3 moves. He was confident that he could take 30 moves. Duan Minglong was treating him like an ordinary Peking dough. "Why, you don't dare? If you hand over the saber, Cousin Minglong will take you in as a follower. Isn't it better than being an outer disciple of the Cloud Rising sect? Be it cultivation resources or martial skills, if you perform well, I'll teach you everything." Duan Juntian said, "As for the grudge between us, let's just forget about it." Duan Minglong nodded his head. "Who says I don't dare? 3 moves it is. However, I'm afraid that you won't keep your word. Let's wait until the sun rises and call more people over to be witnesses. I'm tired now, and I'm going to rest. Can the 2 of you move aside?" Ning Qi said coldly, "Sure." Duan Minglong smiled confidently. The 2 of them followed Ning Qi until he entered an inn. Duan Minglong turned around and left. As for Duan Juntian, he was probably going to guard Ning Qi tonight in case he ran away in the middle of the night. Ning Qi glanced at the street from the window and smirked. "You're in a hurry to deliver things to me and save me so many medium spiritual crystals. You're such a good person, haha." That night, Ning Qi had a good sleep. When he woke up the next morning and went downstairs, he saw Duan Minglong leading a group of people. They almost filled up the hall of the inn. "That's him? He wants to take 3 moves from Brother Duan? Isn't he a Peking dough? What a joke. TSK, TSK. He's overestimating himself. He must be from some village. Duan Juntian, where did you say he was from?" Duan Juntian looked at Ning Qi and smiled. "I think he's from the Green Mist sect or the 100 Herbs sect." Chapter 323. Heaven Prison / I remember that these two sects are only second-rate sects, right? The sect leader is a dozong. Moreover, it is in existence at the bottom of the second tier. If no new dozong appears, it is only a matter of time before it becomes a third-tier sect. Yeah, there aren't many people from that kind of place who are successful. Everyone looked at Ning Qi while mocking him. With a glance, Ning Qi discovered that half of them were one-star Do Huangs. Moreover, they were at most 1 or 2 years older than him. There were even a few who were younger than him. It appeared that they were the so-called Heaven's Chosen, who were around the same age as Duan Minglong. Are you ready? Duan Minglong smiled at Ning Qi. Let's go. Remember your promise. If you cannot kill me in 3 moves, those 4 bottles of Dragon Clan blood essence will be mine. Ning Qi smiled faintly, completely ignoring everyone's ridicule. Capital Arena. This arena was built by the imperial family and almost all competitions, big and small, were held here. However, if one wanted to use the arena once, they had to pay a certain amount of spirit crystals. Only then would the elders in charge of the arena open the gates. Everyone who wanted to watch the battles had to pay a ticket, and the arena took 70% of the tickets. In the stands, everyone was discussing in low voices, and from time to time, a newcomer would ask about Ning Qi's origins. In the capital, most of these people were geniuses from powers that were on the same level as the divine dragon Marquis Manor. In truth, they could only be considered second-rate nobles. For example, Duan Juantian's status was even lower. He was considered a third-rate character. After Duan Juandi and Duan Junhong received his message, they quickly rushed back. At this moment, they were sitting next to Duan Juntian and mocking Ning Qi. Big brother, I didn't think that this kid would dare to come to our 9-states empire. He must have eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gall. However, how did his cultivation progress so quickly? Could it be because of the primordial ice dragon's legacy? Duan Juandi glared fiercely at Ning Qi. Previously in the ice demon lair, he had always been brooding over the matter of being injured by Ning Qi. As a disciple of the divine dragon Marquis Mansion of the 9-region empire, if news of him being humiliated by a country bumpkin were to spread, he would definitely become a laughingstock. If it's really like that, then it's equivalent to him robbing us of a great fortune. Duan Junhong sneered. No matter what, his ending today has already been decided. If he doesn't die, his cultivation will be crippled, and he only has a temporary identity card, so he can only stay in the capital for 10 days. When the time is up, he will be expelled. At that time, you can follow him and take revenge however you want. Duan Juntian smiled faintly. Why is Lung Mei here? Duan Juntian suddenly looked into the distance and saw more than 10 women walking in his direction in a group. The one standing in front was none other than Duan Lingmei, whom Duan Juntian had a crush on. However, Duan Lingmei was already a 7-star Doang. His cultivation base was even higher than Duan Juantian's. Duan Lingmei nodded at them and sat down nearby. When she saw Ning Qi, a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes. How could it be him? Lung Mei, do you know him? What's his background? Why is he competing with Cousin Minglong? I heard that he wants to take 3 blows from Cousin Minglong. I think he's only a peak Dowang. Cousin Minglong is ranked 305th on the dragon ranking. An ordinary Do Huang can't even take 1 blow from him. A woman beside Duan Lingmei asked curiously when she saw that Duan Lingmei seemed to know Ning Qi. The other women looked over one after another. Duan Lingmei said, I've seen him somewhere else before. She had a deep impression of Ning Qi. With the strength of a peak Doling, he had defeated Duan Juantian's group, after which he had even killed a peak Dowang and caused a Do Huang to flee. It was unexpected that the other party's strength had grown to such a frightening extent after not meeting him for over a year. A peak Do Wang. I'm afraid he can really take 3 blows from Duan Minglong, right? If the Bai Shao clan knows about him with his previous achievements, he will definitely enter the dragon ranking. Duan Lingmei thought in her heart. When they saw that Duan Lingmei did not seem to want to talk about it, the crowd thought that she had only met Ningqi once. Then they began to talk about how talented Duan Minglong was, how handsome he was, and how many girls liked him in secret. They scoffed at Ningqi, thinking that he wanted to use Duan Minglong to increase his own reputation. Perhaps his goal was to enter the eyes of the wandering Don clan so that he could become an existence on dragon rank. Brother Duan, quickly end the battle. That's right. Don't just stand there. Later, I still need to go to the vast forest to kill a rank 5 dragon to refine pills. This kind of fellow can be finished off in one move. Don't hold back, Brother Duan. Otherwise, some blind ants will try to use us to rise. Duan Minglong's good friends shouted. Their voices were spread to every corner of the fighting arena after the Do Chi surged. A faint smile appeared on Duan Minglong's face as he looked at Ningqi. I'm going to attack. It's too late for you to regret it now. Take this. Heaven Prison / A wooden saber appeared in Duan Minglong's hand. It was an extremely ordinary wooden saber, but at this moment there was a dark purple Do Chi wrapped around the wooden saber. At the same time, the air above Ningqi's head tore apart as though a black crack had appeared. Gusts of chilling wind blew out from the crack, accompanied by the wails of ghosts and gods. That's Brother Duan's ultimate skill, Heaven Prison / With one slash, everything will return to dust and hell will descend. Although I know that's not the real hell, I'd still feel chills if I were to face Brother Duan / This is just a wooden saber. If it's a low-grade Earth-rank battle weapon, its power will increase by 2 to 3 times. That kid's life is in danger. Ha ha ha. Duan Juntian's eyes gleamed with joy as he waited to see Ningqi make a fool of himself. 3 moves? Swoosh. 1 move was enough. Duan Minglong had a confident expression on his face. Boom! Ningqi was sent flying and landed heavily on the ground. Duan Minglong put the wooden saber away and smiled faintly. That fellow lost. How useless. He can't even take 2 moves. As expected of Cousin Minglong, the woman beside Duan Lingmei said excitedly, You probably don't have the ability to stand up anymore. Take out your battle weapon. Duan Minglong walked slowly to Ningqi's side and said in a condescending manner. He looked at Ningqi as though the heavens were looking down at an ant. His expression was calm, but there was a trace of coldness in it. He knew the strength of his attack wouldn't kill Ningqi, but it would make Ningqi lose the ability to fight. As for Ningqi's life, he didn't care about it. Ningqi's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened and said in astonishment, 1 move and it's over. Chapter 324. Magic Light Illumination. How is this possible? Duan Juntian and the rest were in disbelief. Nothing happened to Ningqi. He stood up again. Does he have some kind of defensive treasure on him? Duan Juntian asked suspiciously. That's not right. He didn't even release his Do Chi. It's impossible for him to have any treasure. Duan Junhong frowned. Maybe Cousin Minglong was being merciful? Duan Juntian said softly. The group of ladies on Duan Lingmei's side covered their mouths to hide their shock. Lingmei, where did this guy come from? Yes, don't tell me he's from some big family. Even a Do Huang would not be able to block Cousin Minglong's attack unscathed. But he doesn't seem to be injured at all. I'm not too sure, either. Duan Lingmei shook his head slowly. He sighed in his heart. Hey, Brother Duan, are you being merciful? Hurry up and finish this guy off. Don't waste everyone's time. That's right. Don't tell me you're planning to use your true strength on the 3rd move. Duan Minglong's group of friends shouted. The way they saw it, Ningqi was still able to stand up because Duan Minglong was being merciful. Otherwise, how could a peak Do Huang be unscathed when facing a 1-star Do Huang's full force attack without dodging? One should know that Duan Minglong was not an ordinary 1-star Do Huang. He was one of the four heavens' prides in the divine dragon marquis mansion. He could be compared to an ordinary 4- or 5-star Do Huang. He could even fight a 6-star Do Huang. Duan Minglong looked at Ning Qi expressionlessly. A trace of anger flashed across his face. A moment later he opened his mouth and said, "You do have some skills. However, I only used 30% of my strength in that attack. I wonder if you can still be as relaxed as you are now?" Ning Qi laughed and said, 30%? What a joke. You look like you're about to shit. You must have used all your strength, right? If you want me to believe you, you have to perform well. Don't disappoint me. You. A trace of anger flashed in Duan Minglong's eyes. With a loud roar, he slashed at Ning Qi again. This time the momentum was great. The fighting energy in the surroundings was instantly sucked out and condensed on his wooden blade. Boom! Ning Qi was sent flying again. Duan Juntian stood up from the spectator stand and looked at Ning Qi as he muttered to himself, "He should be dead now, right?" Everyone's attention was now focused on Ning Qi. Duan Minglong didn't approach Ning Qi without permission. Instead, he stood where he was and looked at Ning Qi coldly. He wanted to confirm Ning Qi's condition before doing anything else. Otherwise, it would be like what happened just now, when Ning Qi had already spoken, but nothing happened to him. After several breaths of time, Ning Qi crawled up from the ground once more. This time, there was blood at the corner of his mouth. Seeing this, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he immediately felt that something was wrong. Ning Qi should have been seriously injured, or even killed. Why did he look like he had suffered some minor injuries? He's fine. Duan Juntian was confused. The situation before him was beyond his comprehension. It can't be. Duan Minglong's group of friends gradually felt that something was wrong. They could tell that Duan Minglong did not use all his strength in the attack just now. He had used at least 90% of his strength. Yet his opponent had taken it on so easily. Could it be that this person wasn't a peak king of fighters? Was he pretending? Everyone's eyes swept across Ning Qi's body like a detector. Their final conclusion told them that Ning Qi was a peak king of fighters. TSK, this attack is a little more impressive. It's much more powerful than your previous attack. If I were to make an analogy, your first attack was a sissy, and your second attack was a little more manly. I'll wait for your third attack now. Come on. Ning Qi smiled. Duan Minglong's first attack had shaved off about 30,000 of his life points. The second attack had shaved off 60,000 of his life points. Any other king of fighters would have been dead by now. Unfortunately, he had encountered a freak like Ning Qi. Before eating the dragon's soul fruit, Ning Qi would not have been able to take 3 attacks from him. However, after eating the dragon's soul fruit, Ning Qi's life points had increased to more than 200,000. It was almost impossible for Duan Minglong to defeat him within 3 attacks. Duan Minglong looked at the mysterious smile on the corner of Ning Qi's mouth and immediately became vigilant. He had underestimated Ning Qi from the very beginning. Ning Qi was definitely not an ordinary peak king of fighters. He was probably an existence that belonged to the category of heaven's chosen. Are you afraid? You don't dare to use the third attack? The corner of Ning Qi's mouth curled into a mocking smile. Duan Minglong immediately looked around the grandstand and saw that his good friends, his cousins in the family, were all looking at him with an indescribable expression. Duan Minglong's face immediately flushed red. This was a sign that his blood was surging, indicating that his anger was attacking his heart at this moment. I have never displayed this attack in front of the world. You will have the honor to see it today. However, you will probably die on the spot. Do you dare to take it? Duan Minglong lowered his head. When he raised it again, his face was full of confidence. Oh! Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly and he sneered, "Don't talk nonsense. Make your move. There are demons in the world that shine in the lowly places." Duan Minglong's lips moved slightly and a string of inexplicable words came out of his mouth. But all living beings can't see it, so it can only... The corner of Duan Minglong's mouth curled into an evil smile. At this moment, the aura on his body soared. The people in the stands all stood up, their eyes revealing a shocked expression. Magic light illuminates. When the last sentence came out, Ning Qi felt that the sunlight in the surroundings seemed to be absorbed by Duan Minglong. The sky and earth darkened. The current Duan Minglong was like a monster that was 1,000 feet tall. He carried an incomparable aura as he chopped down at Ning Qi. Boom! The entire fighting arena was split into 2 halves, and the sky was filled with dust. What's going on? How come I have never seen this move of Cousin Minglong? So strong. This is definitely not a martial skill of our divine Dragon Marquis Mansion. I heard that Cousin Minglong was researching a killing move. Could it be that it is this move? It is simply monstrous. That brat should be dead now, right? Not a single one of us can withstand this move. I don't know. We will only know after the dust settles. Duan Minglong stood on the spot, the corner of his mouth hooked into a confident smile. However, in a place where no one could see, his right hand that was holding the blade was trembling slightly. Chapter 325. To push people too far, if this black gas invaded his heart meridian, he would need to spend 1.5 years to eliminate the side effects. At that time, his strength would drop by 1 or 2 levels. But to kill you, it's all worth it. Duan Minglong faintly smiled. He had full confidence that Ning Qi would not be able to survive this killing move. The dust dispersed. Sure enough, the crowd saw Ning Qi lying on the ground with his eyes tightly shut. His clothes had already been torn to shreds, making him look like a beggar who had been wandering for years. All of this seemed to be similar to what everyone had guessed. But some sharp-eyed people noticed that Ning Qi's chest was still moving up and down. Duan Minglong's expression changed slightly. He's not dead? Such a strong life force. However, as long as he loses his battle prowess, he'll still lose. Cough, this move of yours is quite powerful. I nearly died in your hands. Ning Qi suddenly crawled up from the ground. After spitting out 2 mouthfuls of blood, he smiled at Duan Minglong. At this time, he only had 700 to 800 HP left. Normally, he would have entered a state of near death. However, his body had long been digitized. As long as he still had HP, he would be fine. After tossing 2 upper-grade Earth Step rejuvenation pills into his mouth, Ning Qi walked over to the dumbfounded Duan Minglong in high spirits. He stretched out his hand and said, 3 moves have passed. Give me your dragon blood essence. Why? Why are you fine? Duan Minglong muttered to himself. He had long since lost the calm that he had been pretending to be. At this moment, he was like an ordinary 17 or 18-year-old boy who saw a broken caterpillar in his bowl of noodles. He was at a loss and didn't know what to do. The grandstand was silent. Everyone looked at Ning Qi with a trace of horror in their eyes. Duan Juntian, didn't you say he's a country bumpkin? Is this AF * King country bumpkin? Brother Duan is ranked 305th on the dragon rank, and even he can't do anything to him. He might be able to enter the top 300 on the dragon rank, right? Tell me, who is he? His name must be in the top 300. Someone shouted at Duan Juntian. Duan Juntian was confused. He's indeed a country bumpkin. It's impossible for him to be in the top 300 of the dragon leaderboard. Then how are you going to explain it now? A conflicted expression appeared on Duan Juntian's face. He did not know what to say. Lung Mei, since you know this guy, you have to introduce me to him later. He is definitely a genius. While few people know about him, I have to take him down. An extremely mature woman smiled at Duan Lingmei. Her figure was very hot, and her clothes were a little different from ordinary girls, looking very fashionable. This okay? Duan Lingmei nodded. Hey, Brother Duan, since you've lost the bet, you must keep your word. There are so many people watching, So why aren't you giving me the item? Ning Qi reminded impatiently. Duan Minglong absent-mindedly took out the 4 bottles of rank 7 Dragon Clan's essence, blood, from the interspatial ring and handed them to Ning Qi. Then he stood there blankly without any other reaction. Sigh, another obsessed youth. Ning Qi swept his hand in front of Duan Minglong's eyes and found that Duan Minglong had no reaction at all. He sighed, shook his head, and turned to leave. Duan Juntian and the others finally regained their senses and quickly flew to Duan Minglong's side. Cousin Minglong, are you all right? Duan Juntian asked worriedly. Duan Minglong still had no reaction. At this moment, his good friends also came to his side. After checking on Duan Minglong's condition, one of them said he's fine, he's thinking now. It's fine as long as he's thought it through. Oh, Duan Juntian sighed in relief. If anything happened to Duan Minglong, he would definitely be hung up and beaten by the Marquis Mansion's elders. That boy left? Send a few people to follow him. Even if a country bumpkin has some ability, we can't let him take our things for free. If he wants to leave the capital, he has to at least spit out those 4 bottles of rank 7 Dragon Clan blood essence. Otherwise, we won't have any face left. That's true. Let's go, we'll follow him first. You guys go to the clan and find a few elders to help. All right, I've finally gathered 10 bottles of Dragon Clan's essence blood. Ning Qi was in a joyful mood as he walked on the street. Suddenly, he frowned slightly and glanced behind him. There were 4 to 5 one-star Do Huangs following behind him. They were all good friends of Duan Minglong. They did not hide themselves after Ning Qi discovered them. They directly wore smiles on their faces as they looked at Ning Qi. Brothers, why are you following me? Ning Qi smiled and cupped his hands together. It's like this. Since you're able to win a bet against Brother Duan, the few of us would like to make a bet with you. One of the young men said with a smile. Oh, what bet? I have something to do now. Maybe next time. Ning Qi smiled. Don't do it again. Otherwise, how can we, the prodigies, keep our faces? How about this? I have 4 people with me. You go and find 4 of them. We'll fight together. If you lose, you'll leave the Dragon Clan's essence, blood behind. If you win, we'll let you leave the capital safely. One of them said with a smile. Are you kidding me? If I lose, I'll leave the Dragon Clan's essence, blood behind. If I win, you'll let me leave safely? I don't have time to play games with you bunch of retards. Goodbye. Ning Qi immediately turned around and left. How dare you? Trying to leave. The 4 of them attacked Ning Qi at the same time. Ning Qi suddenly turned around. The Dragon Slayer's saber appeared in his hand. Ice Dragon Roar. Boom! The 4 one-star Emperor Do Huang, who claimed to be prodigies, were sent flying by the saber. They smashed into a small stall by the side of the street. They looked extremely miserable. There was a deep saber wound on their stomachs. One could even vaguely see the internal organs in their stomachs. At this moment, Ning Qi had already escaped without a trace. How is this possible? What kind of saber technique is that? No, it's that saber, that's strange. Just as the 4 of them were shocked, the experts from their clans had arrived. Seeing the 4's miserable appearance, a few Dozongs immediately chased after Ning Qi. We're almost at the city gate. Ning Qi calculated the distance as he ran. When he saw the city gate, a trace of a smile appeared on his face. However, at this moment, a few figures descended from the sky and landed directly in front of Ning Qi. Dozong? A trace of vigilance appeared on Ning Qi's face. Where do you think you're going after hurting the prodigies of my clan? One of the Dozongs revealed a trace of a sinister smile on his face. Be obedient and come back with us. Otherwise, I'll break your limbs and bring you back. You're being unreasonable. Why should I go back with you? Ning Qi said. This is a restricted area of the city gate. What are you doing? A few soldiers suddenly came from the city gate. Seeing this, Ning Chi hurriedly said, "You've come at the right time. These old fellows want to rob me in broad daylight." "Is that so?" Chapter 326. The beautiful scenery chapter 326 in Joe. It's the deacons. "Well, this kid stole something from my family. We'll take him back now. You guys continue to guard the door." The few Do Zongs snorted. They did not give these soldiers any face. They were not angry. They glanced at Ning Chi with an awkward smile and went back to guard the door. What a bunch of snakes and rats. Ning Chi scolded loudly. "Shut up." One of the fighting masters reached out his hand to grab Ning Chi. Ning Chi sighed in his heart. If he wanted to slip away under the nose of these fighting masters, he could only go to the Dragon Slaying Mall to buy a low-grade mystic invisibility talisman. This would cost him another 1,000 Dragon Slayer coins. Suddenly, a loud voice sounded in the air. "Oh, little brother, I didn't expect to see you here." This person had red hair and golden eyebrows. They were all messy, and he was wearing tattered clothes. He carried a huge gourd on his back. He looked to be in his 40s. He was the refiner of the Jojo Empire who used 30 iron dragon cannons to exchange for a large amount of Earth's technological equipment from Ning Chi. Manjulu. Seeing this, Ning Chi's face revealed a happy expression. "Senior, it's you." After seeing Manjulu, he knew he could save 1,000 Dragon Slayer coins. Manjulu landed beside Ning Chi, grabbed his arm, and walked away. Come. Those old guys all praised the fighting weapon you refined. They all said that they wanted to see your real body. I didn't expect to meet you here. There's no time like the present. I'll take you to meet them. At that time, remember to show your skills and earn some face for me. Sir, please wait." Several Zong fighters surrounded Manjulu in an instant. Their faces were extremely gloomy. "What are you doing? Do I know you?" Manjulu asked curiously. He was not in the Jojo Empire all year round, and the people he dealt with were basically above the Zun level. Therefore, he did not know these fighting masters at all. "This kid hurt a disciple of the Wang family, and you want to take him away? Aren't you looking down on our Wang clan?" A Do Zong coldly said. "Wang family? I've never heard of it. It's a second-rate family, right?" Manjula frowned. Second-rate. The few Do Zongs immediately became furious. After exchanging glances, they attacked Manjulu at the same time with great tacit understanding. As far as they were concerned, Manjulu was definitely an outsider and not a native of Beijing, so they had no scruples at all, fighting at the slightest disagreement. "How dare you!" Manjula shouted, and a pagoda instantly descended from the sky. With a loud boom, it covered the top of their heads, causing the ground to tremble. The few Do Zongs were at a loss. They discovered that they were being suppressed under a tower. Only their heads were exposed, after which the Do Chi within their bodies seemed to have been sealed and could not be used at all. What happened? Looks of disbelief appeared on their faces. The other party actually suppressed them with a single move? At this moment, the passers-by gathered around and looked at them curiously as if they were monkeys. The group of soldiers at the city gate had wanted to take action, but they suddenly saw a line of words on the pagoda. Their expressions changed drastically, and they immediately shrank back, not even daring to look in their direction. "Damn it, why are you still not letting us out? Do you know that you have caused a great disaster?" One of the Do Zongs angrily roared at Manjulu. When had they ever suffered such vexation? Even a Do Wang could watch them from the sidelines. "Stay here for a few days and reflect on yourself." Manjulu coldly laughed, after which he pulled Ning Chi's arm and left with a smile, leaving behind a pagoda and a few Do Zongs who had lost all face. Quickly go and inform the Wang family. I will heavily reward you." "Damn it, he is dead. What are you all looking at? All of you get lost." Everyone was shocked and hurriedly scattered. A few greedy fellows immediately ran to inform the Wang family after hearing the words, "heavily reward." Not long after, a few more dozongs flew over. They were different from the few who had been suppressed. Those few were only 1-star dozongs. Among the 3 dozongs who had rushed over, one of them was a 9-star dozong. The first elder is here. A few of them revealed joyful smiles. The 9-star dozong's face was furious. Who dares to humiliate the Wang family? It is an old thing with red hair and golden eyebrows. He is carrying a bottle gourd on his back. The 9-star dozong's expression changed slightly when he heard this. It was as if he had recalled something. He first observed the pagoda for a while before walking to the back of the pagoda. His expression immediately darkened when he saw the words on it. First elder, quickly let us out. The few suppressed dozongs were confused. What was the first elder waiting for? Every additional 15 minutes that they were suppressed was an additional 15 minutes of humiliation for the Wang family. The few dozongs who had come with the 9-star dozong also had doubtful faces. First elder, if we attack together, we should be able to shatter this dough weapon. Shatter? What a joke. They have offended someone they should not have offended. Let's just embarrass ourselves here. Let's go. It was unexpected that the 9-star dozong would say such a sentence, after which he broke through the air and left. It was as if he did not want to stay a moment longer. The few dozongs who had come with him were stunned, after which they came to their senses and looked at the stunned dozongs with pity before breaking through the air and leaving. The first elder is leaving just like that? That's right. What exactly is going on? He said that we have offended someone we should not have offended. Don't tell me that Brat has a special background? Is he from the 9 great clans? No, the first elder should be talking about the fellow carrying the bottle gourd. The few of them instantly darkened. They lowered their heads, not allowing those curious gazes to see the fear on their faces. In the following 10 days, they had become a beautiful scene on the streets. Manjulu brought Ningqi to a large courtyard. This courtyard seemed to be built on the outskirts of the capital. However, there were many people coming and going inside. It was very lively and looked a little like the White Tiger Pill refinement room. Elder Manjulu, thank you for your help this time around. Ningqi cupped his hands together and thanked him. They are merely a few petty thieves. These second and third-rate nobles in the capital have long forgotten the purpose of their existence. Instead of pointing their swords at the dragon race, they point them at our own people. Sooner or later, we will teach them a big lesson. Manjula laughed. After pausing for a moment, he continued, Come, come. Those few old fellows will definitely be very happy to know that you have come. Come, follow me to meet them. Chapter 3:27. Manjulu's master, old man, come out and receive the guests. In a tightly guarded small courtyard, Manjulu stood with Ningqi outside a room and shouted. The guards nearby revealed a smile that said, as expected. It seemed that they were already used to Manjulu's way of communicating with others. The attributes of these guards are all question marks. This is too terrifying. Just what is the identity of the old man that Manjula mentioned? How could he have so many experts protecting him? Ningqi was secretly shocked. Question marks meant that they were experts above the dozun level. If dozuns were to be guards, then the identity of the person they were protecting was likely even more terrifying. Creak! An old figure appeared at the door. His dim eyes swept across Ningqi and finally stopped on Manjulu. My good disciple, if you call me old man again, I will refine you into a puppet. Ha ha ha. Manjula laughed at the sky, after which his laughter stopped. He spat out 3 words in an extremely serious manner. I don't believe it. The old man rolled his eyes. Only then did he nudge his mouth at Ningqi. Who is this little guy? How dare he ask me to come out and receive guests? If he doesn't give me an explanation, I will refine him into a puppet. Ningqi's heart immediately turned cold. What did this have to do with him? Manjulu's eyes also changed slightly. It seemed that he believed the old man's words. He hurriedly introduced, "Master, he is the refining genius that I told you about. Didn't you praise the dough weapons that he refined?" The old man's eyes suddenly changed. His originally turbid eyes suddenly shot out two rays of light. In a flash, he appeared in front of Ning Chi. He looked at Ning Chi up and down. "Little guy, so those 1,000-mile ears were refined by you? 1,000-mile ears? A walkie-talkie." Ning Chi reacted and hurriedly nodded. "Yes, I refined them." The feeling that this old man gave him was even more dangerous than when he faced Meng Qingling and the group of old demons. He was afraid that, if he did not answer well, he would be refined into a puppet. If that was the case, he would rather be captured by those dozongs. At the thought of this, he regretted coming here with Manjulu. The old man laughed. Come in with me. Tell me about your train of thought. I can't understand it no matter how hard I try. How does sound travel?" Then he grabbed Ning Chi's arm and entered the house. Manjulu followed, closely behind. As soon as he entered the room, Ning Chi saw a large jade table full of spare parts. If he guessed correctly, these parts should be taken from the technological products he exchanged with Manjulu. "Wait a minute, I don't know the principles. I didn't even graduate from primary school on Earth. Otherwise, he wouldn't have joined the underworld." Ning Chi suddenly shuddered. At this moment, the old man pulled Ning Chi to the side of the table and pointed at a battery. "There aren't even any fighting tools on it. How does it work?" "Fortunately, I recognize batteries." Ning Chi heaved a sigh of relief and smiled at the old man. "Senior, this is actually a very simple gadget. It stores a little bit of battle energy inside and uses it as power." At this point, seeing that the old man and Manjulu were ready to learn, he hurriedly searched for knowledge in this area in the dragon-slaying mall. After spending a whole 100 dragon-slaying coins, his mind gained a little more memory. He kept spitting out nouns one after another, causing the old man and Manjulu to be dumbfounded. "It seems that you have researched a kind of refining method that belongs to you. This old man admires you." The old man felt that he couldn't understand what Ning Chi was saying, but it didn't seem like he was talking nonsense. He could only interrupt Ning Chi's endless chatter and praise him. "You flatter me, senior." Ning Chi smiled modestly. "Disciple, you can leave with the little brother first. Master is a little tired." The old man waved his hand. After Manjulu left with Ning Chi, the old man immediately studied the spare parts on the table. He first picked up the battery and said to himself, "This thing has positive and negative poles? What is this?" "Senior Manjulu, your master should be the most powerful artificer in the 9 States Empire, right?" Ning Chi asked curiously after leaving the small courtyard with Manjulu. Manjulu curled his lips and said, "He's not the most powerful. There's still a few old guys who are not weaker than him. However, if the old guy were to research your refining method, he should be able to suppress the other old guys." At this point, there was a hint of a smile on his face. "Little brother, you see, our friendship is not ordinary. Can you teach me something?" "Teach what?" Ning Chi played dumb. "Your craftsmanship." Manjula said, "This is a secret that I'm not going to pass on. I'm going to pass it on to my descendants." Ning Chi looked awkward. Manjula sighed. "Sigh, if only I didn't have a master. I could have taken you as my master." Seeing that Ning Chi refused, he no longer entangled himself in this matter, because he knew that what Ning Chi said was indeed reasonable. His method of refining artifacts, if passed down from generation to generation, would be enough to support a great clan that was not weaker than the second-rate noble clans of the 9 States Empire, perhaps even the first-rate. "Actually, it's not that I can't teach you anything," Ning Chi suddenly said. Manjula looked surprised. "Oh!" He knew that Ning Chi had more to say. "Here's the thing. If you can accompany me to the Cloud Rising clan and teach a few guys a lesson, I will teach you 1% of my knowledge." Ning Chi smiled. "Teach someone a lesson?" All right, deal. I know a few people in the Cloud Rising clan. Who do you want to teach a lesson? Manjalo asked. Nuteo, Flower Creek's son, Hua Wushang. Ning Chi said. Nuteo, that old guy? A pleasantly surprised smile appeared on Manjalu's face. Oh, you know him, senior? Ning Chi asked curiously. I don't just know him. When I was young, he was my enemy and always targeted me. If I hadn't taken him as my master, how could I have achieved what I have today? I'm afraid I've already been killed by him. I've been thinking about how to get even with him, but I've been too busy running around, and I've completely forgotten about it. This time, I'll go with you to the Rising Cloud sect, and I'll get even with him. Let's set off now. Manjalo laughed out loud. That's great, but I still have some matters to settle in the capital. Why don't we set off in a few days? Ning Chi said. What's the matter? I'll settle it for you. I can't wait for a few days. I can't wait to teach Nuteo a lesson. Manjalo said. Well, I'll settle it myself. How could he let Manjalo handle something like incubating the ancient sky dragon egg? Although he was not a greedy person, Ning Chi still felt that it was necessary to be wary of others. All right then. Come find me here when you're done. Manjalo nodded. After leaving the compound, Ning Chi wandered around the capital and finally found a deserted mountain with few people. This is it. Chapter 328. Chapter 328. I'm your father. After walking into the karst cave and confirming that no one was following him, Ning Chi took a look at his interspatial bag. Indeed, the ancient sky dragon egg that had been locked and could not be taken out had been unlocked after he obtained 10 bottles of Tier 7 dragon blood essence and 100,000 dragon slaughtering coins. System, I want to incubate the ancient sky dragon egg. Host, please pour the dragon blood essence that meets the requirements onto the ancient sky dragon egg. Ning Chi thought for a moment, then spent 1,000 dragon slaying coins to buy a demon pet contract. As for the pet position, he no longer had enough dragon slaying coins, but it was fine. When the time came, he could just let Xiao Jin come out to get some fresh air. Following that, he poured bottles of dragon race blood essence onto the ancient sky dragon egg. The dark red blood essence flowed along the black scales of the ancient sky dragon egg as it slowly flowed down. Host, please confirm the incubation. 100,000 dragon slaughtering coins will be deducted. Confirm. Ding. Ning Chi immediately looked at the dragon slaughtering coins in his stats window. There were only 460 left. Immediately following that, the dragon blood essence on the ancient sky dragon egg began to shimmer with a red glow. Like clear water meeting a dry field, it was instantly absorbed by the dragon egg. After the ancient sky dragon egg absorbed 10 bottles of Tier 7 dragon blood essence, the lifeless and lifeless body that resembled a dead egg first produced a heartbeat. Following that, a boundless vital aura emitted from the dragon egg. The richness of the aura was even higher than Ning Chi's own. From this point of view, it was estimated that the hatched dragons would not be too bad. An ancient sky dragon. I'm really looking forward to seeing what it looks like. Ning Chi smiled as he looked at the dragon egg. Incubation progress, 1%. Incubation progress, 2%. A progress bar appeared in his stats window. It was the ancient sky dragon egg's incubation progress. It took about 10 minutes for it to increase by 1%. Ning Chi waited for an entire day before the progress bar was finally filled. When the progress bar reached 100%, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly swept over. Ning Chi was hit by the impact and tumbled a few times. At the same time, a black pillar of light suddenly shot up into the sky. This light was no ordinary light. It directly broke through the lava above his head, pierced through the mountain, and shot into the endless void. In the imperial palace, a middle-aged man frowned as he looked towards the horizon. This light is a bit strange. What kind of treasure is it? Eunuch Yu, do you need me to go over? The little eunuch beside the middle-aged man chuckled. Okay, let's go take a look. Yes. The young eunuch suddenly turned into a stream of light and flew into the sky, disappearing into the horizon at an extremely fast speed. In a courtyard on the outskirts of Beijing, the old man who had been fiddling with the battery suddenly froze. Then he appeared in mid-air in a flash and looked in the direction of the black light. Not long after, several figures appeared behind him. Manjulu was one of them. Master, the aura of this black light is very strange, Manjulu said with a frown. Yes, indeed. I smell a trace of an ancient scent. It might be the birth of an ancient Dou weapon. Manjulu, you should go and take a look. Many people in the capital should have discovered it. If it really is an ancient Dou weapon, help me snatch it back. The old man said solemnly. Yes. Manjula nodded and flew towards the black light with the huge gourd on his back. Divine Dragon Marquis Palace. After an elder discovered the black light, he personally rushed over. Nearly hundreds of factions and family clans in the capital discovered the phenomenon. They sent people to the source of the phenomenon. Ningqi looked at the ancient sky dragon egg in a dumbfounded manner. He felt a little regretful. If he had known this would happen, he would not have hatched it in a place like the capital. Wasn't it just an egg? Why did it cause such a huge commotion? Crack! The egg shattered. A tiny pink dragon crawled out. However, this dragon was completely different from the dragons that Ningqi was familiar with. The dragons of the dragon mainland all had wings on their backs and had the bodies of lizards. However, this one had horns like a deer, a head like a camel, eyes like a rabbit, neck like a snake, belly like a crab, scales like a fish, claws like an eagle, palms like a tiger, and ears like a cow. It had 4 legs and 5 claws. After it finished the shattered eggshell in a few mouthfuls, it looked around curiously. Finally, it looked pitifully at Ningqi and let out a clear dragon cry. Who are you? That's right, it spoke. It could speak just after hatching? Ningqi reacted and immediately said, I'm your father. With that said, he slapped a demon pet contract on it, instantly forming a contract with it. I never expected the ancient sky dragon to be the totem of my race. What connection does it have with the dragons I killed? Ningqi directly stored it into the demon pet space and released Xiao Jin. Without any hesitation, he left the area. Just as he ran more than 5 kilometers, he saw figures flying across the sky. The lowest cultivation level among them was at the fighting Grandmaster realm. Their destination was clearly the Karst Cave. Thankfully, I ran fast, Ningqi thought to himself. Just as he heaved a sigh of relief, he saw an extremely handsome youth standing in front of him. He looked to be about 15 or 16 years old. He had fair skin and red lips. When Ningqi saw this, he immediately stopped and looked warily at the youth. Did you come from that direction? The youth pointed behind Ningqi, in the direction of the Karst Cave. That's right, there was a strange phenomenon there. My cultivation level was too low, so I didn't dare to think too much. You also saw so many experts rushing over in the sky. If I stayed there any longer, I'm afraid I would lose my life. Young master, you should also leave quickly. Ningqi nodded and was about to walk around the youth to leave. Although the youth had concealed his aura, Ningqi had just glanced at his attributes. Therefore, he did not want to interact too much with the youth, in case he was seen through. 3rd rank embroidered eunuch. Dongfeng Haoji level. 1-star fighting Grandmaster cultivation method. Top grade earth, clear jade, treasure mirror martial skills. Top grade earth suppressing demon fist. Top grade mountain flipping palm. Top grade wind chasing sword technique health points. 230000, so young, but already a 1-star fighting grandmaster. Ningqi did not need to think to know that he was probably one of the true geniuses of the capital. People like Duan Minglong could only be considered fake geniuses. The most important thing was his identity, a 3rd rank embroidered eunuch. This identity made Ningqi extremely afraid. Wait, Dongfang Haojie smiled slightly and blocked Ning Qi's path. He looked up and down, and finally saw a little gold on Ning Qi's shoulder. He smiled and said, "A rank 6 dragon seeking mouse. There are really people who use this kind of demon beast as a demon pet. What did you see there just now? Why don't you tell me?" "I just saw a black light pillar. That aura made my heart palpitate, so I immediately ran away. I don't know anything else." Ning Qi shook his head. "Is that so?" After Dongfang Haojie looked at Ning Qi, he laughed softly. "Okay, you can go." After saying this, his figure flashed and appeared 100 feet away. Chapter 329. Chapter 329. Little Dongfang at this moment. A group of people surrounded the top of the mountain that had been penetrated by the black light. There were around a few hundred people who had come. Most of them were 1-star dozong or peak dozong. There were also dozens of dozuns. Manjulu was one of them. After checking the traces of the cave entrance, they discovered that the unusual phenomenon had come from the karst cave inside the mountain. Hence, they entered the karst cave one after another. After the dozuns entered, the remaining dozongs planned to follow closely behind. At this moment, Dongfang Haojie descended from the sky and landed in front of the dozong who was originally ranked at the top. "Sir, don't you know that first come, first served?" The other party coldly opened his mouth. However, when he clearly saw Dongfang Haojie's appearance and the jade pendant hanging on his waist, his face immediately revealed a trace of shock. He smiled awkwardly and said, "So it is Dongfang Haojie who is ranked 758 on the man ranking. I have been disrespectful." The group of dozongs behind him also revealed a shocked expression. Dozongs who could be ranked on the man ranking were all geniuses who had been recognized by the Baishao clan. It was easy for them to cross 5 or 6 ranks to fight. Cuckoo. Dongfang Haojie smiled slightly and ignored him. He directly entered the karst cave. The dozun inside saw him and actually took the initiative to greet him. "Seniors, Eunuch Yu has asked me to come and see what has happened. You won't mind, right?" Dongfang Haojie smiled and said, "Cuckoo. So Eunuch Yu has also discovered the unusual phenomenon here." A dozun smiled and said, "The unusual phenomenon has occurred here. However, I have not found anything wrong for the time being. Clearly, something has penetrated the mountain here. However, this thing has already disappeared." Manjulu walked to the place where the dragon egg was placed and said with a frown, "Everyone look around. Manjulu, why are you here instead of refining weapons?" A dozun who might have known Manjulu for a long time teased Manjulu after not discovering what had caused the unusual phenomenon. "My master said that if an ancient dough tool appears, no one can snatch it from us." Manjulu smiled slightly. The corner of Dongfang Haojie's mouth curled into a cold smile when he heard this. However, he did not refute Manjulu's words. Suddenly, his nose twitched and a trace of suspicion appeared on his face. "This smell, it's him." Dongfang Haojie's expression became cold. He had smelled Ning Qi's scent, so it was obvious that Ning Qi had been here before. Based on the time of the phenomenon and the time when Ning Qi had left this place, Dongfang Haojie could determine that Ning Qi had definitely been in this karst cave when the phenomenon occurred. But he said he only saw black light. He was obviously lying. Thinking of this, Dongfang Haojie turned around and left the karst cave. If someone had arrived first, it meant that no matter what had caused this phenomenon, someone had already succeeded. There was no point in staying here any longer. "Brat, how dare you lie to me? I will find you." Dongfang Haojie sneered. Just as Ning Qi was about to reach the courtyard on the outskirts of the capital, Dongfang Haojie had already followed his scent and caught up to him. As soon as he saw Ning Qi, he didn't say anything and directly took action. In an instant, he grabbed Ning Qi's lifeline. At this time, as long as he exerted force, Ning Qi would die. After all, it was a vital point that could cause a critical strike. "Aye, young master, what are you doing?" Ning Chi said in surprise. At the same time, a trace of fear appeared on his face. Don't pretend. What did you get in the karst cave just now? Quickly hand it over. This kind of thing is not something a mere peak do wang like you can touch. Dongfang Haojie sneered. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Xiao Jin hugged Ning Chi's neck and angrily shouted at Dongfang Haojie. At the same time, it waved its tiny fist, as if it was about to hit. Noisy! Dongfang Haojie's face became slightly cold. With a slap, he sent Xiao Jin flying. What are you doing? If you have the ability, then come at me. Ning Chi was instantly furious. Xiao Jin became dizzy from the slap. However, Dongfang Haojie didn't seem to be ruthless. It climbed up from the ground and angrily charged at Dongfang Haojie. Ning Chi was startled. This little guy really didn't know life from death. He immediately signaled it to stop. However, Xiao Jin was still standing one zhang away from Dongfang Haojie. Haha, this demon pet of yours is quite loyal. It seems that you care a lot about him. If he doesn't hand over the thing, then don't blame me for being merciless. I will send him on his way first. Dongfang Haojie said with a faint smile. This damned eunuch! Ning Chi secretly cursed in his heart. However, his face revealed a trace of an embarrassed smile and said, You really misunderstood me. You see, I don't even have an interspatial ring on me. Where can I hide the thing? When Dongfang Haojie heard this, his eyebrows slightly wrinkled. His eyes were like X-rays as he sized up Ning Chi. Sure enough, he didn't find anything similar to an interspatial ring on him. Could it be that he was really wrong? Thinking of this, his hand slightly loosened. Ning Chi quickly retreated 3 steps. Then he grimaced in pain and rubbed his shoulder. It was probably bruised from his claw. Since you didn't hide anything, why did you lie to me? When the strange phenomenon occurred, you were clearly in the karst cave. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation, you can imagine the consequences. Dongfang Haojie said coldly. Young master, you also know that after such a thing happened, if people knew that I stayed in the karst cave, even if I don't die, I will be caught and interrogated. If I really obtain the thing, I just need to hand it over. The key is that I really didn't obtain it. If I can't hand it over, then I will meet an unreasonable person who will kill me with a knife. At that time, I won't even have a place to cry. Not everyone is as reasonable as young master. Ning Chi said with a bitter smile. Dongfang Haojie's complexion became a little better. Ning Chi was secretly happy. Sure enough, eunuchs like to listen to flattery. He immediately struck while the iron was hot and said a few good words. In the end, Dongfang Haojie said lightly, Tell me why you went there. If I believe you, I will let you leave. If I don't believe you, I have a few guys under me who are good at interrogating people. When the time comes, I will send you to stay with them for a few days. Believe me, you will even tell me who you peeped at when you were a child. I am a refiner, Ning Chi said in a righteous manner. I went there to see if I can find some refining materials. Refiner? Dongfang Haojie frowned. He glanced in the direction of the courtyard in the distance and said suspiciously, You are a refiner of the Heavenly Secret Institution. So that place was called Heavenly Secret Institution. Ning Chi quickly nodded. Yes, if you don't believe me, young master can go with me. Dongfang Haojie wanted to ask again, but suddenly a loud laugh came from afar. An old man flew over and landed beside the two. Seeing this, Ning Chi felt relieved and quickly saluted, Senior. N. Chapter 330. A rough life. When Dongfang Haojie saw the old man, a trace of fear suddenly appeared on his face. He quickly laughed and said, Senior Jin, I was just passing by. His expression caused Ning Chi to be unable to restrain his laughter. Before, he was still cold, but after seeing the old man, he became so humble. Could it be that he had suffered a loss in the hands of the old man before? Passing by, I thought there was some misunderstanding between you and little brother Ning. Since that's the case, go back and greet Eunuch for me. The old man waved his hand. Yes, this junior will definitely bring Senior Jin's greetings to Eunuch. Dongfang Haojie said respectfully. After saying that, he turned around and left without hesitation, as if he did not want to stay here for another second. After Dongfang Haojie left, the old man's face revealed a faint smile. He looked at Ningqi and said, "Little guy, this old man almost wanted to kill you when I saw him just now, but now you say you were just passing by. Can you explain?" Ningqi repeated what he had just said. "Oh, you just happened to appear in that place." The old man smiled faintly. "That's right. If I wasn't afraid of being misunderstood, I wouldn't have run so fast. I didn't expect that I would still be caught by him. Right, Senior Jin? I don't know where he came from. He seems to be younger than me, but his cultivation is so much higher than mine," Ningqi asked. He naturally could not show that he already knew that Dongfang Haojie was a eunuch, lest the old man see through him. The old man smiled slightly. "You mean little Dongfang? He is not simple. How about this, about that battery? It's a battery, right? There's still some things I don't understand. Tell me, and I will also tell you his origin. The capital is a place with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. If you are not careful and offend someone you shouldn't offend, your end will be very miserable." Seeing this, Ningqi could only nod and agree. If it wasn't for the knowledge stored in his mind being enough to deal with the other party, he would have run away long ago. If the other party found out that he didn't know how to refine those walkie-talkies, he would inevitably be beaten up. It was very likely that he would be refined into the puppet that the old man mentioned. That would be too terrifying. Oh, so it's like this. Friction can also produce battle chi? Yes. After the old man learned a bit of knowledge, he immediately said to Ningqi in high spirits, "That little guy just now is called Dongfang Haojie, a eunuch in the imperial palace. Don't underestimate his identity. At such a young age, he is already a third-rank embroidered eunuch, deeply favored by the emperor and eunuch. In addition, his ranking on the human list is not low, 758. In the capital, there are only 3 or 4 eunuchs who are ranked higher than him, but they are older than him, deeply loved by the emperor." With just this sentence, Ningqi understood how powerful Dongfang Haojie's background was. The emperor of the 9-region empire should at least be a Do-Di, right? Even a 1-star Do-Di was an existence that could send him to heaven with a flick of his finger. Other than that, he is also a disciple of the Dongfang clan, one of the 9 great clans. However, he lost his parents at a young age and met an evil aunt, so he was sent to the palace to be a eunuch. Otherwise, which disciple of the 9 great clans would be willing to be neither a man nor a woman? The old man shook his head. "My life is a little rough." Ningqi subconsciously touched his lower body. "All right, let's not talk about this anymore. If you have nothing to do, stay here and don't go out. Lil Dongfang is a person who holds grudges. Today he left because of me, but next time you won't be so lucky. Do you understand?" The old man said. "I understand." Ningqi nodded, and then he was chased out by the old man. Not long after, Manjulu ran back dejectedly. He first went to the old man's house, and then he found Ningqi. "Are you done with your business?" "I'm done." Ningqi nodded. "Then let's go. Let's go to the Cloud Rising clan," Manjulu said impatiently. Ningqi was just about to agree, but he was grabbed by the shoulder, and like a wisp of smoke, they rushed into the sky, turned into a ray of light, and quickly left the capital. Along the way, he also conveniently put away the pagoda. The few Dozongs who had been suppressed under it for a few days stood up with stunned expressions. Then they revealed an expression of wild joy. "We're free!" Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless curious gazes swept over them, and they hurriedly covered their faces and fled. At the city gate, a person raised his head, slightly frowned, and said, "Who is this person?" He dared to fly out directly. "He is not giving us any face. Even if he is an elder of a clan, I will capture him and lock him up for 10 days. The person who spoke was the elder who guarded the southern gate. Unlike ordinary soldiers, he was a 1-star dozun. At this moment, another elder beside him said, "It's Senior Jin Sheng's disciple, Manjalu. You dare to capture him?" "Oh, it's him." "Forget it." Cloud Rising Sect. One of the 18 mountain ranges in the outer sect, the Crane Forest Mountain Range. During the time when Ning Qi wasn't around, Duan Yingjun was often bullied by Li Dongshui. Therefore, he found an opportunity to run to the Crane Forest Mountain Range with Duan Feifei and a fellow from the Situ clan. They planned to stay for 10 days to half a month before returning. This mission was to collect some spirit herbs. It wasn't very dangerous, but it took a long time. Not many people accepted it, so the 3 of them accepted it. It's been half a month, and we haven't even completed half of the mission. A young man sighed. He was Situ Yi's cousin, a 3-star Dowang, Situ Sun's. Duan Yingjun happened to pluck a spiritual herb from a cliff. He was so tired that he was sweating profusely. Hearing Situ Sun's complaint, he smiled and said, "What are you dissatisfied with? We can each earn 150 lower spiritual crystals from this mission. If not for the fact that they did not compete with me for Ning Qi's sake, we would not have been able to get such a good mission. There is no danger at all." After that, he fawningly handed the spiritual herb to Duan Feifei. "Feifei, keep the spiritual herb well." Duan Feifei took the spiritual herb and put it away. Seeing Duan Yingjun sweating profusely, she handed him a handkerchief. Seeing this, Duan Yingjun was ecstatic. When he took the handkerchief, it brought with it a burst of fragrance that made him feel intoxicated. Situ Suns shook his head. "Of course it's good for you. Senior Brother Ning casually gave you some resources, and it would be enough for you to eat for a year. I'm different. The spiritual crystals I earned last time have all been exchanged for lower grade, mystic level chi gathering pills. I haven't broken through from 3-star to 4-star yet. There's no point in being envious." Duan Yingjun smiled proudly and was about to continue speaking. Suddenly, there was some movement not far away, and he immediately shut his mouth. The 3 of them looked in that direction vigilantly. After seeing that it was a human and not a monster, they were relieved. There were rank 6 monsters in the Crane Forest Mountain Range. If they encountered one, they would probably have to run for their lives. Chapter 331. The Furious Duan Yingjun. "Ha ha ha, Fatty, you're hiding here? Where's your boss? Did he run off by himself and leave you alone?" Li Dongshui laughed heartily as he walked out. Beside him were a few Cloud Rising Sect disciples from the 5 Poison Sect. One of them was Duan Tianning. He was glaring coldly at Duan Feifei with a hint of anger. "Li Dongshui, why did he chase us here? No one else knows about the mission I accepted. Could it be?" Duan Yingjun looked at Duan Feifei and whispered, "You told Duan Tianning about our mission?" I mentioned it to Hua Lian." Duan Feifei lowered her head. She knew that she had put Duan Yingjun in a difficult position. "Sigh." Duan Yingjun sighed and laughed dryly at Li Dongshui. "Senior Brotherly, you're here for a mission? We won't disturb you then." He then shouted, "Let's go!" Just as the 3 of them were about to leave, the men that Li Dongshui had brought with him surrounded them, a sinister smile on their faces. In their eyes, Duan Yingjun was now a skinned, fat pig for them to slaughter. "What are you doing?" Situ Sun shouted angrily and glared at Li Dongshui and his men. "Situ clan, this is none of your business. Get lost." Li Dongshui laughed coldly and waved his hand. The men blocking Situ Sun stepped aside. "Let's go." Situ Sun gave Duan Yingjun and Duan Feifei a look. "Stop. Did I say they could leave? You can leave on your own. If you want to meddle in other people's business, then don't leave either. This is a desolate mountain, and other than a few demonic beasts, no one will pass by. So, even if we kill you, we can still leave before the elders arrive. At that time, no one will know who killed you." Li Dongshui laughed wickedly. Duan Tianying's expression changed. Senior Brotherly, you promised me that you wouldn't touch Fei Fei. Who promised you? Take him down too. As for this woman, we can all enjoy her together. Li Dongshui laughed wildly. You. Duan Tianying was startled. In the blink of an eye, all the acupuncture points on his body were sealed by the person beside him. At this moment, a trace of regret appeared on his face. He regretted that he had gone to look for Li Dongshui because he was jealous of Duan Feifei and Duan Yingjuan's mission. He had thought that he would teach Duan Yingjun a lesson, but who would have thought that he would have the idea of silencing Duan Feifei? It's over. He doesn't even intend to let Duan Tianying go. He even wanted to touch Feifei. We can't let them succeed. Duan Yingjuan's pupils suddenly shrank. Dou, qi, frantically, surged out from his entire body. He stood in front of Duan Feifei in an overbearing manner and said, Don't act recklessly. Come at me if you have the ability. They have never offended you. Don't kill innocent people. Even if I die in your hands today, I will accept it. Fatty. Situ's son stared blankly at Duan Yingjun. He had never thought that this guy, who had always been a glib talker and a coward, would have such a manly side to him. Yo, the hero saves the damsel in distress. Today, I will let you see how I toy with the woman you love. Ha ha ha. Li Dongshui moved and appeared in front of Duan Yingjun in the next moment. Duan Yingjuan's face revealed a look of horror. He couldn't catch the opponent's movements at all. How dare you, Li Dongshui? Situ's son roared and punched at Li Dongshui. Li Dongshui casually swatted Situ's son away and landed heavily on the ground. In an instant, he was seriously injured and lost the ability to fight. Immediately following that, Li Dongshui's ferocious fist landed heavily on Duan Yingjuan's stomach. Duan Yingjuan's body arched up like a cooked prawn. The tremendous force directly passed through his stomach, through his organs, and finally to his back. The clothes on his back were torn apart by this violent force. Uft! Duan Yingjun spat out a mouthful of blood. One could vaguely see some broken internal organs in the blood. His fat body fell to his knees in front of Li Dongshui. Li Dongshui laughed wildly. Weren't you very arrogant just now? You mocked me as much as you could because Ning Qi was protecting you. Now you're mocking me again. Ha ha ha. Useless. I'm going to F***CK your woman, and you can only watch from the side. After that, he pushed Duan Yingjun away and walked straight towards the terrified Duan Feifei. Duan Tianying couldn't bear to watch the tragedy that was about to happen and closed his eyes. No. Li Dongshui felt his ankle tighten. It was Duan Yingjun who was hugging his leg like a dead pig. Feifei, run! Run! Damn you! Li Dongshui's anger surged, and he directly stomped on Duan Yingjuan's head. If this stomp landed, Duan Yingjuan's head would definitely explode like a watermelon. Duan Yingjuan's face was ferocious. He wasn't afraid of death. He was only afraid that after death, Duan Feifei would be defiled by this beast Li Dongshui. Before death, he could only glare at Li Dongshui. He wanted to remember his appearance and curse him for eternity. At the moment of life and death, when everyone thought that Duan Yingjun was dead for sure, a figure suddenly appeared beside Li Dongshui. He grabbed his neck and threw him out. Li Dongshui fell heavily onto his own people without any resistance. Instantly, he was thrown off his feet. Following that, another figure appeared. Ning Qi went forward to feed Duan Yingjun an Earth upper grade rejuvenation pill and smiled. Fatty, are you okay? Boss? Is that you, boss? Am I dead? Duan Yingjun was stunned. When he realized that he wasn't dead, he immediately hugged Ning Qi excitedly and shouted, Where did you go? When you weren't here, Hua Wushang kept shouting that Li Dongshui bullied me. He even insulted Feifei. All right, it's okay now. I'm here now. Ning Chi smiled and comforted the crazy Duan Ingjun. Only then did he calm down. Senior brother Ning, you came at the right time. Situ Sun heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he quietly sized up Manjalu. His appearance was somewhat different from a normal person. He had red hair and golden eyebrows. He also carried a big gourd on his back. His clothes were tattered, like a beggar's. But it was him who had appeared beside Li Dongshui and sent him flying with one move. Li Dongshui's underlings were stunned by this turn of events. They didn't know what to do. They could only look at Li Dongshui and wait for him to make a decision. Li Dongshui crawled up from the ground. When he saw Ning Chi, his expression changed slightly. He said in a low voice, "Ning Chi, how dare you appear here?" Chapter 332. Capable of stretching and retracting. Little brother, are all the outer disciples of the cloud rising sect this arrogant? Manjalu was tickled by Li Dongshui's threat. He asked Ning Chi with a mocking tone in his words. No, only a small portion of them, and this guy is one of them. Please excuse me, senior. Please wait for a moment. Ning Chi walked toward Li Dongshui immediately. Although Li Dongshui was crazy, he knew that he was no match for Ning Chi. Therefore, his eyes were filled with fear as he yelled, "Don't come any closer! Didn't you want to kill the fatty? Didn't you want to humiliate Duan Fei Fei? Didn't you want to destroy the evidence? So what are you afraid of now? Bring out the aura you had just now and fight with me." Every step Ning Chi took was followed by a sentence. Every sentence was like a hammer, ruthlessly pounding on Li Dongshui's pride. Senior brother, kill him. I don't believe that we are afraid of him when there are so many of us. Yeah, kill. All right, everyone follow me. Li Dongshui's eyes were filled with madness. Suddenly, a large group of people charged toward Ning Chi like crazy. Ning Chi's lips curled into a cold smile as he gently raised his right hand. In the next moment, the Dragon Slayer's saber appeared in his palm as he slashed at the person closest to him. The person was about to slash at Ning Chi's neck when his movement stopped. In the next moment, a red line appeared on top of his head and gradually spread to his lower body. Bang! Blood splattered everywhere as he was slashed in half by Ning Chi's slash. The two heads fell to the left and right, and an unpleasant smell of blood filled the air. When the others saw this scene, a trace of fear rose in their hearts, but it was too late. Ning Chi had killed them all with one slash, as if he was cutting vegetables. A few of them hadn't been hit in their vitals and were lying on the ground moaning. If they didn't receive immediate treatment, they wouldn't be able to live for more than 2 hours. In just a few breaths' time, Li Dongshui no longer had any companions standing beside him. He was the only one left. That's impossible! That's impossible! The terror in Li Dongshui's eyes grew stronger and stronger. When he saw that Ning Chi was about to walk in front of him, he knelt on the ground with a thud and hugged Ning Chi's ankle with both hands, shouting, "I was wrong. Don't kill me. Spare my lowly life. I promise I won't go against you in the future. Spare me, I don't want to die, I beg you." Situ Suns was dumbfounded, muttering to himself, as expected of someone from the Five Poisons divine sect, able to stretch and retreat. "Ha ha ha! Dog, now you know how to beg for mercy? Fuck you!" Duan Ingjun pointed at Li Dongshui and taunted loudly. He was incomparably carefree in his heart. Yes, yes, yes. I'm a dog." Li Dongshui nodded, repeatedly. Ning Chi looked at him with a trace of mockery in his eyes. With a backhand slap, Li Dongshui was seriously injured. Holding him in his hand, Ning Chi turned around and said, "Come, let's go back to the sect. I'll bring this dog back to his master and see what he has to say to me." Although Li Dongshui was seriously injured, he could still vaguely hear these words. He immediately heaved a sigh of relief. No matter what, at least his life was saved. What about Duan Tianying? Situ Suns looked at Duan Tianying. His acupuncture points had all been sealed and he was standing beside a big tree in a daze. As soon as he heard this name, Duan Ingjun was instantly enraged. He rushed toward Duan Tianning and slapped him dozens of times in the face. Duan Tianning was unable to resist. He could only look at Duan Ingjun with incomparable anger. He was about to explode. He never thought that the cowardly Duan Ingjun would dare to hit him. Duan Feifei opened her mouth slightly, but she did not say anything in the end. Because of Duan Tianning, she was almost humiliated to death today. Thinking of this, she looked at Duan Tianning's swollen face and secretly vented her anger in her heart. "All right, any more and you'll die," Ning Qi reminded him. Duan Ingjun finally stopped. He spat on Duan Tianning's face and turned to leave. Duan Tianning watched as the crowd left, but no one came to unseal his acupuncture points. His eyes were filled with hatred. Luckily, his acupuncture points would naturally be unsealed in half a day's time. He could only hope that no beasts would be attracted by the smell of blood. Otherwise, he would be in deep trouble. Cloud Rising Sect. The Hall of Missions. Elder Ding was originally in a state of pretending to sleep. Suddenly, he stood up with a start and quickly walked to a stone hut behind the Hall of Missions. Thousands of jade tokens were placed neatly inside. These were the life tokens of all the outer disciples. But now, more than 10 life tokens were broken. Are these people from the Five Poisons sect? Elder Ding looked at the broken life tokens and pondered for a moment before he frowned. There wasn't any dangerous mission this time. Why are they all dead? Although the outer disciples were not really valued by the Cloud Rising sect, as a top sect, if an outer disciple died for no reason, someone would still ask about it. He was the person in charge of the outer disciples for the past few years. Otherwise, he would not have been assigned to guard the Hall of Missions. If they were killed by beasts or accidentally killed by some restrictive spell during a mission, he would not have to care about it. But if they were killed by someone else, he had to step in and solve the problem. He immediately left the Hall of Missions and found Hua Shiri. Elder Ding. Hua Shiri was slightly surprised. These life tokens are all broken. What do you think? Elder Ding threw the broken life tokens to Hua Shiri. Hua Shiri took a look and immediately frowned, because these people were all disciples of the Five Poisons divine sect. Suddenly, he thought of something and checked the life tokens. When he did not see Li Dongshui's life token, he heaved a sigh of relief and said in a low voice, "Elder Ding, don't worry. I will handle this matter properly." "I hope so. Don't cause trouble for me." Elder Ding snorted and turned to leave. Hua Shiri's eyes turned cold. Looking at the life tokens, a murderous intent emanated from his body. "No matter who it is, you are dead. Look, is that Ning Qi? It seems to be him. I didn't expect him to return after leaving for so long. Isn't he afraid of Hua Wushang's revenge? Now that Hua Wushang is an inner disciple, things are different now. Any senior brother can teach Ning Qi a lesson. Who is that guy in his hand? It seems to be Li Dongshui." The outer disciples stopped in their tracks and looked at Ning Qi and the rest in shock. Chapter 333. Chapter 333. Emperor Hua Wushang. That's Elder Shintu's disciple Ning Qi? It's him. 7 or 8 deacon elders happened to pass by and stopped to look at Ning Qi and the rest. One of them asked Wu, Hu, and Xiaobing, "Who's that in his hand?" "Li Dongshui. He came from the Five Poisons divine sect with Hua Wushang." Xiaobing said plainly. Duan Ingjun and Duan Feifei saw Xiaobing and quickly ran over to greet her as master. "What's wrong with you? Didn't I tell you before that fellow sect members are not allowed to kill each other?" Xiaobing frowned. Although it seemed like she was lecturing Duan Ingjun and Duan Feifei, she was actually talking about Ning Qi. Wu Hu also nodded. He looked at Ning Qi and said, "Ning Qi, what's going on? Since we're all here, why don't you explain it to Elderflower Creek, lest there be some misunderstandings?" Ning Qi smiled and walked in front of everyone. "Elder Wu Hu, Elder Xiaobing, long time no see." And Wu Hu and Xiaobing nodded. Worry flashed across their faces. Ning Qi's situation in the sect wasn't very good. It could be seen from Elder Nu's attitude at the outer sect disciple competition. Now that he touched Hua Wushang's subordinate, it was equivalent to going against Elder Nu. Therefore, Wu Hu advised him to put Li Dongshui down first. You're Ning Qi, right? If Elder Shinta didn't tell you about the sect rules, I'll tell you again. Fellow sect members are not allowed to kill each other. He seems to have been seriously injured by you, right? Put him down and heal him. I'll pretend I didn't see this. One of the deacon elders frowned. At the same time, their attention was attracted by Mengelu's appearance. When they wanted to take a closer look at Mengelu's cultivation, they were shocked to find that they couldn't see through it. Sorry, I can't do it, Ning Qi said plainly. The deacon elder didn't expect that Ning Qi wouldn't give him any face in front of so many people. He was furious. If you can't do it, I'll help you. As soon as he finished speaking, he appeared beside Ning Qi in a flash and directly grabbed Ning Qi's neck. Wu Hu and Xia Bing did not expect him to attack so decisively. They wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Ning Qi's lips curled into a faint smile as he stared at the elder. His eyes were filled with pity. Sure enough, a large hand gripped the elder's arm tightly. Manjula chuckled. It's none of your business. Mind your own business. After he finished speaking, he exerted force. An elder immediately retreated a dozen steps with a shocked expression. Everyone noticed that his arm was slowly trembling. May I know who you are? Wu Hu and the others quickly turned to look at Manjulu. A one-star Dozong was actually so easily defeated. This was sufficient to prove that the other party's cultivation was definitely extraordinary. You're not qualified to know who I am. Manjulu sneered. How dare you come to my cloud-rising sect and behave atrociously? Which expert did Ning Qi invite from the outside? Do you think my cloud-rising sect has no one? A loud and clear voice came from behind them. Everyone looked over and saw 3 young men walking over. These 3 were all one-star Do Huangs. They wore the white robes of inner disciples with 2 white clouds embroidered on their chests. One of them was Hua Wushang. He broke through to the Do Huang level. Duan Yingjun was shocked. He was not the only one. Even Wu Hu and Xia Bing were surprised. In just a short 2 months, Hua Wushang had actually broken through from the peak of the Do Huang level to a one-star Do Huang. This speed was somewhat frightening. If they knew that Hua Wushang had been following Nu Tao and receiving guidance during this period of time, they would not be so surprised. That's Senior Hua Wushang, right? Yes, he's already a one-star Do Huang. This time, the distance between him and Ning Qi has been completely widened. No matter how strong Ning Qi is, there is a gap between a Do Huang and a Do Huang that is difficult to cross. Adding on the fact that Senior Hua's Qi method and martial techniques are stronger than ordinary Do Huangs, it is likely that Ning Qi will not be able to win against him. I didn't expect that he would become a one-star Do Huang so soon after becoming an inner disciple while we are still wasting our time. Ugh. Groups of outer disciples discussed in low voices. At the same time, their gazes toward Hua Wushang were filled with respect. Divine Son? Divine Son, save me! Li Dongshui let out a weak cry for help. Unfortunately, Hua Wushang did not even look at him. The corner of Hua Wushang's mouth curled up into a confident smile. He looked straight at Ning Qi. The 2 inner disciples beside him glanced at Menjelu. One of them said, Elders, are you going to allow this outsider to do as he pleases in our cloud-rising sect? The expressions of Wu Hu and the others changed slightly. They were still hesitant and did not attack Menjelu. Ning Qi, as a disciple of the cloud-rising sect, you brought an outsider to injure our managing elder. Do you know your crime? Moreover, you seriously injured Li Dongshui, who is also an outer disciple, and carried him like a pig. Do you still consider yourself an outer disciple of the cloud-rising sect? Hua Wushang coldly reprimanded. Ning Qi laughed out loud. He scanned Hua Wushang from head to toe. Hua Wushang, it seems that your confidence has returned after you became a one-star Do Huang. Have you forgotten that you have been defeated by me 3 times? Or have I damaged your brain and caused water to enter your body when you were bathing? If that is the case, I should indeed be deprived of my advancement. After all, you are the divine son of the 5-poison divine sect. Your status is extraordinary. If I were to turn you into a fool in my hands, wouldn't I be a sinner for all eternity? Puchi. Duan Feifei could not hold back for a moment. Seeing everyone looking at her, she hurriedly lowered her head and hid behind Duan Yingjun. Seeing this, Duan Yingjun hesitated for a second, after which he let out a series of vigorous laughter. Ha! 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 Hua Wushang was so angry that his face turned white, after which he revealed an indifferent smile and said, "There is no need to say more in front of me. I have already informed Master and Elder Nu. When the time comes, you, and you old man, I don't know how you were tricked by Ning Qi to come here. Later, all of you will stay here. Divine Son, save me." Li Dongshui saw that Hua Wushang seemed to be ignoring him and hurriedly asked for help again. Hua Wushang gave him a look. Li Dongshui saw this and immediately understood. His face revealed an expression of sudden realization. It was not that Hua Wushang did not want to ignore him, but he purposely let Ning Qi capture him. This way, when the elders came, Ning Qi would not be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the water. Manjula glanced at Hua Wushang with a smile that did not seem like a smile. So Nu Tao's grand disciple is like this. What a joke! What a joke! These words caused everyone's expression to change.